Good job. Hello. Good morning. I am not a morning person. Not a morning person at all. Oh, Ironclad's only Ascension 7 because I lost. Ironclad died. Forgot about that. Hey, mate. DLS, thanks for the 5 months. Thanks, Asa. I heard of Heretics or I think so. I think I've heard of it. I couldn't tell you what it is though, but I'm pretty sure I've heard the name. We take Hemo over Dark Embrace. I'm not that high on Dark Embrace. BBK. I might take a nap halfway through today's stream. I did not sleep well last night. We'll see how it goes. Good morning, Captain Trist. Thanks for the 31 months, BBK. Wait, I could have just played the strike and I would have died. It's okay. We'll just kill it next turn. That's fine. Take fire potion here for slime boss. I think I like that. Hey Emma, how are you?
Hello, Jorbs. How's it going?
I'm not a morning person, but it's going as well as a morning can go, I think. Are you in the UK right now?
I am indeed.
Or
And it's
holidays?
4 p.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm back in England for good, for the foreseeable. So.
Oh. Or the foreseeable.
Well, yeah, because I was in the States for 2 months, but that was on a ESTA visa, which is only up to 90 days.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like a long-term visa.
Gotcha. Did you enjoy your trip?
Yeah, it was good. The weather was much better compared to England. It's very wet and very cold here.
Believable. That is what they tell me about England. Whereabouts? Are you in, like, Minnesota or... Weren't you somewhere very wet and cold in the US? If you are speaking, I cannot hear you. Small cute frog. Hey, Mr. Bucket.
I am not sure what's happening.
You're back. I hear you again.
Yeah, hooray! Don't know what happened there, so sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I was in Virginia for a couple of months to see my partner.
Yeah.
And the weather in Virginia is quite nice.
Virginia, I have visited in summer, which was a bit much for me, but
yeah, the summers are hot,
Yeah.
but when it's autumn and winter, it's, you know, you can see the sun and the sky, which is nice.
Yes, as
It's
a
very cloudy in England, so uh, it does affect you. Like seasonal, you know, depression is a thing,
yeah.
and it gets quite bad in the UK, just because you have the sunrise, which is late, and then the sunset is at like 3:30 during December. So it's like, cool. Guess I'm just not gonna get any vitamin D today.
I think Seattle has similar problems through winter. I try to take a trip. I'm going to LA next week actually, which will be nice.
Oh, nice.
Because yeah, you just don't really see the sun very much for a while.
But when it turns to January or February, it's like, hooray, the sunlight. I can go outside and do things.
Were you born and raised and have lived in England all your life?
Yes. I am from a county called Nottingham. I was born in a town not too far from where Robin Hood and his merry men did all his shenanigans. If you're familiar with Robin Hood.
I am familiar. Is that stuff historically backed?
Yes, at least in Nottingham, yes. It's generally regarded as this person existed. Probably not to the stories of what, you know, you hear
Right.
commonly, but he did exist, and he did have a band of merry men.
Oh. That's some nice positive masculinity. Nice to see men
Yes.
getting along.
Which is also my favorite Disney movie.
Mm-hmm.
The Disney movie's very good.
So, would you like to introduce yourself for my audience?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Considering I'm a little late. So yeah, I'm Emma. I am the content manager for TCG Player, who's it's the marketplace for like trading cards and whatnot. And I tend to write about Magic the Gathering quite a bit as well. So that's kind of my day-to-day job, looking at rectangular cards and writing about them, which is pretty fun. It's rare to be in a job that was once your hobby, but you still can treat it like a hobby, if that makes sense. Drawing that line can be quite challenging.
Sounds familiar. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I imagine you've had similar experiences.
You've done some casting as well, like video casting for Magic tournaments recently,
Yeah, I
right?
did. Yes, so I did some commentary in October, which was my first time, and it was pretty fun. So I'm looking to jump into that because, as someone who predominantly does writing and writes about tabletop games, it's just nice to do something different and see if I'm any good at video and, you know, audio content. So I'm excited to see where that goes, because if you don't know until you try, right?
Well, how's it gone so far?
Good. I'm going to be doing more commentating next month, and then just like take it from there. I don't have like a high bar in where I want to go. I'm just going to see where it goes. Obviously, the time is paid, which is also nice.
Sure.
I can do a little bit of hustling because thanks capitalism. But
an event like that, are you... It's always kind of seemed daunting to me. So I was friends with Cedric back in the day, and he was traveling weekends to a Star City Games tournament. It felt like most weeks of the year sometimes. I don't know if it actually was, but it felt like he was gone pretty often. And then he would get back and be exhausted. We used to do a podcast together, and there was one episode where we were on camera. There was one episode where he joined the call from his bed with the lights out, completely under the covers, lying on his side with
my
his like webcam pointing at him, and that was just, we just got slug Cedric for that day,
Oh my god.
because that was how much energy I had left. So I've always had a healthy appreciation, I would say, for how much work goes into running that sort of event. Also, just as a live streamer, I know how much work it is for me to do like a 6-hour stream just where I'm playing a game and talking, and I'm not thinking about a lot of the other stuff that's going on as well.
Yeah, it's a thing we don't really talk about when we produce content. It's the unseen hours, it's the prep time, it's setting everything up, it's, you know, making sure you've researched what you're going to talk about or what you're doing. A lot of people don't see that, and there's just a lot of unforeseen hours that honestly makes it tiring, just because you're not just you're seeing the end result as the audience, but for us it's like, yeah, we've done like 40 hours of work before, you know, this before recording.
Yeah, one of the reasons that all of the people you see doing things like commentating on an esports event are huge fans of the game that is being played is that, like, they're doing a tremendous amount of unpaid work to learn the game that is being talked about. Like, you wouldn't get someone who wasn't already playing the game to cast the game very often at all, except in maybe the absolute upper echelons of the esports industry, because somebody being willing to do the unpaid work to learn all of the champions and abilities and everything is just a really big deal.
Right, for sure. Yeah, and obviously, you know, from Cedric, just from, you know, seeing how exhausted Cedric was from doing those SCGs. Granted, SCGs aren't really a thing anymore. They just tend to do monthly conventions now, because competitive Magic has changed in a huge way because of the pandemic. But they're still exhausting. Like, even though there's less events, those events are still tiring because you're still putting the same amount of work in. It's just, there's just less of it.
How do you feel like the future of competitive Magic is fairly known right now? I feel like, okay, last time I paid much attention was maybe 2 years ago, and it felt like it was really up in the air. That's when the Pro Tour was getting canceled and stuff like that.
So that, I believe that would have been during like the pandemic, when everything went to Magic Arena, which is the digital client for Magic. So a lot of high-level competitive events transferred to Magic Arena because they still wanted these events to fire. Otherwise, they would just lose a lot of money.
Sure.
Competitive Magic's in a weird flux right now. There is like a Pro Tour scene. There are events you can attend to play in these Pro Tours. It's just really difficult because competitive Magic does not make money, and Hasbro, who own Wizards of the Coast, are interested in just making money. So they're gonna lean towards the stuff that makes the most profit, right? That's just the way it is. So while there is a competitive Magic system and it's fine for the most part, it's not growing. So I'd be very surprised if anything changes growth-wise in the next few years, just because it doesn't. People don't buy packs for competitive Magic. They do it to play Commander.
Sure.
Which is the casual format that everybody plays and makes the most money.
I don't want this to be about criticizing Hasbro. However,
that's fair.
I will phrase this in a positive way, actually. Thinking about the history of content creators, especially related to gaming, I feel like Wizards did an incredible job of creating the Pro Tour and presenting the Pro Tour lifestyle, and kind of having, for me as an American audience member, I feel like they were the first creators really attached to a game in the way that I've seen athletes attached to a sport, and then you started having poker players attached to poker and X Games athletes attached to skateboarding. And then Wizards kind of went in on that with the Pro Tour lifestyle. And I remember that happening in the early aughts, maybe late 90s. And it was compelling. I stayed up to watch Pro Tours and stuff like that. But I do feel like nowadays, the people who are attached to Magic, they're live on stream, like every day.
Yeah.
People can just go watch them, and Wizard doesn't need to pay them to do that. And so the landscape's really changed, and the incentives have probably realigned with that change.
Yeah, Magic Arena and just the growth of Twitch has changed content creation in Magic in a big way. It's made it more accessible, which is good because people can earn money from doing the thing they actually want to do, which is very cool. I think that's a good life goal to have in general.
Nice if you can pull it off.
Yeah, it's not easy for sure, but if you can pull it off, it's great. Because if we're going to if we have to work for the rest of our lives, you may as well make it something you actually want to do. I understand that is a luxury, but at the same time, it's just a cool thing to do if you can.
Yeah, it's aspirational. That's one of the things that I've been talking a little bit about with people this week is like, a lot of us have always been passionate about gaming, but then at some point we were able to turn that into more than just a hobby.
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting to see the different ways that people have managed to do that. And there are pluses and minuses, I would say.
I agree. I had an interesting conversation with my partner not too long ago about this, because he also does Magic content, but also plays. And at one point, Magic was just a simple hobby for me. I would just go and play, FNMs and just hang out and just treat it as this card game that I just played for hours with a couple of friends. But the second you attach money to something, you have to reevaluate your relationship with it because it can become a job. So it is sometimes healthy just to find another hobby to replace, the hobby that is now your job. If that makes sense.
Do you feel like you've done that? Do you have a new hobby?
Yeah, I have a couple of hobbies. So I like to bake. I'm a big fan of baking and making tasty food. I also enjoy Warhammer.
Okay.
So I like to paint Warhammer miniatures in my quiet time. I find that quite relaxing. And then I also enjoy going on hikes. So I like taking long walks because where I live in Lancashire, it's quite scenic and there's a lot of countryside. So you can just go for like long walks in the hills, which is also quite nice.
I had a summer of my life where my hobby was painting Warhammer. Had a very strange relationship with Warhammer over the course of my life because I wanted to play it a lot when I was a kid. And then as I got older, I realized that I just didn't enjoy playing at all. But I really enjoyed painting. Whereas as a kid, I never had the patience to actually paint the models, which was maybe one of the reasons that I kind of bounced off it eventually. And then I came back to it and started painting. And I haven't played a game of Warhammer since I started actually enjoying painting. But
Same. Yeah, and I'm fine with that. So I think Warhammer is the kind of hobby where you can there's so many different ways to appreciate it, right? Like you have the Black Library, which is all the literature and the books they produce. You could choose to not play Warhammer or paint the models, but you can just read the books because the books themselves are very good. For me, it's just nice to have this blank canvas and I could just like focus on something for 3 to 4 hours and paint, and I just find it quite therapeutic.
do you like doing makeup?
Times I'm not someone that wears like a tremendous amount of makeup. Like I'll wear some, but I guess I'm just not someone that's just spent a lot of time on it because I wasn't really brought up to. So I will just wear, a little bit of foundation and do some mascara, and that's fine for me. I don't spend hours in the morning getting ready or whatever. But if people want to do that, that's great. It's just not something I've considered doing. Maybe I should. But...
I've heard it compared to painting models a lot because it's like a three-dimensional space, and you're caring about how light can hit different angles and stuff like that. And I have male friends who were not brought up doing makeup at all, who got into painting models and then got into like YouTube tutorials of makeup painting to learn how to paint their models better, and then got into makeup. So it's been kind of fun to see that sort of, whatever you'd call it.
I can definitely see the comparisons. Because in my childhood, I grew up with 2 older brothers, and when you grow up, you tend to take your biggest influence from your siblings. So we used to play a lot of Warhammer and a lot of video games and tabletop games, and that's just carried into my adult life. So if I did makeup as a kid, sure, I'd probably be doing a lot more of it. But doing makeup for me was painting Warhammer models in this instance.
What is the concept of underpainting, May? May says the concept of underpainting has recently infiltrated makeup. Wait, is there conversation back and forth? Are there people who like doing makeup who are looking for how people paint miniatures? Because I never considered that it could go that way too.
Yeah, I imagine there's an interesting crossover of content. Like, could you do something makeup-wise that's Warhammer related or vice versa?
I guess cosplayers often do, don't they? They
Yeah, true.
Doing some sort of fantasy makeup type of thing. How people paint classics have influenced both. I don't know what that means. Anyway, I find that interesting. You said Warhammer. What was the other hobby you said? There was another one.
So I do baking.
Oh, baking, yeah.
Yep, and I do hiking. I also play video games, which is kind of a in and out thing for me. I don't know if I have something like ADHD that I haven't been diagnosed, but it just feels like something very ADHD-like, where I will just if I do play a video game, I will play it for like 5 days straight, finish it, and then I'll be done. And then not play video games for a while, and then something else will come along and I would do the same thing. Recently I played Dome Keeper, which is a really fun game. It's kind of a roguelike with resource management.
Yeah, I have a friend who plays a lot of Dome Keeper. I have 2 friends who play a lot of Dome Keeper. May in chat is one of the best Dome Keeper players in the world. She would never let me actually say that about her. Like, if she were here, she would start yelling at me right now. I mean, she's in chat, but you know.
Yeah,
a fun game.
I've really enjoyed it. I love the aesthetic, that sort of pixelated, almost retro-like aesthetic's quite nice. Loop Hero is another one that I really enjoyed, which I got the inspiration from your stream, JORBS, ages ago. That one's a pretty fun one.
I am stunned by Loop Hero because most games... Like, I played Loop Hero when it released, and I enjoyed it a lot, and then, you know, moved on. And then I came back to it, like, I don't know, maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years later or something, and played it some more. I still enjoyed it, which is often the case. Often I still enjoy a game, even after I've stopped playing it for stream. But what blew my mind was that, like, those streams got some of the best viewership of any streams that I've done in the past year.
Oh,
when
really?
I had, like, a week of doing Loop Hero this year. Like, people showed up to watch that. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe it's the music. It's, like, so entrancing. And then you just go around in a circle. I don't know.
Yeah, games like that. I occasionally play Spire, but I tend to play the Spire. I like the daily challenges, just because it's short and it's a good way to make sure I have a lunch break, because I work from home. For those who don't know, so it's just like, cool, I'm done with work, and then we'll do like a daily challenge on Slay the Spire, and it's like, cool, I'm done. I've had my food, and I'll just get back to work.
Yeah, I don't usually play the daily challenges, but I feel like that's more a fault of my own than a fault of the daily challenges.
Sure.
I have friends who have been playing the daily challenge almost every day for like 3 years and get really into it. And every time they talk about it, I wish that I could find the same joy. But I think for me, I just want the game to be the same every time I play it. And so the modifiers for me are
For sure.
like undesirable chaos instead of a fun change or whatever. How was hiking in England? I imagine it would be cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good. You need to be prepared for the weather because the weather can turn badly at any point. But yeah, it's nice. Where I live in the northwest, there's a lot of green. There's a lot of countryside. So as someone who's from the countryside, it is just really nice just to be, get to touch grass, to put it in a more simple way. It's also just nice to reset as well, considering it's really easy just to be on near a screen all the time.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Working from home and just the compulsiveness just to be on phones or whatever, which we all kind of do just out of habit. It's just nice to take half a day off on a weekend and just I'm just gonna go for a long walk and just throw on a podcast or two and then just go wherever.
Alright, so this week I am raising money, we are raising money for Free2Luv, which is a charity which funds art programs for kids and teaches love and self-acceptance, and also love and acceptance of others. And I've been trying to focus the last week of my year on positives from online communities and gaming and life, but mostly with an angle toward online communities and gaming. And so the thing I was thinking about talking to you about was your long-distance relationship, because
Yes.
you have met someone through gaming, and now you're looking at an international move, potentially.
Yes. So I've been dating my partner now for, times that circle. I want to say it's roughly 2 years. But I've known them for about 3.5. So my partner's in the Magic the Gathering circle. And we just got talking through Twitter because apparently that's just the dating site these days. So we were in the same circle for Magic. We kind of knew of each other at this point, but not actually know each other talking wise. But we're both really big Simpsons fans. So often we would just talk Simpsons on our own separate tweets or whatever, and then that became a thing, and we started talking about Simpsons. And then I think it was when the first time my partner messaged me, it was a sliding into DMs thing, just talking about Simpsons, and then it just snowballed from there. It's just one of those things, and it's long distance relationships are hard. They're weird. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone who has any sanity, but I'm thankful it happened. It's just very, very challenging.
Yes, I did 3 years of long distance in my life and don't intend to anymore.
Yeah.
A lot of respect for how hard that can be.
It's difficult, and when people say it's easy, I wonder what they mean by that, because I don't know in a world where it's easy, unless you're being tremendously casual about it, which you might be. I'm not going to tell people how to have their relationships, but when you're close to 4,000 miles apart and on a different time zone at this point, it is challenging.
Ross is your partner's name, is that right?
Ross, yes, sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
Ross is my partner.
I knew that. I'm proud of me for yes. All right. I'm so bad with names, but I got that one.
That's same.
Does he work in magic as well? Like, does he have a magic 9 to 5? I guess is.
He doesn't have a magic 9 to 5.
Do you have a 9 to 5?
I mean, I have a 9 to 5. It's working for TCG Player. So
Sure,
TCG Player is a full-time job for me. But with Ross, he does a lot of he does commentary as well, and he does I guess he's more of a contractor, I guess is the way to put it, where he'll do commentary for places, he'll do the occasional like thing, but it's not full-time. It gives him a lot of freedom to do what he wants, and coupled with the fact that where he lives in Virginia is also quite affordable, so he doesn't need to work as much as well. So it means he gets to do more stuff he wants to do.
Sure.
So, which is great, you know. So yeah, he does magic stuff as well. I am more full-time magic, just because of the nature of my job and my employment. So yeah, it does work out. We surprisingly don't talk a lot about magic, which is kind of nice.
Yeah,
and it's not intentional.
Simpsons are.
Yeah.
I watched a really good video essay about The Simpsons, titled "Are the Simpsons Good Again?" Which, as someone who watched The Simpsons growing up as a kid and then stopped watching largely just because I grew to an age where I was watching other stuff, I never really stopped enjoying The Simpsons. I don't even. Why did I stop watching The Simpsons? Why do we stop watching The Simpsons as we get older, Emma?
There was a point where it just went really bad, which is where I dropped off.
Maybe it was because it got bad.
Yeah, I stopped watching. So I would watch it regularly when it was on TV when I was a child, growing up. I think it got to around season 13, season 14, where it started to get really bad. And then it's just like, I think there was other TV shows coming out, other cartoons and animated shows coming out at the time that just kind of took over and were more relevant, I guess.
Yes. Well, the title of this video essay was "Are the Simpsons Good Again?" And the person basically watched every season of The Simpsons and rated them based on how often they made him laugh or something like that. It was a really fun video essay and made me appreciate how incredible that show is.
Yeah.
This has been around for a long time.
I really enjoy the first 10 seasons of The Simpsons, which is the time frame that me and Ross tend to like do quotes and references, because it's basically our second language, which is it's a cute thing to have in a relationship. You all have your own language, and Simpsons is ours.
Yes, I have a language for talking to my cat son. That's as close as I get these days. Squirrels did long distance for 2 years, and they are expecting their first child in July. That's exciting.
Congrats.
Yeah, one of the nice things about aging a little bit as a content creator and having a community of people who have been sometimes watching for years at this point, and also who, like, my audience is aging with me. I do not appeal as much to the young folk as I did when I started, although I don't know if I ever did. I certainly wasn't ever hip with the kids. One of the really cool things is, like, you get to see people going through these major life events and having incredible, like, celebrating defending their PhD or getting married, or hey, I just got proposed to, or it's so wonderful. So it's easy to be overwhelmed by negative things in the online space, but it's not hard at all to find positive ones. I am playing. You have my stream up?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I've been playing Spire alongside chatting with people, which is not too bad because I'm playing on difficulty 0 basically.
Yeah.
Although I've been surprised by how much difficulty 0 manages to hold up. And this run is kind of breaking my brain. So sometimes I am stopping talking and it's because I have no idea what I'm meant to be doing. I apologize for that.
Fine. That's okay. Thinking is hard.
Mm-hmm. What's up with that?
I know, right?
I think I would appreciate a new brain. I feel like my brain
Same.
worked a bit better, like, I don't know, maybe pre-pandemic. Maybe it was something about being inside for so long, or maybe it's just getting older.
I put mine down to age and catching COVID.
Hmm. Do you feel like you have long COVID? Is that a
I
thing?
don't think I have long COVID. I mean, it's just hard to tell, right?
Sure.
It's really hard to just, you know, say I have this thing.
Mhm.
But I wouldn't be lying that I haven't felt the same since catching COVID.
That's rough.
If that makes sense. It's pretty brutal, and I hope everyone is staying safe where they can.
So, what was cool about your trip to the US? And we talked about how you two met on Twitter. Okay, actually, I wanna hear about the message. Who made the move, Emma?
Oh, Ross made the move.
Okay.
Ross definitely made the move. I believe he was a little tipsy at this point as well, because he said because years later he said he was quite nervous. So it was a liquid courage message, from what I can gather. And I just thought he was being polite because I kind of knew him around the magic scene anyway, so I knew he wasn't like a weirdo or just you know the way it is in social media and online and stuff.
Yes. I
So
have
I
never
knew-
been a woman on social media, but
Right.
I certainly have
so I
friends
knew-
who are. Yeah.
it wasn't like an ill intent, bad-natured like message. So it was just like, I think it was something along the lines of, it's really like refreshing to talk to someone, or just have someone in the space that knows all these Simpsons references. It's nice to feel valid. And I was like, oh yeah, no problem. Like Simpsons great. Like why wouldn't you, sort of thing. And then it just kind of went on from there, really. We just slowly started talking. You talk like once a week, and then it just progresses to like every other day, and then it's like daily, and then kind of just went from there. And then I had an opportunity, because I was going to the States last year with family, and we went to Charlotte, which is not too far. North Carolina is not too far from Virginia. So after spending time with family, I went out to Roanoke to meet Ross in person, and then the rest is history. So it was a combination of opportunities that led to the fact that I could meet Ross, because it's really hard to work. Like, you need to make these opportunities and take them when you can. Yeah, we just
like looking back
What?
at it now, is there anything that you would identify as like particularly important, or anything that you would have changed, maybe? Any expectation that you had going in that looking back you're like, that's not really quite how it worked out?
I kind of wish we had a better way to meet, because I met Ross. Yeah, I met Ross in Virginia. I think it was in Virginia or in somewhere. But it was also with his friends, and I kind of wish I kind of put my foot down and said, like, it'd be really cool just to meet one-to-one sort of thing. So I was also meeting Ross's friends as well as Ross at the same time, and it just felt a little overwhelming for someone
Sure.
that's a bit of an introvert. Considering I'm making this big, bold move by visiting anyway, adding that on top was less than ideal, but I worked for it fine. So it wasn't a disaster.
Yes, I'm an introvert myself. I have surprised myself with how much better I've managed to be as I've aged, I think. Working through situations like that. Like, especially with streaming, like meeting people at conventions and stuff like that, I can definitely say that I've gotten to a point where I can like turn on work mode socializing and glide through okay and everything. But then the difference is, I think for a lot of people, they'll do that for like a day and then they'll be like, oh, that was great. It was so great to talk to all of these people. Yay, it's go have dinner or whatever. And whereas I will finish my day at the convention or whatever and go like sit on my bed in like a fugue state for 2 hours. My girlfriend and I call it potato mode. Because she's always really excited to see me after I'm done with work, and I'm like, I'm gonna need to be in potato mode for like an hour or so before I'm there with you. Sorry.
You just need to decompress and recharge the battery. I'm very similar.
Yeah.
Especially when I've gone to like Magic conventions. While it's really cool to meet people and hang out and stuff, I will take like 2 hours away from the convention just to lay down and stare at a dark ceiling and just unwind. And I feel so much better for it.
Yeah, brains are so weird.
Brains are weird, and it's just nice to be in a desensitized space. I like having contrast.
Contrast
in that if I'm in a loud, bustly, bright space for however long, I also take comfort in the fact that I can sit in a very quiet, dark, not lonely, but solitary place where I can just recharge and not say a word.
I have a lot of... My house is very brightly decorated. Like, I have a Barbie doll blue wall and a pink couch that I can look at as I look to my left while I'm streaming and stuff like that. And then I have very loud abstract art in my stairwell and stuff like this. For me, my contrast is like, after work I have been sitting in a chair in an environment which is like pretty fun and interesting to a lot of people who are playing a game, and that's cool and everything, but it's also somewhat two-dimensional.
Yes.
And sometimes I will stand up from my chair and like miss the third dimension of life. And so I've tried to bring contrast into my life in sort of the other direction, where you're wanting to go from a convention which is loud and three-dimensional to somewhere quiet. I'm wanting to go from streaming, which is go from that to something a little bit more loud.
I do contrast in that way sometimes. So if I'm working during the day and I either finish up early or I have like a lighter afternoon, I will just take 2 hours, like a 2-hour block, and just go for a long walk somewhere if the weather's nice. Just as another way to contrast myself from being, hey, I've been stuck in my apartment working at a desk, you know, sitting or whatever. I kind of want to just go for a long walk and grab a pint somewhere, and then come back and finish my day.
Sure.
Just having that reset is really, really, it's really refreshing, but it's also really liberating.
Did you find that hard in COVID times when stuff was shut?
Yes, it was very difficult. I think a lot of people found that. difficult.
A huge part of my day was like taking a walk with a destination, like going to a bar or going to get dinner or breakfast or whatever. And then the destination's all shut, and I was like, what do I do?
Fortunately, during lockdowns in the UK, granted they were lockdowns, but they were relatively soft in some places. So they were like, you can go outside to go for a run or go for a walk or something, but it can't be too long or, you know, in bustly places. So I would take a jog around the block for like 20 minutes just because it's something. Granted, it didn't mean I couldn't go anywhere. It was just something to do because being stuck inside for so long, it's just basically cabin fever at this point.
We never shut down to quite the level of... Like, all of our stores were shut, but in terms of you going places, it was like, well, the places are shut, so you won't have much to do there, but...
Yeah, the only places that were open in the UK were just convenience stores and supermarkets on occasion. But it was just wild when it was happening because I lived in a different part of England at this point, and I lived near like a busy road where you could just hear cars whizzing past all the time. But the second lockdown happened, it was just dead silent, and it was just really weird. It was kind of nice because it was quiet, but it was also weird because you knew why it was quiet.
Right.
You just never really experienced it before until it happened.
Yes, I used to live in a suburb of Seattle, which had a lot of traffic of people going to work in the morning and then coming home at night. And that was remarkable to me that all of that traffic just wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like, wow, this is what we could have had, kind of thing. It's just like, wow, cars are just bad.
Yeah, a bit of that. I also felt lonely, though. Would have been nice if it was replaced by, like, people being out and about in communal space. But that's not what we got.
Yeah, America doesn't really have walkable cities, right?
No, we have walkable colleges sometimes.
Okay. That is one thing I am thankful for in England. Everything is very walkable. Because I don't drive, because I know I can walk and use public transport. And just, you know, not having to be imprisoned in a car, which is kind of nice.
I also do not drive. I wouldn't recommend not driving in the US.
For sure. I know when I eventually move to the US, I'm certain I'll know how to get like a driving license.
But I definitely have a large appreciation for the value of not having to drive.
Yeah. And it's just weird having those conversations. Like, I have it with my partner sometimes, where I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to walk to, like, the supermarket, and it's, like, a 25-minute walk. And, like, to me, that's nothing. That's just normal for me. But for my partner, it's like, wow, that's, like, 25 minutes is so long. And it's like, well, yeah, I can just actually walk there.
It's comfortable. It's a good idea to walk. What did my friend tell me? 30 minutes a day or something. It's like a minimum of exercise. My friend is a exercise person. What do you call it? A fitness trainer? Something like that. And at some point told me that 30 minutes walk a day was really important to me. Probably when I was complaining about how I sat inside and never went outside and felt terrible all the time. She was like, well... Would you like sympathy or an observation? I don't know if I'm getting feeds here. Did your microphone break again?
Yeah. It's all good now, though.
Okay. What?
Excuse me.
Okay. There is no rush. I have Spire enemies to defeat and or die to, so, yeah. Have you considered exercise and fresh air? Gosh, yeah.
I love those things.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you can play recreational sports and fresh air. Then you're also getting exercise.
What's your sport of choice?
So I really like badminton. And I also like tennis. Tennis is a good one.
Tennis might be my favorite spectator sport, or maybe ice hockey, which I've never
Ice
actually
hockey's
played.
great.
Never played ice hockey.
Ice hockey, watching the NHL is my favorite sport to watch.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good.
Huh. I'm interested that you agree. There's something about the exact pacing of it, something, which I think it shares with tennis. Like, the right amount of stuff happens per minute. Which doesn't mean that tons of stuff happens. It's just like the right amount of stuff.
I just like the momentum.
Mm-hmm.
You can have really like fast-paced tennis or hockey, or it can be really slow, but it's still really interesting. Mm-hmm. I also find it gets quite passionate as well, which is something you get in tennis and hockey. You're dealing with a lot of tension. But also, I also enjoy watching cricket, which is something you know about, Jorbs.
Uh-huh. That's what we first talked about, right?
Yeah, we talked about the Ashes. And I was surprised you're awake, so such a weird time to watch it.
You have to be, as an American. They don't schedule cricket for the American viewing audience, which is very upsetting. I am very surprised that cricket doesn't do better in the US than it does, because it is just Ascension 20 baseball. And people say they like baseball. And also the people who like baseball a lot try to make it more complex and nuanced than it is. Which, like, credit to them. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. But, like, cricket already exists.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that. You could just watch cricket. And, I don't know. Somehow this is just not widely recognized.
Sounds like you need to move to England, Jorbs.
No, I'll just change America instead. I can fix it.
National Cricket League. Let's go.
I think they're doing something like that pretty soon.
I wouldn't be surprised.
There's like a T20 tournament system starting up, which I saw there was a Seattle team for, so I was excited to watch them. And then I found out that actually all of the games are being played at like 2 different stadiums in Texas or something like that. So it's not...
Huh.
Yeah. Not quite what I was expecting. But hopefully, if it gets good viewership and interest, it will expand.
Yes, T20 cricket is really fun to watch. And I think that is the ticket to make cricket interesting internationally.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's short enough, but enough happens to make it interesting.
Yeah, it is wonderful to watch cricket for 5 days if you like watching cricket, but it's not so great if you don't like watching cricket.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when a 5-day cricket match can result in a tie.
Uh-huh.
As well.
One of the glorious things about the beautiful sport.
I grew up watching Test cricket so I'm used to the long form cricket, but I can understand why people don't like it.
Yeah. The way that club cricket works is actually pretty contentious right now, because for a long time, cricket was something that was funded by national governments for international play. So a large amount of the funding was coming from taxpayers for a country to have a cricket team. And the cricket team would make money off of ticket sales and stuff, but like the advertising and marketing and everything element of it wasn't really taking over that much. And recently, in the last maybe 10 years, cricket has become more of a commercial product, and especially in India, there are tournaments where players are being paid tons and tons and tons of money to fly to India for a few months and play for a team, and tickets are selling out, and sponsorships are pretty significant. I think they have a bit of the sports betting sponsorship stuff going on that you're seeing in quite a few sports recently.
Yeah.
Which creates kind of a rift in the player base, where some people are not playing for their national team even though they are good enough to be on it, because they're going to prioritize going to India for a few months to play for a club team there and make a ton of money. I don't feel like cricket has quite solved that in the way that soccer... I don't know if soccer successfully solved it, but soccer like has breaks for international play, where like the club teams will stop playing for a bit and all the international players will go play their international tournament or friendlies or whatever. And cricket doesn't quite have that as much, I don't think. It's a puzzle at the moment. I was reading about David Warner saying that he wouldn't play like Australian cricket anymore and was going to go on the T20 circuit. I was reading that this morning before I started stream, and I was thinking about like, what does that even mean?
Well, I imagine now you have, but just because there's so many different formats of cricket, you will just have specialists in a particular type of format. So you'll have T20 specialists that will just do nothing but play T20 cricket. And I imagine there will be players that will play nothing but Test cricket because that's what they want to do. I imagine there'll be more T20 cricket players these days just because it's more lucrative financially.
Right.
And considering cricket doesn't always pay super well, when you've got, as you said, when you've got Indian teams wanting the best talent for the IPL, you know, you can go there for 3 months and make a year's salary. And
sometimes more than that, yeah.
Sometimes more if you're really good, and if you win the IPL, you know, it becomes a huge amount of money.
Do they get paid extra for performance as well? Maybe I should become a cricket player.
You have to get paid for like winning something, right? You must get some sort of bonus or some sort of incentive.
I don't actually know how that works in professional sports. It does sound sensible. It sounds immensely reasonable. I don't actually know how it works though.
But I do like watching the IPL. IPL is great.
Yes, it is a good time.
It gets very serious very quickly.
They have good highlights as well.
Yes.
No complaints here. Burlakai says that Cricket and Spire have to have decent overlap in the skill sets, which I think is probably true. They're both very strategically rich games. I've run out of similarities now. Worth reading the story of Ricky Williams' NFL contract. Tell me the story of Ricky Williams' NFL contract. Twitch chat. Asking Twitch chat to tell you something is always a bit hit or miss, because there's a decent chance that they like left already. They just like wrote the comment and then disappeared. And then even if they are still here, like now I've just committed myself to waiting an indefinite amount of time for somebody to write up a response to my question. Do you think that Magic the Gathering will ever have a huge seen like that sort of thing?
What, competitively?
Magic sort of has a competitive scene. I mean, it does have a competitive scene, but
It had a really good tournament. And this was pre-pandemic. It was something called the World Magic Cup,
okay.
which was basically where it was like the World Cup, what you have in soccer, but with teams of Magic players from their countries.
Sure.
And you would have to play a national, like a big event in your country to be on the team. If you earned like X amount of points and you did so well in a competitive Magic season, you would get to play for, you know, the USA for the World Magic Cup. And it was very similar to, you know, like the Soccer World Cup, where you would just play against different countries, and then there would be like a top 8, and then a quarterfinal, semi-final, and then a final, and then there will be a World Magic Cup winner, and it will be whatever country. And that was really fun. It was probably one of the best Magic events like ever, because it had this really fun community spirit.
Sure.
And you could get behind like your country, so you could cheer on England or whoever, and it was just really, really fun. And you got to see a lot of like the high-end pro players, like the super good players, because they were good enough to play in the World Magic Cup.
But then it was teams as well, so sometimes you'd see your really high school pro player paired with someone else who had qualified, so it wasn't necessarily the teammate they were used to. Yeah. It could be It could be someone like you, in quotation marks.
Yeah. I could play against JORBS in the World Magic Cup, you know. That could be a scenario that happened, you know, using this. But unfortunately they got rid of it, which is a huge shame, because it was pretty fun. It was competitive, but it was also light-hearted, but it also brought a big community spirit, which is something I think Pro Magic is struggling with right now.
Yeah.
But it was also just expensive, like a lot of things.
I laughed at it. Unfortunately, they got rid of it. I feel like so many times as players of games, the punchline to any story we have about something we really loved is when they got rid of it.
Yeah. But that was the closest I think Woods has ever got to Magic being of like that sporting structure, if that makes sense.
Sure.
That we're familiar with when it comes to like cricket, the Olympics, and football. Also, cricket's really fun to play. I used to play it as a kid.
What was your role on the team?
I was the batsman. I was the one that opened.
Ooh, opening batter.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pressure.
It is a lot of pressure.
How old did you play up to?
I played, let me figure this out from so I was playing in high school, which is like your secondary school.
Yeah, that's fairly...
It was in my teens.
Yeah. I think I stopped playing when I was 12.
Yeah. But I also picked up badminton at this point as well, which was really fun. And I enjoyed that much more than cricket. It was also easier to find people to play with compared to cricket. I was an opener. But I was also fine in the field as well.
I was a batting all-rounder.
Very good.
I bowled uninspiring medium pacers. I mean, I was 12 when I stopped, so not really, but you know. And for my entire life, though, I had grown up playing cricket in the hallway of my parents' house. I lost count of how many times me and my friend broke the light bulb, because it wasn't like an inset light bulb, it was a hanging light, and we were playing cricket in the hallway with a tennis ball. That light had been destroyed several times over. And I always bowled spin to my friend, because there was no room for a run-up, so you couldn't get momentum into your delivery. So I bowled off spin. And
Nice.
the last over that I ever bowled, like the coaches were always like, no, you have to bowl medium pace, you can't bowl off spin in the game, etc, etc, etc. The last over that I ever bowled, I got up there and bowled off spin and took 4 wickets. It was a 4-wicket maiden. And then I moved to the
nice.
US.
Very good.
Yeah.
A
What could have
4-wicket maiden
been?
is excellent.
What could have been? I think actually I might have bowled a wide. That might have been 4 wickets, 2 dots, and a wide.
Still pretty good.
Bowled off spin, took 4 wickets. It was a maiden. None of those words mean anything. Srab has just called himself maidenless.
To answer Tepek's question about the cost of cricket, as in for people to try and get into it, like the cost of getting into cricket is quite low. The hardest thing is just finding people to play with. Getting like a pair of bats and like a ball is cheap. It's really cheap. You can also get something called we call it rounders in the UK, which is a bit more like softball, which has a similar baseball bat,
right?
Yeah, and you have like a tennis ball. But cricket itself is pretty cheap. But if your kids really want to start playing for, say, like a school team and want to take it seriously, then it does get expensive because you have, pads and helmets, and you need a good quality cricket bat. And those all add up. But in terms of just like going to the park and playing with your kids and playing cricket, it is cheap compared to something like hockey.
Yeah, it's a bit more like soccer, and like you need very, very minimal equipment to play cricket. I used to play with like a tennis ball and our hands with friends sometimes at lunchtime in school, where you just hit the ball with your hand instead of using a bat, and the rules are all the same, but you just don't need a bat anymore.
Yeah.
Yes, but then once you reach the point where somebody is bowling a leather ball at your head at 140 kilometers an hour, you have to start purchasing a helmet and padding and things like that, and that starts to add up.
Yes. But for a casual thing to do every other weekend with your children, it is, I can't imagine it being more than like $30-40.
I always used to con my parents into buying me an ice cream afterwards. So, that adds another couple of dollars.
The JORBS ice cream tax.
Yeah. That was one of my fondest memories of childhood with my dad, was that he coached my cricket team for one summer.
Nice.
Yeah. He was a very impartial coach, to the point, I would say, of even like ignoring me at times because I was his son and he didn't want to be playing favorites. But it was still really nice. It was fine. What games have really impressed you this year? You mentioned Loop Hero. Did you play Loop Hero before this year?
No, I played Loop Hero this year. That was really fun. Dome Keeper, as I mentioned earlier, was really, really fun. When it comes to playing video games, I don't play the stuff that's like recent. So I still need to play Baldur's Gate 3. But I'm one of these people that's happy to wait 6 months to a year, like wait for the patches to come out, and then
I think it's 10% off right now. Just saying.
I'll like take a week off work and I will just play it, because it's the kind of game that requires a lot of attention because there's just so much you can do. And
yeah, you might
it's not the
need
kind...
3 weeks off work for that one.
Sure,
Baldur's
but
Gate
it's
3
not
is a lot.
It's a lot. It looks to be amazing. I'm a fan of the first two. But it's just, I don't want to give the game any discredit by just having work stuff and other commitments. I just solely want to focus on Baldur's Gate 3 when I can.
Sure.
So I think early next year I'm just going to take some time off for myself and just become a hermit and play Baldur's Gate 3, and it's gonna be great. So yeah, I don't really play any there's very few games that I play that have just are just released. I just tend to pick them up, when I have time, and whether there's a good sale or whatever. Dave the Diver was one recent one that I enjoyed.
What was that, sorry?
I don't know if you Dave the Diver.
Yeah, I played a few
I
hours
enjoyed
of
that
it.
one.
It got overwhelming, all of the, like, there was always another thing to incorporate. I got a
Yeah.
bit overwhelmed with it.
But
Aseth claims that
often,
I'm the best bowler in cricket history for my 4-wicket maiden, which, again, I don't think I was actually a maiden. I'm pretty sure I bowled it wide. Also, I was bowling to, like, 11-year-olds who had probably never seen the ball spin before.
and in
So,
a hallway.
yeah. Yeah. Oh, this was
Impressive what
at a
hallway
pitch.
cricket.
This was at a pitch. This was like a Saturday kids league game.
Sure.
My practice had all been in a hallway with the tennis ball on carpet though. So
Got it.
I probably have something weird about how my left hand is constructed, actually, because I grew up bowling a lot of spin. Nowadays in cricket, so cricket's fascinating because the ball bounces. So whereas in baseball, there are ways you can make the ball move through the air, which can change how a pitch curves or drops or floats or what have you. In cricket, you still have all of that, and the ball has a seam, kind of like in baseball, which can make it move different ways in the air. But you also have the ball contacting the ground, which means that the ball can bounce off the seam to deviate, or the ball can be spinning when it impacts with the ground to change direction, and what have you. And it's very hard at the speed that balls are being bowled to actually tell how the spin of the ball is going to change how it changes direction when it lands. And there are people in cricket now who, like, somebody worked out how to deliver a certain delivery in a way that was very deceptive 30 years ago by bending their finger the wrong way and then making it pop as they let go of the ball to create spin in a direction that looked impossible. And then kids grew up bowling that way to try to replicate it, and their hands are just, like, built differently from normal human hands because they started doing that at age 2 or something.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy what people can do with a cricket ball.
Yeah.
Like spins and whatnot.
I've really enjoyed, this was probably during the Ashes or something, the commentators were talking about how the world of cricket has shrunk with so much video being available of everyone bowling and stuff like that. If someone works out a bowling technique, everyone will study it and work out how to do it. And you said, especially with pace bowlers who are just trying to bowl the ball fast, they all understand, like, how everybody's holding the ball and making it do certain things and stuff, and they're getting really good at understanding that. But there are some deliveries that there's just, like, only 1 or 2 people in the world who can do that because your hand has to be malformed.
Yeah.
Maybe malformed is the wrong word. Better formed instead.
It's not exactly common to do that, but it's something that people do. And then you have the whole situation of tampering with the ball, which is a very serious thing you can do in cricket and get in trouble for.
That's a thing in baseball too. Americans are familiar with ball tampering. Yeah. We know all about that here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, pitchers get random searches after they pitch in baseball games now.
Really?
Yes, like the umpire will inspect their hands for any sort of sticky substance and look at their cap or something like that.
I know there was a time where cricket players would have like lip balm and they would try and use that to tamper the ball. And I remember one time a cricket player got in trouble for it because they actually used their lip balm because they're in the sun or whatever to protect their skin. They were using that to like grease up the ball, basically. It's just like,
there's a bunch of stuff with COVID too. When COVID hit, people stopped being allowed to use saliva on the ball, which was
Yes.
previously allowed, which is kind of gross.
That is very gross.
Yep. But that's the game.
Oh, cricket.
I saw somebody got in trouble for using saliva on the ball recently. And then there was a whole discussion about if the pandemic's over. I don't know if you've seen infection rates recently. Doesn't look like it is.
I have, unfortunately. Yeah. There's a new
Yeah.
strand and everything, right?
Yep.
But they shouldn't have done it in the first place. Putting saliva on a ball is just really gross.
Yeah, it is. Wow. N18 says when they pitched in high school, they would put a ton of gel in their hair and use that. Admitting to ball tampering.
How dare you? Well, there's also chewing gum. That was another common one that you saw in cricket. Which is also gross because you're using saliva.
The craziest thing in baseball to you lately is electronic pitch calling. Catcher has a remote that signals to an in-ear piece to the pitcher. Is that because they were worried about, like, sign stealing?
Oh yeah, sandpaper was another good one, as BBK mentions.
So the Australian team had this huge snafu where like 3 of them were collaborating to sneak sandpaper into matches and use it to tamper with the ball. And they got banned from play for some amount of time and everything. And then I think it was the Australian cricket team itself like hired documentary filmmakers to make a documentary about how like their return to glory and how they were no longer bad and stuff. And there's this really bizarre and lengthy documentary series about the Australian cricket team going to England to play in the Ashes after that cheating scandal. It's one of the weirdest pieces of content that I've ever seen. I didn't make it all the way through. That. I didn't make it all the way through. I can't recommend it. I don't want to
watch it.
It is. It's worth watching an episode and just being like, "Wow, this exists," and then probably stop watching after that.
Yeah.
It's on Amazon. Yeah. Do you have any closing thoughts, Emma?
Not really. It's been a delightful conversation. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's fun to game with friends.
We are all gamers, after all.
What are you looking forward to in 2024 about that?
What is it with your chat and cat girls?
I think it's just Mayashi.
Okay.
No. Well, Mayashi loves cat girls, and then Mayashi has a supporting faction who really want to help Mayashi find out if other people like cat girls as well.
Okay. Context is important, thank you. What am I looking forward to next year? Looking forward to seeing my partner, because we all know LDRs are difficult. I'm looking forward to traveling a little bit. I spent a lot of time in the US last year for relationship reasons, but it's going to be nice to travel to... I'm going to be traveling around Europe for a couple of Magic events, and I'm going to spend some time outside of those events just like visiting places and being a tourist during the summer, so that's going to be quite nice. And just honestly, just kind of relax. Last year, I say last year, I mean this year. This year was kind of stressful, so it's just going to be really nice to just do my own thing and just kind of have some self-care.
Self-care is important.
Yes.
And accountability. This is... Sorry. Somebody... One of my guests, 2 days ago now, said it was really important to to make sure that you were having fun while you were gaming. And if you weren't having fun, you had to take a time out and step away for a bit until you're ready to come back again. And you had to hold yourself accountable for that. And I
know so many Magic players that could use that advice.
It's great advice, right?
It's really good advice.
I've been chuckling to myself nonstop ever since then about how bad I am at that. I don't think I'm very good at doing that. I think if I get frustrated with a game, it just makes me want to play it more. It's like, that's when I get really into it.
But then again, I'm someone, if there's like a high emotional situation, or there's a situation that's like frustrating me or angering me, just taking a step back is my way of dealing with it, because, you know, you need to have boundaries. I don't know if that's the right word, but it's good to take a step back because things would just get worse otherwise.
Unless they turn around and you start enjoying yourself and actually they get better. You never know for sure. Maybe my contrasting advice will be, if you're having a bad time gaming, just try harder. I'm not being serious. Thank you. Skill issue. Thank you, Emma, for joining me. This has been lovely. It is always great to chat with you. I hope that you and Ross have exciting times in this coming year. And that your time back in England is well as well. Get some good walks in spring.
Hell yeah. And we need to talk about cricket, so.
Yes, always.
All right, then. Talk soon.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
What's the oatmeal comic about happiness, Nestarl? Yes, Emma does love cat girls. Why did you wait until you were off air to say that? Yeah, you can link it. Thanks for gifting us up to Emma Esrab. How to be perfectly unhappy. I'm not a happy person. When I tell people this, they infer that I am unhappy. They assume my status is binary. Either I'm a joyous triumph or a miserable wretch. Recognize no spectrum, only two states of being, happy and unhappy. But I've never felt happy. I felt joy, I felt bliss, but those feelings are ephemeral. Being happy implies permanence. It implies you completed all the prerequisites and now you sit atop your giant pile of happy forever. It implies you won, you beat the end boss, you made it. You're a triumph, you're incredible, you're whole. When I disparage this idea of happiness, the counter-argument is always the same. Oh, I know, it's all about the journey. But that's not it either. The conversation about the journey is always coupled with the idea that the journey is a joyous one, rich with smiles and fun and laughter. Also, journeys require endpoints. Otherwise, you're not Frodo, you're just a homeless guy wandering around with stolen jewelry. I mean, I think that's fine. But yeah, sure. The problem with happy is a lot like the problem with Pluto several years ago. Is it? I like this comic. It's very long. It's very long. I'm not going to read it all on stream. It seems lovely, though. It seems lovely. So I have Surge coming on in half an hour. And I will decompress a bit and get ready for more social time. Can I run you through the lines of a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, please? Sure. Do you want to hear about my Season 3 of The Simpsons deck? I didn't get up and walk around yet. Let me die to Guardian. And then I'm all about getting up and walking around. But first I want to die to Guardian. This is a very bad silent run so far. It was not a good start. And it's improved a little bit, but not very much. Yeah, I sort of see where the message is going this though. I have read such messages before. It's a big thing with social media too. The whole, like, toxic happiness thing. Oh, I have bouncing plus, now I just win the run. It's lucky. Only positive vibes. I guess I meant to play this just in case. Maybe I save the 2 health and then use Gambler's Brew if I miss. I don't know. I did lose myself 2 health by doing that. You wonder if the happiness book writers were happy while writing their motivation book. Maybe. I know people who have done a lot of work on themselves and reached a point where they feel that they are happy and who want to tell other people about how they reached that point. I don't think that's an unreasonable experience for a person to have. I also know of instances where someone has been miserable and has... I think one part of it is you can kind of fake it till you make it sometimes in life. Sometimes people do that with happiness, where it's like, we are not happy, but we will write a book about how to become happy, and in doing so, maybe we will work it out. I don't know if everyone has. Everyone who has tried to do that, but some people maybe have. I do a great interview/conversation. I think so this time. I feel like I do okay at it. I don't know if I'd say great. I think for me, a very important part of like really doing a good conversation is paying attention to what the other person's saying, and so the fact that I'm playing Slay the Spire at the same time means I would never say that I'm doing great here. Like I'm mostly paying attention to what people are saying, to be clear, but I have distracting factors going on as well. I guess we take Runic Dome. I feel like I took Runic Dome last Silent Run too. Was that a Silent Run? I don't remember. True Nastarl. Oh no, I don't know what they're doing. Oh no, the consequences of my actions. That's unlucky. Takeaways that have stood out to me from playing low Ascension again. I've been surprised at how lethal some of the fights can be, even at low Ascension. I was not expecting, like in particular, like there are some low Ascension, like Act 1 boss fights that are actually pretty hard. What else? I'm sure I have said things out loud that I can't necessarily think of right now. Oh, a lot of people thought that I would play greedier because I was playing at low Ascension, which has not been my experience at all. I've been playing... Like, I took 4 damage commons in this Silent Act 1. And the reason for that is that it has felt like I don't need to have as strong a deck at the end of the run, and so it is fine to be focusing on surviving until I can get to the end of the run. I need to remove more strikes. I have way too many strikes in my deck. You went to the doctor recently and mentioned you were sad. The doctor said not to worry as the great streamer JORBS was in town. You should go see him and you would cheer up. But you were JORBS the entire time. Wait, you're JORBS? Pretty sure I'm JORBS. I'm playing the Chemical X declined opening a lot lately. I finished not dying to Guardian and still didn't get up. What do you want me to do? Stand up and like walk around in a circle? I'm feeling fine. You want me to stand up and walk around in a circle? What if I don't wanna? What is difficulty, really? A great question. Imagine if I ever drew Calculated Gamble. Or Crippling Cloud. Crippling Cloud's the card I actually cared about there. I don't know why I said Calculated Gamble. Probably because I was reading it. Alright, fine. Shall we do jumping jacks and push-ups, chat? I'll race you to 50 jumping jacks and 20 push-ups. None of you can beat me. Burpees? Alright. 10 burpees first, and then those other ones. What are burpees? Does anybody remember? On the upper floor, you'll do squats. Alright, cool. Burpee. Oh, I don't. Right here. This. Like that. I don't know if that's actually a burp. What's that, like 15? Yeah, I'm not doing the other shit. Those are hard. Alright. Now I have to try not to die as I recover. They say the important part of fitness is recovery. I think that's from, like, a Tom Clancy novel or something. Oh, I forgot this attacks you. But this turn it doesn't attack you. Ten burpees, 50 jumping jacks, 20 push-ups. Holy shit. You actually went through with it? I'm sorry. I feel responsible for the pain you're currently feeling. This can actually deal me quite a lot of damage. And if I do liquid memories here, I stack the ritual dagger. I don't stack the ritual dagger, that was a lie. I understand why I thought that would work. I also understand why it didn't work in retrospect. Alright, what was the other stuff? 50 jumping jacks and 20 push-ups. I am not in good shape. That's such a reasonable timeout, May. At almost any other time in the history of the stream. Alright, what should I do next? I'm really, like, tuned into the suffering right now. This ritual dagger has not been stacking. Leg day, some squats maybe? We could do some squats. Squats donation incentive and you face away from the camera. How's it going, May? May. I think that might be workplace sexual harassment. Well-laid plans. Alright. Okay, I see. It's okay, I'm just a volunteer. Fair enough. What would I know anyway? I feel like with this start, maybe I don't have to use a bunch of potions. I don't know, we'll see. So that was the multi-attack. Also a multi-attack. This is for 18. That's kind of fine. I guess I'll play this. And we don't take damage anymore. Each one of our guys is gonna tear you apart when he does the sexual harassment and streaming video. He doesn't stream. Does he? Like he doesn't stream. You think he'll still make the video? Parados. Is this the video where he does it or where he exposes it? Twitch chat. He streamed that one time with AOC. Did he really? I didn't know that. That was not known to me. I think it was the workout. I think people saw me in motion and they were like, ooh, who is this? It's okay, I understand it. Ow. So there actually is stuff that you can know about Champ's AI. Like, I don't think Champ attacks me ever this turn. But I might be wrong. And then we have 3 turns where I think this turn I always get attacked. And then next turn I sometimes get attacked. Oh, I was wrong. I guess this turn I always get attacked then? Probably. All falling apart. Also, the AI might be different on this difficulty. I don't know. And I'm certainly not bothering to check. According to Wikipedia, H-Bomb made a video that caused a bunch of issues this month, and he deleted all his presence from the internet. That's, very close to what happened. Not quite what happened, though. Very close in the sense that it was the exact opposite. Yeah, I mean, you know. What do you want me to say? I'd like to play Flying Knee. No luck. Just realized Champ never gained a shield. Ooh, nice. Alright, I beat Champ. I'm still alive somehow. I don't understand it. I have 100 max HP. What? It's such a confusing run. Adrenaline? It feels like with Mummified Hand it shouldn't be that great, and Afterimage feels pretty good. I think I'm gonna take an Afterimage over it. Again, I have a Mummified Hand, so... And I guess that's... Fusion Hammer? Yeah. Thank you, Quambell. Was the other guy that delted everything? I lost any runs. I have. I have. Alright, May. How much has May donated so far? I think I've seen a donation from her yet. Donated $50. When? I believe you. But I don't think it was super recently. The internet never remembers shit like that, May. Hey, Surge. Thank you, kind sir, for the raid. How you doing? You arrived at a great time. May has just donated $50 for me to do squats facing away from the camera. That's what's happening here. Serge, if you want to jump on voice, I am in the Discord voice channel already. What counts as away from the camera? Hey Serge, how are you?
Hello, good morning.
Oh my gosh. Serge, we haven't hung out enough recently.
It has been a long and cold winter without our friendship. Tell me more about these squats, though.
My friend May. Well, we're doing a little bit of exercise today. Because one of my guests told me that I had to hold myself accountable and step away from gaming every now and then. He said specifically if I was having a bad time. I wouldn't say I'm having a bad time right now, but I'm trying to be accountable just in general. And so I've been doing a bit of exercise, which is fine. The Twitch chat's getting a little bit too into it. I think maybe.
I mean, that is the nature of chat, right? You take an idea and you just run with it. Now, I'll tell you what, I don't have a camera, but I will, in solidarity, match whatever it is you're doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if we're doing squats or stuff like that,
I mean, do you
we
have
are
a
doing
weight?
a fundraiser.
You have a weight? You have a weight. I've seen your weight.
Yeah, I got stuff. I mean, I guess yes. If you got weights as well, I don't know what it is, but yeah, in solidarity, maybe we could get some donation matching. Oh, good lord!
It looks like I'm working with 16 kilograms.
You know what? I have the same size of kettlebell. Do you want to give me a second? I'll run and I'll grab it.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll be right back.
Solidarity. Okay, chat. You're going to put Serge and I out of working backs. We're gonna be like out of commission for a week after this, and it will all be your fault. Cat, please normalize this. This is actually just guy stuff. Guys just do this all the time, actually. I wouldn't say that this is abnormal. Srab, thanks for the $50 donation match. Appreciate that. I don't know if I'm meant to take finesse or sadistic nature here. They both seem quite good. I don't actually have an envenom in my deck. That was a power potion for the champ fight. That makes sadistic nature a bit less good. It's a pretty
I'm back
good.
with weight.
All right. How many are we doing?
How many? I don't know. How many are we on the hook for?
Well, I usually do sets of 12. Also, I should do body weight a couple of times to make sure my form still works. I don't remember last time I did a squat. It's been a long winter.
So we're doing
like
squats, holding a weight to our chest or whatever? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And for chat, I just want them to know that I'll also stick my butt towards the camera, even though it's off.
Could you share your camera just in my chat with you, though?
Oh.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good.
All right. So all right. I'm gonna leave my microphone out and muted so you can hear me in the distance here.
How's
Are
my
we
form,
counting? What are we
chat?
doing here?
I'm just getting my form locked in.
All right. 1, 2, 3. A 1 again. 2.
I'm at 3, Serge.
Oh wait.
4.
3. I guess there's a whole set stream delay between us.
7. 8. 9. 10. 11. Honestly, that was kind of easy.
Well,
can
more
do some
donations
sets.
will do more, right?
You're welcome,
Well,
May.
5 minutes into joining you, and I'm already panting. This is.
God, yeah. God, yeah. It's the recovery that's the hard part. +3 strength from the lift. How much Slay the Spire have you played? I know you've played some.
I have, according to Steam, 493 hours.
Oh, you're a pro. All right, nice.
Why? I do okay. I'm a little out of breath, so give me a second.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I'll be honest. I found this person on Twitch who's pretty good at the game.
Okay.
And watching them help me out got me pretty good at it.
Nice. That was before I ever did loading ready run stuff, right? Yeah, it was. It was a while back. 'Cause I already knew
Yeah,
you.
well, I've been... Hold on. I have been subbed to your channel for 50 months?
Oh my god. Isn't the passage of time just kind of unreasonable?
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on, wait a minute. Yeah.
How is winter treating you? Are you still off on your grand adventure?
Yeah. So I guess should I give a little context, a little bit of an introduction to give people?
Yes, please do. Oh yeah, there
Yeah.
are people here who don't know you.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Hello, everybody. My name is Serge. I work with a Canadian content company called Loading Ready Run. We're known for sketch comedy as well as Magic the Gathering and just a bunch of other different variety stuff. I'm primarily known probably in the Magic the Gathering area for like the pre-releases we do, which showcase the Magic sets before they come out. And then my day job is I also have my own small channel where I do family-friendly like survival and strategy game content. So I'm a full-time content creator out in Canada focusing on family-friendly content and Magic content. And then I got the pleasure of meeting JORBS when we invited him, well, meet him in person, I suppose. We were aware of each other online. When we invited him to be a guest on our pre-release. And I do not remember what set that was.
Oh, you'd think I would. I think it had the word Kaladesh in it, maybe. It was the one with the X-Red Hasted Dragon that Voxy killed me and Ben with. I remember that dragon.
It was
very
you, Voxy,
vividly.
and Alan, right?
Yes, that's correct. It was a good weekend.
Red Hasty Dragon, man. That's every set has a Red Hasty Dragon. Ah.
Yeah, but it cost RX, and it was an XX dragon, so it was like
Okay.
quite specific. Shivan Devastator, that sounds right. Is MTG Bot still here? MTG Bot had a brief reign of terror in my channel, but I think it might have been banned now.
I have looked it up. You were a guest at the Dominaria United PPR
Dominaria United.
in
All right.
August of 2022.
Okay. That's not that long ago. Yeah, a bit over a year ago. And then I have taken a couple of trips to Victoria this year, both of which have been lovely. And I really hope I get to next year as well.
Yeah,
Inviting me to
please come
things.
back.
Yeah. It's a really
Delight
nice
of a
weekend trip
guest.
from here. It's so
Ooh.
lovely. I get to take a boat.
I guess I have the strange honor of saying I've made you the coffee convert that you are.
Yes, Serge taught me to enjoy macchiatos, which I still enjoy. I still haven't found other coffee I enjoy, but macchiatos are great.
You know, everybody's got their something, and it's okay if you've just got the one, you know? May I share that story with your community?
Please do. Please do.
So when we have guests in Victoria for the pre-release, one of the important things that we do is we try and develop some rapport between people before we suddenly put them on camera, and they just have to start talking and playing.
It's
So
a
one of the things that I
wild
love
idea.
to do, because I'm a huge coffee nerd, is I like to take the guests for a little coffee tour of Victoria. And before we start, I like to get a read for the room. And, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10, how hard do you want to go on this coffee tour? And Jorbs out of nowhere is just like 10. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, 10 out of 10. Mess me up. I'm like, oh, you're
coffee,
really into
yeah.
coffee? And he's like, no, I don't know if you said you never tried it or if you hate it.
I
You're like,
just
no, it's not my thing,
dislike
but
it, yeah.
yeah, but I'm in. I want to watch somebody go off on something that they love. And I was like, all right. So the coffee tour began, and we started with a tasting of a bunch of different single origin coffees. And Jorbs was like, it's okay, but it's not for me. Do you have anything stronger? And I was like, oh, okay. So then after the coffee, we did an espresso tasting, because espresso is kind of like the hard alcohol of coffee, if you will. You know, if a drip coffee is your beer, then your espresso is your spirits. And Jorbs tasted that, and he's like, it's a little too, not too much, but it's just like, is there a way to make this diluted? And I was like, yes, actually, we can. So if you take espresso and you hit it with just a little bit of milk, if you stain it, becomes the macchiato. And it was almost like Goldilocks. This one too weak, this one too strong, this one just right. And thus, Macchiato Jorbs was born.
Yeah, I'm not like a consistent coffee drinker now, I wouldn't say. But I would say that I have a couple of macchiatos a month. I respond to caffeine, that much caffeine, quite aggressively. That's a lot of caffeine for me, Serge.
I mean, that's fair. Everybody's body is different. Everybody reacts to things in positive and negative ways. My tolerance is pretty different comparatively. I'm on 2 today.
Oh my gosh.
In my defense, I had a very medium night's sleep. You know when the bad brain hits?
Mm-hmm. I had a terrible, terrible night of sleep. All right, before Delta Victor donated $100, 12 more.
That's more squats? I just put my sweater back on. All right.
You don't have to do it. It's fine.
No, I'm matching you. Solidarity, friend. We're doing 12 again?
12.
Okay. Jorbs has a 16 kilo kettlebell, and I'm here with a 25 pounder. Wait, did you say 16 pounds or 16 kilos?
Kilos.
That's 35 pounds, chat.
He's so good at math.
Well, we're Canadian. We have a little bit of a head start when it comes to kilos.
I have a great story about starting squatting.
Oh yeah.
My trainer had me working with kettlebells, and she is a fan of the metric system, so she got me kettlebells that were weighted in kilograms. And I didn't conceptually understand that it was kilograms. I just kind of understood the number on it. So I was like 16, like 16 pounds, right? 20 pounds. And so I trained for like 3 or 4 months probably, thinking that my weights were in pounds when they were actually in kilograms. And it was kind of like being in the hyperbolic chamber. birthday, and she was like, get the 25 kilogram weight. And I was like, do I have one of those? I thought the highest I had was 25 pounds. And she's like, that weight is in kilograms. And I was like,
Ooh.
what? Ghost Pal, thanks for the $50 donation to support Free2Luv.
Are we going again? Man, our thighs
They're gonna break
are gonna
me.
be so powerful after this. Watch out.
It's,
If you hear thunder in the Pacific Northwest, that's
Oh,
just
yeah.
us walking around.
it's hot butt bud boy. What season starts with the letter B?
Bottom. Oh, wait, no, wait, hold on.
Not a season search. It's not winter. There you go.
Sure. So I was worried last night. Like, what am I going to talk about?
Oh,
What am I going to do? Turns out it's just exercise.
yeah. Yeah. Welcome to the stream. Don't worry, I'm just going to make you suffer.
You know what? After a decade of Desert Bus for Hope, my body is ready.
Oh yeah. Well, okay, so I want to talk to you about your good experiences in gaming and online communities this year. That is the prompt.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Desert Bus. This was the first year in a while that you didn't do Desert Bus.
That's correct.
So that's not following the prompt very well. Unless
No, it's fine. I mean, I
it's
could
good.
talk about it forever, and
Yeah.
it's an event I'm tremendously proud of. So, for people who might not be aware, Desert Bus for Hope is one of the longest running online video game charity marathons. Like, it predates AGDQ, a lot of those other things. And the idea of it is you put a bunch of well-intentioned people in a room, and they are required to play the world's worst video game 24 hours a day until the donations stop coming in. That game is Penn and Teller's Desert Bus, which is a game that was never actually officially released for the Sega CD. Do you know the story behind how that game got made as a tangent, or?
I feel like I've seen an interview where Penn is explaining he wanted to make the most boring game possible.
Yeah, but it was specifically in response to Columbine.
Oh, really? I did
Yeah,
not know
so
that.
what happened, there was an immediate backlash after that, where politicians were saying, video games are bad. Video games are training our kids to be evil, and they need to be legislated. They need to be closer to real life instead of all this fantastical violence. And then Ben and Teller are like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You want a game on real life? Let's make the worst day job game ever. And the premise of Desert Bus is you are a bus driver driving from Tucson, Arizona to Las Vegas in real time. Your vehicle is rate limited. You can't ever go above the speed limit. There are no passengers. There's nothing you do. You're just driving the bus. It takes 8 hours, pardon me, and then you just turn around because that's your shift. Yeah, direct response to Janet Reno. Thank you, Arkham Archivist. And then at no point does any customers get on the bus. You just keep driving. Your alignment is slightly off, so you're like kind of turning to the side. And if you ever hit the sides for too long, you crash and a tow truck comes to get you. And it tows you back in real time as well. Like if you're 5 hours in, the tow truck takes 5 hours to drive you back. Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. So like the premise of this charity is this game sucks. There's nothing interesting about it. And so, God, somebody's gonna know better than me. I think we've been doing it for like 15 years or something like that. And to date, how much has Desert Bus for Hope raised? $10 million over the last 17 years. $10 million USD over the last 17 years. And the past 3 or 4 years, we've been raising, I say we, for the past couple of years, it's been $1 million a year. And all this money is going to Child's Play Charity, which is an organization that gets toys and games to sick kids in hospitals and women's shelters, with the idea being that sometimes more than just medicine is needed to heal. Sometimes there's a trauma or something going on, and yeah, the ability to let's find a concrete example here. When a child needs an MRI, it can be really scary, right? You have this giant machine, everything's super noisy, and sometimes they have to use medication to calm them, but that can be really bad. Where you give them VR, you take them somewhere else, it helps calm them down, and you're able to do these procedures that otherwise you couldn't, just because you're helping them out there. And yeah, this is, sorry, I'm kind of rambling all over the place because I'm also
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
We love search.
But this
here.
is just such a
we
great
love
cause.
a good charity for kids as well.
Yeah. But like the idea behind it is that games can be tremendously helpful in opportunities where things are really scary and really normal and not normal, and help people try and feel like there's a little bit of normalcy in a situation where it's not there. And two, it's an amazing cause for specifically gamers supporting this, right? Because overwhelmingly the people who've donated year after year are people in the video game community. So it's just such a huge W in every way for like gamers supporting gamers, trying to fight back against things that are very negative in sort of that space. Yeah. So I was a member of that organization. I was actually on the organizing committee for 10 years, and I took last year off because it's a lot. It's a lot. It's like 6 months of the year planning it, and a week-long charity marathon that requires like 50 volunteers.
Mm-hmm.
So the prompt being good things about video games. I mean, you can't overlook Desert Bus. It's done so much good.
For sure.
What else have I done specifically this year, though? Is a neat question. I mean,
I have a question for you before.
yeah, please.
Do you think kids would enjoy playing Desert Bus for Hope in that sort of situation?
No, I don't think anyone enjoys playing Desert Bus.
What
Look,
about American Truck Simulator?
So that one's a little bit more interesting because it turns out there's. Are you much of a driver?
No.
It can sometimes be really calming. Like when the
driving from Tucson to Vegas isn't? Is that what you're telling me?
Maybe not that drive specifically, but like sometimes driving can be fun when you're in control of something. You kind of vibe, right? Like that can be fun. Desert Bus doesn't have any. It doesn't have immersion. It doesn't have anything that engages with any part of your brain. It's look, like, I mean, as some of the people have, like, we found a bug that the playtesters missed. So did you know in Desert Bus that
doesn't
if
sound
you
like a
play
game that has
continuously,
enough stuff in it to have bugs.
they
Oh,
didn't
if
have
you
enough
play
hours. Well, so
continuously.
here's the bug.
Yeah, I
So
see
you
it.
drive for 8 hours, right? You get to the final destination, you turn around, you come back. There's also a day-night cycle. So there's day, and then dusk, and then nighttime. And those happen, I think, every 3 hours or something like that. But where the bug happens is it never goes back to dawn. So if you play for something like 12 hours straight without crashing, it goes day, dusk, night, and then it just goes dusk, night, dusk, night, dusk, night forever. It never goes back to daytime.
It's like a strange hellscape. Sounds terrible.
So yeah, I mean, you think you might enjoy it kind of like as a meme, right? You're like, yeah, it'll be funny. I'll play this game. And you're like, oh no, this is actually just really boring. There is no joy to be found here.
Yeah, it sounds like almost a performance art sort of thing in suffering. I get it. as somebody who plays the same game over and over again for a very long time, I know that even if a game is enjoyable, it doesn't necessarily stay enjoyable forever. And yeah. Okay. You've given lots of very reasonable and understandable reasons for taking the year off. It's a lot of work, a lot of creative energy.
Yep.
Something that you've done a lot of times before, so, you know, let some new blood get in there maybe. All of this makes perfect sense to me. How much of it was just that you didn't want to play that game anymore? Like, can we get to the real meat of the story here?
So with Desert Bus, very little of the event is actually about the game anymore.
This does not surprise me. The game
Yeah,
doesn't sound
it is-
very good.
Yeah, it is. It's not even an improv prompt anymore. It's the hook of why we're there, and it has been relegated to just like a background process, you know? And we've done some pretty weird stuff. So at PAX, God, this must have been like 2017 or 2018. James Turner, who you've met, he's the producer at Loading Ready Run, sort of the
James is
organizational
lovely.
person behind the PPRs.
He's one of my favorite
with-
people.
He's
Love
so
James.
I love James.
You would never. Don't tell him I said that. Like,
Deal. Yeah. Who said what?
yeah, we both understand. James wouldn't want that.
No. So James, as one of the original founders of Desert Bus, has quite possibly at this point more hours of Desert Bus for Hope than any other person on the planet. And I can't remember who was doing it. I think it was Gearbox. As a meme for some reason, made a VR version of Desert Bus.
Oh no.
Yeah, just to kind of show it off. And at PAX, they invited James to be on stage to show it off. But it was sort of like the stinger or the last closing remark that they wanted to do for the show. But it was still like a multi-hour long panel. And they couldn't bring him out. So at like the very beginning of the show.
And wait, is he in
There's everybody
VR so
doing
he
this
can't
panel.
see the people around him?
And he's just on a chair at the back with the VR goggles on, holding like a fake steering wheel, just driving, just sitting there in this like sensory deprivation thing on stage in front of all of these people at this huge panel. And then sort of at the end, they're like, and we want, not only are we, announcing Desert Bus VR, but he's been playing it the whole time. And they turn back. And then there's poor James. Just like, is it my time yet? Like, what do you even do at that point, right? You've been stuck in this contraption for hours.
I feel like he was probably zoned in. I don't imagine James being fazed by that.
Oh, right. Chrono remembers the punchline to that story as well, which was they were worried about like nauseous stuff. So the VR wasn't even hooked up the whole time. He was just sitting there with like a blindfold on pretending to play.
Oh my god.
Oh.
That's fair. VR can... I've had trouble with nausea with VR before.
I don't even remember how we got to that segue.
Honestly, neither do I.
I had a similar conversation with a friend a while ago, and he described it as a stack-based conversation, which is a term I'd never heard before, but I absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
You just add a bunch of new topics to the stack, and then you unpack and you try and get back to where you were before.
Yep. So I conversationally operate like that, and it's been really interesting dating and meeting new people, how people will respond to that, because I've had everything from people who will just leave things entirely and go on to something else and never come back to it, to people who like have a working spreadsheet in their head where they're like, and we had this conversation to finish still, shall we return to that now? And it's like, I'm very much somewhere in the middle. I think as a streamer, you get used to starting conversations and then never finishing them just because there's so much other stuff going on.
Yeah. You know that like Star Wars Padma meme?
The one with the looking at the thing?
Yeah, it's like they're, you know, evil Anakin and Padma or whatever, and they start and they're like, one person's a streamer and the other one's a Twitch chat, and then like they start a conversation like, you're gonna finish that thought, right? And it goes back to a blank panel and like, right?
Yes, exactly. How is your sleep, Serge? Have you found things that work really well for you for sleeping, or is it just a constantly frustrating moving target?
The latter, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
I have suffered with insomnia for basically my entire adult life.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes inexplicably it gets better, and then oftentimes it's just, all right, I guess I'll just learn to deal with less sleep.
Yeah. Coffee
Like-
presumably helps a bit.
So, I mean, a lot of people get the assumption that I drink a lot more coffee than I do, which is fair because I talk about it a lot and I obviously like it a lot. But I have one coffee in the morning. And when I say one coffee, I mean like a regular cup of coffee, like a 6-ounce cup. I'm not drinking a Trenta and calling that one coffee or a pot or whatever. And I have one at about 1 or 2 in the afternoon. And I, specifically because I know it messes with my sleep, I try not to have coffee after 3. And I mean, it probably is part of the reason that the sleep isn't great, but like, yeah.
Oh, I meant helps with it as in like genuinely.
Oh,
Keeps
pardon
you
me,
awake
sorry.
during the day, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
That was not intended to be coffee keeps you up kind of remark.
The best for me is probably routine, which is tough. And so even if I have none sleep, I still get up at the same time every day because I do find in the long term that helps.
That is impressive for me. Have you read the Stormlight Archives?
I have not, no.
I am sure that you would enjoy them, but I'm not making that recommendation because you are you. I'm making it because they are them. So, you know. Don't take it as a personalized recommendation. There's a character in them who takes a like test of fitness every morning when he wakes up to decide what he's allowed to do that day. And I think about that quite a bit as a streamer because I feel like I have some amount of responsibility to my audience and the world around my audience to not get up here and start saying random stuff if I am half asleep, you know? So it's like, well, did I sleep well enough to justify doing that today? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Maybe squats will be my test from now on. If I can do 500 squats every morning, I'm allowed to stream. Good guy to model behavior off of? Well, let's not get into spoilers, but... yeah, maybe not.
Fascinating. Sorry, I'm just thinking about that. Yeah, the concept of, is it a, this gets into spoilers, is it a health issue or is it just sort of like a personal goal they set for themselves?
It's somewhat of a health issue, yeah.
Oh, okay. Like, what am I? It's sort of like, do you know spoon theory?
How many spoons do I have today?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit like that.
Kind of
Very
like
similar to that.
Okay.
Maybe spoon theory was inspired by this passage of the Stormlight Archives even. I mean, probably not, but who could say for sure?
Yeah. I like that idea. Here's a little test. Well, I mean, this is sort of tangentially related. Something that's always been fascinating about watching you as a creator is you've never really subscribed to the idea of like being tremendously consistent.
Oh yeah.
You're like, I stream when I want. And
I know my
that's-
strengths. I know my strengths. My strengths and my weaknesses.
Yeah, that's always been very fascinating to me.
You know, I consider myself a very reliable person too, which is maybe ironic given how little I care about my streaming schedule. But the truth is, like, my streaming schedule does not stand out to me as something that is important in my life. Like my commitments to my friends and my family, things like that, I will prioritize over streaming certain hours. And so for me, actually, like, being able to say, hey, there's this person I love who could really benefit from hanging out with me today, so I want to make space for them today and not stream. That, to me, is actually being responsible. I don't know. Maybe it's because I've never had a real job. Maybe if I'd had a real job, I would think differently about this.
Never had a real job. I don't believe that.
I've never had a job that I submitted a resume to apply for.
But did you get, like, paid by the hour? Did you get a paycheck?
Sure. I have had a job like that. I ran summer camps once for a homeschool group. I taught piano lessons in high school and college. I did online retail, packing books for my parents, which I think would have been a real job if I wasn't working for my parents. I mean, it was a real job. I was just, my parents were my bosses. So I don't know. Some of those are real jobs.
Yeah,
I published
no, for
a
sure.
book. You want to know what's really cool about publishing a book, Serge?
Please.
This is the thing that they don't tell you. You just, like, don't get paid. So, first of all, you don't make any money from it.
Yeah.
Because the margins on book sales are just not that high, and your publisher is taking some chunk of that to begin with, and also the platform you're selling it through is taking some chunk of that. So I have probably sold, like, $2,000 or $3,000 worth of books in terms of my personal profit, which is enough to pay for the editors that I hired for writing the book. My book, by the way, has been incredibly successful for a published book. This is what a successful book experience is like.
Yeah.
And the other half of that is like, they don't pay you. Like, I haven't seen that money yet.
Oh,
But-
really? You just know it's being held somewhere at some point. You're expecting a check?
Yeah, you get royalties annually.
Annually?
So in January, I will get money from publishing my book.
They can pay you once a... That is wild to me.
I could have asked for every 6 months, but
Okay.
it wasn't. Okay, there are two parts. One, it wasn't really about the money for me, and two, I figured there wouldn't be much anyway.
Sure. I mean, the fact that you made money is great. I think a lot of people write books and
Yeah.
lose money.
Uh-huh. Yes, that is. I mean, if you count my hours worked as having any value, I lost money.
Mm.
But I don't know, if you count the hours of enjoyment had by readers as having value,
Oh,
maybe
definitely
the
net
world
positive. Oh, yeah.
world gained money overall. Well, not literally money, but you know.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah, it was a good thing. That was one of my really happy things this year. I was talking about it yesterday, I think, or maybe the day before. I thought that publishing a book would be a positive experience, but I have been surprised at the ways in which it has been positive. It's been positive in ways that I had not considered something could be positive. Like people reaching out 9 months after I published it still to tell me, hey, I just finished your book. I really enjoyed it. It really spoke to me in this way and this way and this way. Thanks so much for publishing it. I did not think that was going to happen. I guess because I'm used to being an online content creator where I put a video out and people will comment for a few days and then sort of gets buried by the YouTube algorithm or whatever. Nobody sees it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The relevancy of online stuff is pretty devastating. Sometimes you're like, my 1 week, goodbye.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So my understanding of the New York Times bestseller list is you need to sell about 10,000 copies of a book to be on the New York Times bestseller list, which on the one hand is a lot, but on the other hand, it isn't actually that much.
No.
I think I've sold about 3,000 copies, somewhere in the 3,000 to 4,000 range, I think. Which is like, that's not that far away from 10,000 actually.
Not really, no.
As a first-time author. Yeah.
Random question. Do you know if that number has changed, like the criteria to be a New York Times bestseller? I imagine before the proliferation of the internet, like book sales must have been higher.
There's weird stuff. Like online sales sometimes won't get counted and it's only like sales in bookstores and stuff. I don't actually honestly know exactly how it all works. I don't consider myself in danger of being on that list in my life. So, you know. Yeah.
You're not going to become a prolific author?
I'm a prolific author of online content, aren't I? We can say that, and people can take it as they'd like.
So one of my earlier jobs, I was a coffee roaster.
Mhm.
And when I first got started, there were 3 people working in the roastery. There was the head roaster, there was myself, the apprentice roaster and general roastery grunt, and there was this wonderful woman named Tam, who was about 10 years older than me.
Time out, because I
And
have to add context to the story that you're not going to know to add.
okay.
So, anybody Serge has worked with in his life, and often most of the people he has like bought meals from in a restaurant in his life and stuff like that, he'll like know them, remember their names, say hi to them whenever he sees them on the street, ask them about their families, like they just become found family for Serge. So it is very in keeping with Serge to be telling a story about the 3 people he worked with when he was a coffee roaster, presumably like 10 years ago or something, yeah?
Maybe like 15, but yeah.
15 years ago, yeah. And context that you're missing that Serge won't say because he doesn't realize that it's abnormal is that like Serge genuinely like still cares about these people and remembers them, and
They're
like
awesome!
probably yeah, yes, yeah, exactly. Uh, so anyway, okay. I just wanted to plug your
No,
personality a
that's
little bit
fair,
because
that's
you
fair.
are a bundle of joy in the
Oh,
world,
thank
Serge. Yeah.
So Tam is a legend. Tam is an absolute legend. So she was the head taster. So I had this incredible palate and actually taught me how to taste coffee. She was an incredibly accomplished martial artist. In that, like, we'll just leave that aside. And she was also a professional published author,
Okay.
like an award-winning fantasy author.
Yeah.
And one of the really cool things that she would do is she'd get invited to author panels, and she would be like, "Here, do you want to have descriptive combat in your books? Let me teach you how, because as an accomplished martial artist, I can also fight."
Sure.
Which is wild. And I remember just a conversation of how much do you make as an author. One of the first times we were chatting, she's like, "Yeah, I'm an award-winning author, and my royalty check last month was $16."
Oh damn.
And
Well,
you're just like,
she's reeling in
oof.
the big bucks there.
Yeah, and it was really interesting actually. The way that she found to start making money as an author, smut.
Yes.
Yeah,
A lot of people.
yeah, she had
A lot of people have, I think. The
she had a
romance
she had a secret
novel.
pen name, and she made the bank that way.
The romance novel in quotation marks category on Amazon is keeping literature alive. I had a TA in college who had a prolific romance novel writing career, and she told us that, and we were like, "Oh, can we read one of your books?" And she was like, "You don't understand what I mean when I said romance." I'm not going to be telling you about my pen name.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. You can know it exists, and that's the end of this conversation.
Yep. Yeah.
I want to ask very gently why your community is adding me about cat girls.
Serge, I don't know.
It's not well-established love of cat girls with the.
There
the
is
Jorblings?
well-established love of cat girls. There's a vocal pro-cat girl community. Or at least faction of my community.
Emma, I also had this. How did Emma handle it?
Emma waited until she was off call and then said that she liked cat girls.
No video proof. Interesting.
Yeah, exactly. She was very cagey about that.
Next question. What is a cat girl?
It's basically a girl with cat ears, I think, essentially.
Is it safe to Google this or no?
I can't say I ever have. I'll find out real quick for you.
Okay. I mean, I guess solidarity again. If I'm squatting with you, I'll also cat girl Google with you.
Cat Girl, the cryptocurrency that is positively adorable. Cat Girls are NFTs. Twitch chat. Twitch
they're
chat.
NFTs? Limitless potential crypto in one contemporary, vibrant, interactive experience?
Twitch chat. You've
Disappointed
been
in you,
shilling
chat.
NFTs to me this entire time.
What is Cat Girl used for? Token in the metaverse called the Cataverse? Hold on. Anime character-themed NFTs that feature feminine characters with feline features. Disgusting. Chat wants one thing and it's disgusting.
The cat girl, a woman with cat ears, whiskers, and sometimes paws or a tail, is referred to as a Nico. Nico is also Japanese slang for bottom. Additionally, Nico is a high-level programming language created in 2005. Well, that's good to know. That's a little bit of extra info.
I feel like I have more questions after Googling this.
Yeah, it doesn't really resolve, does it? It's one of those holes that you just go down.
Just keep on digging. Can we dig up? Like,
gay furry hackers breached a nuclear lab to demand. The hackers released human resources records and said they continue to do so unless their demand for creating IRL cat girls was met.
I heard about this story, right? Yeah. Yeah, hackers went to a high-tech lab and said, "Give us cat girls now." We learned they were demanding NFTs.
Oh my god. All right. I'm okay. I'm okay. Anyway, this is what my community asks guests when I have people on the channel. This is the community that I have built, Serge. They say that content creators, like, attract communities who are like them, in a way, right? And I guess this is what I'm like.
Okay, all right. You look around yourself and you're like, I did this.
I do. Yeah.
I'm sorry. All right, next question. What is a Padorupadoru?
I don't know really the answer to that one either, but I can link you a great clip.
Sure.
Padoru, Christmas. Wait, what is the right clip? I don't think this is the right one. Where's the one that's like the Christmas song? Lazor, are you here? I want the Christmas song one. It is a Christmas anime thing. That is the short
like
answer.
a BTTV emote? Like, what's going on here?
It is a BTTV emote.
Mm.
I sent you a Padoru Merry Christmas on YouTube. I don't really know what it is. I'm gonna be honest with you, Serge. Sometime in 2021, I lost control of my community. And since then, an active faction has been hacking nuclear facilities and compulsively sharing 12-second repeating anime clips all over the internet. Right version?
What?
That is not the one I was thinking of, but thank you, Onion Knight. Yeah,
all
so
right.
that's what Padoru is.
So, can I fire back?
Yes.
All
Serge,
right,
how do you keep your community from doing this?
I have completely lost control of my community. They hoot and holler for canals. Canals. Yeah.
Like the Panama Canal.
Yeah.
They have a favorite in particular.
Aquatic infrastructure that connects two bodies of water.
Is this because you streamed Civ and made a canal once? That's the closest
actually,
it is?
literally
Okay.
just that. They're like, make a canal. And I was like, no. And the community's like, oh, we can make canals forever. I'll be playing Minecraft, and they'll be like, "Make a canal, streamer."
Oh yeah, Minecraft seems like a great game for a canal. I get
Any
that,
city builder I
actually.
play,
get
if it
that.
can't make a canal, they're like, "Man, this game sucks."
Uninstall.
Yeah, yeah. Why even bother? All right. I don't know if you, maybe this could be something you do later. Maybe it's something you can react to live. So I sent you a link. This is actually an old Desert Bus meme. And this is something that anytime a person would join Desert Bus for the first time, we would make them watch this video. And you could say we took them to the store.
Is this like going for ice cream?
Sure.
James said that he would take me for ice cream, and then he never did.
That's just James. That is James's #1 least kept promise is taking people for ice cream. That is his #1 currency, his #1 debt.
Ice cream trips. I'll forgive him someday. All right, this audio won't be in the VOD as I currently have it set up. How do I want to fix that? I can fix it. I have to uncheck track 2. Remember that. All right, here we go. Pressing play. Oh God. Third, can I show that on stream?
I mean, we did on Desert Bus, so.
How much of a donation incentive do you think this is? That's incredible. That's incredible to me because it predates AI by like 10 years.
Yeah, somebody had to make this with their own imagination.
Right, like, yeah. We already had all of the capabilities of AI 10 years ago, apparently, because we could already make that, and that's probably the best thing that AI could ever make. There are 2 sequels.
If we wanna, yeah, do
me.
callbacks and stuff like that. That is one of the oldest Desert Bus traditions, is taking people to the store. So one year,
the video is called "Going to the Store."
Going to the store.
Descriptive name.
Oh, remember to recheck your audio thing. I don't know if that's helpful or not.
Done. Thank you.
So years and years ago for Desert Bus, this would have been, I don't know, 7 or 8 years. We were in a brand new tech accelerator building where we didn't have a venue that year because it had outgrown the living, reading, run offices. And so I used my connections. I was working in software at the time. Like basically a big tech company bought a huge building, renovated it, and they were going to use it for a bunch of like small startup companies to all work in there and share the workspace together. And right before they opened, they lent out a huge space, like the kitchen space and a boardroom space for us to run Desert Bus for Hope out of, which was very cool. But because it was this brand new, like big, exciting tech office, they had I'm trying to think of the right word. They had like a big event where they invited politicians and local media and stuff like that to mingle and check it all out. And they had that meeting directly outside of the room where we were having our event. And but you're like, what can you do, right? Like they gave us a space for free and we're making it work. So at one point, 2 BC MLAs, sort of the Canadian equivalent of like state level politicians. I don't know what they're called in America.
Neither do any of the Americans. It's okay. We don't do civics in this country, really.
They wanted to see what we were doing. And so we invited in, again, like 2 high-level politicians to see what the event was like. They came, and again, this is all live. This is not pre-recorded. This is in front of
and you took them to the store?
Thousands and thousands of live viewers.
And you took them to the store?
And we took them to the store.
Natalie Portman
Absolutely,
and
we took them to the
Anakin Skywalker meme.
So we're talking
You took
like,
them to the store, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
And like in their suits, trying not to laugh, like professional high-level politicians, just being like, what am I experiencing right now? And then they donated a houseboat. An entire... Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, which we then gave away, and it raised a bunch of money.
I
They were told not to
imagine
laugh, and they 100% stone-faced it? Dang.
I imagine an entire houseboat would be decent for donations, yeah.
I think
Wow.
we made $5,000 off it.
Oh. The economy is not what it used to be.
I mean, to be fair, it wasn't the physical houseboat. One of them was the MLA for a riding. That's like a very popular summer destination with houseboating. So it was a week-long houseboat vacation, not an entire physical thing. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. It became known in the community as a houseboat. So all sorts, I mean, this is the thing with online communities. You're talking about cat girls in your space and canals in my space. Everybody, all these little corners of the internet have their something, right? It makes you feel like you're part of something.
Yeah. Hacking a nuclear facility. If I had really been in charge, we wouldn't have gotten caught.
Had a much better plan.
No, just like pizzazz. I'm like Austin Powers in a situation like that. It's not that I've planned anything, it's just raw talent, really.
You just got that uncatchable swagger.
Groovy baby, yeah.
I'm just kind of in shock to the groovy baby, yeah. Just the delivery, the line. It's kind of throwing me off. Ugh. You have a long history of not getting caught stealing diamonds.
Yeah. Why would you get caught?
I mean, it seems like a pretty bad diamond thief if you get caught.
Did you do anything? Are we allowed to talk about Float Float? Or is that like you don't talk about Float Float outside of Float Float?
That's totally fair.
Have you done anything that was as fun as Float Float this year, other than Float Float itself?
I'm really thinking right now. You know what? The answer is simultaneously yes and no.
Okay.
So Float Float is very unique. For the benefit of chat, Float Float is a river float, right? You know, you win some buds, you get in a tube, and you float down the river. It's delightful. It's peaceful. It's tranquil. And I had the absolute pleasure of getting to do a river float at some point this summer. Now,
you
what
did
I
too,
do that was
Surge.
equally cool? I got to go to Europe.
That
and if
does
we're talking
sound
about
kind of cool.
Yeah, if we're talking about giant wins from gaming, the fact that as a Magic creator, I got to go to Barcelona for a week is kind of unreal. And another thing that was particularly special about that was it was the first thing I had really done that involved traveling since the pandemic. So I don't know if this is an experience you can relate to or not. The pandemic was obviously very difficult for a lot of people. And,
yeah, it kind of sucked, Surge.
Oh. And the big challenge that I had is I need routine. I am a creature of habit. I need to have structure. Or we were talking earlier about how bad my insomnia is and how one of the things that really helps me is having a sleep routine. So what I did, and I mean, I want to echo something you said earlier too, is you sometimes feel as a creator that you have a responsibility to your community. And especially during the pandemic, I felt that I had to be online all the time because what else was going to happen?
I want
And
to clarify that that was before I found out about the nuclear facility that I said that. I no longer
all right,
feel a
important
responsibility.
note.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of setup to say that I worked every single day. Every single day, because I needed a reason to wake up every morning and shower and put on clothes and just kind of feel like I had some type of normalcy. So I anchored myself in my work, which was really good and healthy for me mentally for the pandemic to give me a purpose. But I never stopped.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized sort of going into this Barcelona trip that it's like, wow, I haven't gone anywhere in 3 years. I haven't done anything other than work 6.5 days a week, every day for 3 years. And so, yeah, this trip was so important for me on a lot of levels. And
Yeah.
it was, yeah, just a great reason to sort of, I don't know, unwind. I didn't realize how tightly wound I was from everything.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, there's a very positive gaming thing. Magic the Gathering let me hang out with a bunch of wonderful and beautiful people in a week in Europe.
Yeah. Emma, who I was just talking to Emma. She went the other direction. She came over from Europe to the US to hang out with her partner, who she met via Magic the Gathering community stuff. So, maybe it is all about the Gathering. I don't know. I, on the other hand, played a Magic the Gathering tournament this year.
You and Caleb, right?
Yeah. And,
it was very funny because I saw that there was a Magic Twitch Rivals.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, that's very interesting. I wonder who they could have gotten. I wonder what the hook is. And I checked the list of competitors, and I was just like, I like meme head swivel double check. I'm like, JORBS? What?
Well, Caleb reached out to me immediately because he knew I was the best. And then I think over the course of the event, he regretted that choice more, more and more. It was a great time. It was a great time.
You did not hard carry, or you did?
I told him repeatedly that I was hard carrying while he was trying to carry me, I think is mostly what our dynamic was.
You need to decide ahead of time who is the carrier and who is the carryee. Otherwise, you're gonna step on toes.
I think that was I think we both decided ahead of time that we were the carry. Like each of us individually decided that. Yeah, it was a really good time. It was a really good time. Tournaments are a lot more fun for me when they're about shooting the shit with a friend and not about trying really hard to win at the game.
Yeah.
Unsurprising. It does feel a lot like that's what games are meant to be about, right?
Some of my favorite, like going to large Magic tournaments, my favorite stories have nothing to do with the tournament itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this was early on when I was just starting to get to know Loading Ready Run. We all went over to Vancouver for a big GP. I don't remember anything about the GP, but what I do remember is we caught the last ferry home. We live on an island, for people who don't have the context for that. You have to take a boat to get everywhere, which is kind of interesting. And we took the last boat home, and the BC ferries used to have this really bizarre... they used to have a buffet, which was kind of great, and depending what time of day you went, it had a different menu. And the last two sailings of the night had a dessert buffet, which is an odd thing to think about. You just like have unlimited cake and, you know, muffins and whatever. And we just posted up next to the all-you-can-eat dessert buffet and drafted all the way back. And that's my favorite memory, is just hanging out with friends and jamming afterwards, and not at all the the actual competitive event itself.
I have a similar GP memory from maybe 10 years ago. It was back when I was a poker player, but I had friends still from Magic because I had been a Magic player prior to starting to play poker. And my friend Jarvis was going to go to a GP in Atlanta. And I was like, I'll fly to Atlanta and hang out with you if you want. Like, it wasn't a super serious GP for him. It was more about hanging with friends. So we figured that would be a fun weekend to hang out for a bit together. And I flew into the GP, and his flight was canceled.
Oh no.
He did not make it to the GP at all. There was extreme fog in New England, and planes couldn't take off. So I was just there without anybody that I personally knew. But I'm talking to him online. He's like, so these are my friends. You can go find them. There's a hotel room there that you can sleep in with them. And, you know, they're good people. They'll hang out with you. It'll be cool. So I met 3 guys who I didn't know at all. And they took Magic, like, pretty seriously. Like, they were there for the GP to win. And we were hanging out the night before the GP. And I forget if it had pre-registration the night before or if registration was the next morning. I think it was the night before. No, anyway, I didn't end up registering for the GP at all. It was never important to me to play it, and I ended up not playing at all. And what I did instead was convince them to stay up all night with me cubing. So, like, they all scrubbed out on day 1 because they had been up all night cubing. But
Incredible.
That was the way I salvaged my trip to Atlanta. Haven't been back again. But yeah.
I mean, I'm looking forward to making some stories like that. I get to go to... I've never been to Chicago before, which is...
Ooh, I'm going to do a trip to Chicago this coming year. That's one of the things I'm looking forward to.
There's a big Magic Con in Chicago in late February. I mean, you know, if you got a free week or something.
I was going to go to Chicago at a time of year when my nose wouldn't freeze off.
Don't even talk to me about winter right now. I'm so cold. Going
Yeah,
from
I
the
believe
Pacific
that.
Northwest to
I believe
Alberta.
that.
Oh my god.
How warm is it there?
Today is not bad, but I am so dry. My skin is screaming. And I'm getting Pavlovianly trained to be afraid of light switches because every time I touch one, I get zapped. It's
Oh my
god.
Weather, Alberta. Apparently the high is 36 and the low is 26, which would be great if it were in Celsius.
Be very, very different.
Yeah. Yep, it looks cold there.
Yeah, it's been okay. It was a white Christmas, and it's not. It hasn't gotten mega cold. I only know Celsius and not freedom units. The coldest it's gotten this winter has only been about -12. I assume the F stands for freedom. That's how I've always interpreted it.
Yeah. God bless America.
But yeah, I get to go to Chicago, and I can't wait to hang out with a bunch of friends. This is going to be my first American convention since 2019.
I could be convinced to go to Chicago in February. I think I would have to take another trip to Chicago.
Outside of the Magic stuff? Yeah.
There are things that I want to do in Chicago that involve it being pleasant to be outside.
Yeah, tough but fair.
We're also going to MC Chicago.
Oh, yay! I finally get to meet you.
This is the struggle with Magic. Is that like every person you know is going to be there having an awesome time, and meanwhile I play the Spire and don't play Magic the Gathering. So when I go, it's like, look at all these awesome people. It's so cool to be here with all these awesome people, and then they all play Magic the Gathering, a game that I don't play. So, maybe. We'll see.
No, I mean, I feel that. I respect that. I've had friends who have come to conventions to try and spend time with us and hang out, and you just
Right. You're busy. Yeah.
You're like, I'm here for work. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
This is tough. There's sort of like a big mismatch in expectations, which can be really tricky, you know.
Yeah, I get that.
But then again, everyone's going to be there. No, I do not want to.
But
I do not want to
then-
pressure you to it. I
on
do not
the
want
other
that to be the
hand-
vibe.
On the other
But
hand,
counterpoint. Yeah. Oh. Starting to feel good after all those squats. Any more squat donos in chat?
are we doing more? I was
I mean,
actually.
I guess that's
I was
that's up
actually
to chat.
squatting down weight. I have a bigger weight I can go get. But I mean, obviously, would need some money for Free2Luv. Do you know about Free2Luv? Can I tell you about Free2Luv? This is just a mechanized prompt for me telling chat about Free2Luv. Free2Luv is a charity which pays for art programs for children as a way to teach kids to love and accept themselves and the people around them. I think it has a lot of similarities to the charity you were talking about with Desert Bus for Hope. One thing that stood out to me that I think both charities kind of have in common is recognizing creativity as a language for young people. So, in the same way that giving someone a game to focus on when they are getting ready for a scary medical procedure or something can help kids a lot, giving kids an environment to play in can help them more easily do some self-exploration and... Self-exploration a word, Serge? Anyway,
I know what you mean.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so that is what Free2Luv is all about. They are based in Seattle, Washington, where I live, but they serve many other states in the US and also other countries internationally. And this is all through Twitch, which is awesome. You read my book. I have had some bad experiences raising money for charity online with third-party platforms trying to take cuts and stuff like this. And Twitch is just directly partnered with PayPal's giving program, and so the money is going actually straight to the charity as efficiently as I've ever seen it do online. So that's really exciting to me too. Seeing that Twitch had this program was a big inspiration for me doing charity work again, because I haven't done really charity work in 18 months or something. Yes. So, that is our charity for the day. Sabaton, thanks for the $25 donation to support Free2Luv. I feel like that's enough. I feel like I can go get the bigger weight for 25 bucks.
I was gonna say, yeah. What's our squat number here?
Oh, I have I just squat for free, honestly. That's Magic Ghost, thanks for the $25 donation to support Free2Luv. Be right back.
Yeah. All right, chat. It's just you and I. Should we try and surprise Jorbs with a big number when we get back? What do you think a good ratio of squats to dollar is? I'm going to be in solidarity matching the squats. You can't see me, but you just have to trust that I'll be doing it as well. 69. As in $69 per squat? Deal. Could we get Jorbs to play Vault Hunters if I set up a server? Ooh. I don't know. Thank you for the donos, friends. 10 squats percent. Now we gotta bring that up a little bit. Gotta bring that up.
But Hugo Gaspar, thanks for the $25 donation.
I got good news. I got bad news.
Good news and bad news.
The good news is we raised 75 bucks.
All right.
The bad news is people have suggested a 10 squats percent rate. So how you feeling about 750 squats?
Well, Serge. This is my 24 kilogram weight. And
That is
I
so
already
much bigger than the
feel
one that I have.
kind of bad because I usually keep it upstairs, but I just brought it downstairs for this, which means I will have to carry it upstairs again afterwards. So I don't know about 750. I could maybe do 7.5.
Okay, okay, I'm down. All right, I got my kettlebell ready too.
One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Good form, good form.
10, 11,
Oh, we just got
739 left.
Keep going.
12. Oh, that was $100.
Yeah,
This is what gets the money flowing in, huh?
I know.
Human suffering.
I'm telling you, man, after a decade of desert bus, I know.
It's what the people want to see.
I don't know why chat's trying to correct us on our math. Our math was flawless.
My form was flawless.
Yeah.
My mood is flawless. Moisturized. In my
in your lane,
zone.
thriving.
Thriving. That one's heavier than the other one.
Yeah, I'm shocked. That's a lot of weight. Good for you.
I have this weird thing with squats. I used to cycle pretty seriously. And I used to like hills. I would cycle up hills. So I have very, very strong legs. I also played soccer as a kid. And ran cross country. I have very strong legs. The thing that wins me with squats actually is just holding the weight up.
Yeah.
So sometimes I will do one-legged squats instead.
Dang.
Which makes it so my arms aren't as tired. Yeah, if I can just, I guess you could say, you know, I've felt the pump a few times in my life. You prefer biking downhill? Let me tell you something about the best thing about biking uphill. You get to go downhill afterwards.
Oh.
Have you heard the Arnie pump video? You must have. You're on the internet.
Wait, like the one from the 80s when he's in
Yeah.
that beach thing? What was that? Was that called?
Pumping
I'm
Iron?
conflating that with like Pump Up the Volume now, which is not
Oh,
right.
I don't think it's from the movie he was in. It's from a documentary.
Yeah, sorry, it was a documentary movie where they interviewed a bunch of people on there.
Yes.
Is it the one where he gets like really explicit about how much he likes working out?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of uncomfortable.
I feel perfectly comfortable. I'm comfortable with stuff like that.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
Good for him, in my opinion.
There is nothing shameful about bodies. I don't know if I would necessarily use the same words as he did, but good for him.
Conspiracy theory, probably just true, is that it's all an act. He's just trying to make it seem like it's easy for him to dissuade his competitors in the bodybuilding world.
Oh, it's a mind game.
Yeah.
Oh. I never even thought about that. Like when you look in his eyes in that particular scene, like he looks like he means it. I mean,
I think that's Arnie for you. I think there are reasons he had a very successful career doing what he does.
You don't think he was being serious there? You don't think he meant it?
No, I do not.
That's fair. I'm fascinated by your ability to hold multiple conversations and also play Slay the Spire.
Me too, Surge. I don't understand it. It's very strange to me and slightly upsetting. This is what I have chosen to do with my life. I'm very good at this thing. I do hold myself to a high conversational standard. And I would say that, like, I wish I could be slightly more present for the conversations that I'm in while I'm playing Slay the Spire as well. I don't feel like I am quite as present as I am usually. But, like, I'm a lot better at it than I thought I was going to be.
The talking part or the Spire part?
Both?
Okay.
Oh. Fine question. I have just died, I think.
It comes for us all. It is kind of unfortunate timing for me to say that and then kill you. I'll take the L on that one. I killed the defect. Random question. How do you personally pronounce the name that you named this defect?
You're cool.
Ah, okay.
This is You're Cool, the defect.
I wasn't sure if you're on team you are or Can't believe Surge personally killed the defect. Surprise! I was actually the heart of the top of the tower all along.
Search. Feel betrayed. But honestly, not really surprised.
It was me all along.
This is a hard turn. I have to do math for the first time on the save file right now. In order to survive the fight, I need to evoke 2 lightning orbs without dying while it's attacking me. How do I do that? I need to block for something that is less than 4 when mod 7'd. How do you verb mod 7? Do you know what mod 7 is? Are you a math guy?
I'm not a math guy.
I'm so jealous of you.
Oh, I was gonna say you're the second person I've disappointed. When people ask if you're a math person, they really want you to be a math person.
Well, it would be convenient right now.
Ah, okay.
But no, that's completely fine. $11? No.
So the
Maybe I
goal
can
is to
just
get
block.
hit for 3 and then 7, is that correct?
Yeah. Leaving me at... Okay. With Zap, I think I can just win now. Oh, it turns out it was easy the entire time. Alright, never mind. Game's easy.
So I'd like you to know that I did this as well. I doomed you and then I also saved you. You're welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
The game's easy with Surge at your side.
It was my expert math.
Yeah.
A lot
I
of my
thought you
friends
did
talk
well out
about how
there.
mathematical I am.
It doesn't surprise me one bit. Surge Jaeger, I think, is a mathematical name. Both 5 letters long. Both have G's and E's and R's.
Oh my god.
I think someone could write a mathematical paper
Oh,
on your name.
my secrets. No.
What's your Erdit's number? What's the name? I don't remember the name.
I'm gonna have to Google something and find out it's an NFT again.
Erdos. Your Erdos number is the number of hops needed to connect the author of a paper with the prolific late mathematician Paul Erdos.
Oh, probably 5.
That's just your hunch.
Yeah. Well, that's my secret. That's my Canadian superpower, by the way. Yeah, because there's the Kevin Bacon number, right?
Right.
Most people's Kevin Bacon number is 6.
Okay.
Mine is 5.
Because you're Canadian.
No, because I know everybody. You were teasing me earlier about it. I can't go anywhere. It's this weird curse I have.
I believe that 100% actually.
Yeah, like it's a weird. If you work in restaurants or cafes for any amount of time, you will meet everybody. It's just how it works. I don't make the rules.
So how is your number 5? Is that for realsies or you're just saying?
I have no idea. No,
Oh,
I
okay.
just,
I'm just
yeah, yeah. Apologies.
No.
How would I even find that out?
You betrayed me for the last time, Serge.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
He had 511 joint authors. Okay, that's why they talk about it, the collaborative distance. So wouldn't I have to have published a mathematical paper in order to have an ERDOS number?
I feel like we can make an exception for you.
Okay.
It will make it harder to calculate what your number is, though, if you haven't
Sure.
published a paper.
How do we prove it, right?
Just kind of vibes, I think. I think you are on the right track with that.
Hmm. I had to have co-written something. I must have credits on something. What about video credits? I've published videos.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
fine. What about, like, number file? Number file probably has an ERDOS number of some sort and is also a content creator. You probably know someone who's collaborated in some way with number file.
Googling number file. Oh. Four million subscribers. Wow. Have I appeared
People
directly
are
on-
surprisingly into math.
Me?
No, people.
Oh, yeah. One of the most fascinating math number videos I ever watched. Did you ever hear about the Dream Minecraft mathematic controversy?
Yes, absolutely. I don't think
Did
it's a
you-
controversy. He cheated.
He did cheat.
I'll-
He absolutely cheated. Yeah.
I'll go on record. That kid cheated, and people who think he did it accidentally are just extremely kind and very trusting of other human beings, and I'm very proud of them.
People don't want to lose faith in their heroes. Sorry, I just... When did I miss a claw getting in your deck here?
I have to be champ, Serge.
When did you
and,
get a bias cognition? Hold on, when did your deck get so good? Didn't we just almost die?
Well, that's sometimes how life works.
Oh. But there was I wish I remembered the name of the YouTube channel. There was this fascinating just math YouTuber who was just like, okay, you need to stop commenting me. Let me do the math on the actual probability of the posted runs that Dream posted happening. Like, what are the mathematical odds that Dream could have actually done this? And it was real slim. That was Matt Parker. Thank you. I don't know. Not as topical now, but I watched a video on math one time.
Yeah, I remember 7 trillion being the number for some reason. I don't know if it was, but I'm pretty sure that one's large.
I could have sworn I'd been watching this entire run, and I don't know where the skim came from either. When did all of this happen?
It was all in the last, like, 2 floors. It is quite
Oh, it's when I
recent.
was Googling math file. Okay, I see.
Yeah, you snooze, you lose, Serge.
Dang.
Life comes at you fast. You gotta pay attention. Claws are surprisingly decent at low Ascension, has been my experience recently.
They just scale faster than the bosses scale?
And turn 1s aren't quite as punishing. They're not good on turn 1. Claw is not the card that you want in your hand on turn 1, really. But, you know, you have a bit more leeway to get going at the start of fights. Thanks for the 51 months, Magishu. I have usually been going about an hour and a half with people. So I'm letting you know that is coming up, and wondering if you have closing thoughts. Anything you're looking forward to next year, other than we already talked about Chicago? Anything, any message you would like to leave people with this holiday season?
Man, I don't want to say a lot of pressure or anything here. So one gaming related W, which has been kind of fun, is I never actually finished the story at the beginning when we talked a little bit that my life got a little bit turned upside down. The TLDR is I went to move into a place, the place is not ready, and I'm indefinitely staying with my parents in my late 30s right now, with my girlfriend of 15 years living. You know, it's been fine. But one of the things that I put out into the world is like, hey, everything's already kind of weird. My schedule's kind of weird, and I love to have a routine. I would love to collaborate more. Now's no better time. I'm happy to travel. I'm happy to do whatever. And so many people have reached out. I mean, even including this opportunity just to hang out and chat is new. I've had the opportunity to go a bunch of places, some of which aren't public yet, so I don't want to start naming them in case I slip. And that has been so cool. That I need to like take a step back for a second. I never intended to become a full-time content creator. It was never, I mean, I'm older than the generation of people who look at it aspirationally. It's something that I kind of fell backwards into, and I've been very lucky to get to do full-time. And the opportunities that it has given me just continue to amaze and surprise me. It's very cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, if we're talking about gaming wins and stuff like that, this is one. This has been an amazing year. Next year looks like it's going to be even better. In a time of extreme turbulence and uncertainty in my life, things have been very good.
Well, that's really cool. Collaborating is fun. It is such a privilege to get to like, content creators are so cool because there is some reason people are watching them instead of like Netflix or whatever. There is some baseline of entertainment which a person can find online where some massive corporation has spent millions of dollars making some sort of entertainment product which you could be watching instead of me or you.
Yeah.
But the reason that anybody is watching us is that there is something about us that speaks to people in a way that that sort of thing won't or doesn't as much or whatever. And so it's such a privilege as a content creator to get to talk to other content creators because like everyone is just so cool for some reason. And if you take the moment to work out what that reason is, it's just very consistently an awesome experience. So I am also very glad for collaborations. I'm going to try to collaborate more with people this coming year. That is a goal of mine.
If I may, can I share a personal-ish story of us that chat might not be aware of?
Sure.
So when JORBS was a PPR guest in Victoria, a good friend and a coworker of mine, Graham Stark, was battling cancer. He had Hodgkin's lymphoma, and luckily he was able to beat it. He has been cancer-free for over a year now, and everyone's very happy. Everybody clapped. But as a result, when JORBS was in town, because Graham was so immunocompromised, he wasn't able to be a part of the event, which was a shame because obviously like this is something we put a lot of effort into and a lot of love into, and you don't want to ever miss the guests. And JORBS was spending an extra day in town. And so we wanted to see him, and we had to kind of respect his health issues. So we went to Graham's garage just to be out of the wind, just opened up the door, and we bought a bunch of fried chicken, and just the three of us hanging out, just kind of chilling and eating chicken in this sort of like improvised workspace. And just this goes to the question of like, what is the nature of content? What stuff? I just want to watch a 90-minute video of somebody deep diving into a topic. And Graham's like, well, before I had to start chemotherapy, I was actually working on a video. Do you want me to talk to you about Olympic mascots? I could deep dive into the subject for a while. And I just got to sit back and just hang out with buds while Graham went deep into this topic. And JORBS just got to be like, yeah, tell me more about Olympic mascots. This sounds fascinating. So
Was fascinating. I learned so much about Olympic mascots, which I have since forgotten.
Just these very, very special moments that couldn't happen otherwise, you know?
Yeah, it's an okay job.
It's a weird job. I mean, the holidays is all about trying to tell my parents' generation what I do and them very politely pretending they understand. But yeah. Hey, friend, I mean, I think that was a pretty good endpoint there. This has been absolutely delightful. Thank you so much for having me on.
Of course. Thanks for coming on. You are welcome anytime.
And congratulations on raising $6,500 for this excellent cause. I mean, I guess one more call out. Any more squat bits in the chat before I leave? I'm matching.
Are you leaving me with 7,500 squats to do by myself, Serge?
I mean, I'll do them in solidarity. This is the last chance you'll get 2-for-1 squats.
How are we going to confirm that you've done this?
Oh, it's a trust system. I'm Canadians. Canadians are very trustworthy. Wonderful canal dig canal.
Our community.
2-for-1 squats. Well,
I had
donate.
a friend reach out to me recently, and he asked me if we were to make content together, what would it look like? And I'm not sure, so I'm going to LA next week, and we're gonna grab a beer and talk about it. But I think we found out today what it would look like if you and I made content together, which is canal dig canal. A lot of
and
canal
solidarity
dig.
squats.
A lot of canal dig canal.
I mean, we got the dono. How your legs feeling?
I could do 12 more.
Yeah. I'll squat my way out of this call. That kind of came out weirder than I wanted it to. All right.
All right,
position.
chat.
Hold my kettlebell.
Slightly worried about the headphone wire with a weight this heavy.
Fair. Very fair.
All right.
Good form.
What?
Yeah.
Great. Oh, yeah. It's my core that's feeling it.
What was the weight on that again, chat? It was like 20 kilos or something? He's in with a big weight.
Whew.
24 kilos. That's 50 pounds. Oh.
We did it.
Yeah. Yes, we did. JORBS, you're a delight.
You
Your
too.
community is a delight. This has been a delight. Thank you very, very much for having me.
Thanks for being on. I will chat with you again sometime soon, I am sure.
Absolutely. All right. Goodbye, everybody. You're all wonderful. Ciao.
Oh, I miss Surge. Where'd he go? This actually worked. It's disgusting to me. Surge is an excellent friend of mine. I am always so happy anytime I get to spend time with Surge. Oh. Tired. So I have a prayer wheel, which makes me want hallways. But I also have a slaver's collar, which makes me want elite fights, which is kind of weird. This deck is, it's okay. I could see this losing, though. Like, it's not the strongest deck that I have had. That's for sure. One of the Desert Bus people thought that Jorb was Surge in a PPR photo. I could see it. We look a little similar. We also have like a semi-similar vibe. Last time I visited Surge, took me to check into the hotel room, and the person assumed we were lovers, which was very endearing. We go check AO3 for that Yoi. Yeah, I don't think that Yoi is made of me. But you could be the change that you want to see in the world. I don't know. Actually enough, and I have a buffer charge. Alright. We survived transient. If I take one question mark, I get a chest as well. I'll get that at the end of the act. Surge is very much my okay, we're doing this friend. That is 100%. That is 100% the energy that Surge brings to, I think, anyone's life. Hologram gets a little bit better now that we have 4 energy for perhaps every fight in the rest of the run. This doesn't spark joy. It's a nice potion belt. I can make a lot of strength very slowly. Maybe I should use one of those in this fight, actually. No equilibrium plus. Yeah, maybe that was wrong. I think the deck is aiming to be fast enough that it doesn't want that card. But I also don't think it is fast enough that it doesn't want that card yet. Also, I was used to playing fights on 3 energy. Maybe if I had been playing fights on 4 energy, I would have taken it. I could see that. The old man Biff. Is JORBS cheating on Filthy? No spoilers. I used to play such weird slow decks in this game. I used to play Nemesis fights where my ability to kill Nemesis was based on being able to exhaust burns as fast as Nemesis added them to my deck. I think as Ironclad, not as Defect, but like, I'm being reminded of it right now because I'm kind of having the same experience in this fight. You remember when my runs took 3 hours for each character? Do you? I don't remember that. But it might have happened. I don't know. How do I feel about Ascension ramping? The game's harder at low difficulty than I expected it to be. Which has been good. I've been enjoying myself. Honestly, it doesn't really feel any different from playing at Ascension 20. Like, the things I can get away with are slightly different. It's mostly stuff being different at the start of the run. By the time that you're halfway into the run, like, everything's pretty same-ish. I guess there is only 1 boss instead of 2. That's a pretty big difference. The potion belt being larger is a pretty big difference, too. Do I have enough cool-headeds to want a fission? I think I just want a fission, regardless of whether I have enough to justify it or not. So if I upgrade cool-headed and turbo, I have an infinite eventually. It's kind of a long way away. Oh, with finesse, do I maybe not need to do that? I feel like with finesse, I probably don't need to do that. Although I still might need it to block. It's time eater first anyway, so like, this doesn't matter that much for right now. Nemesis is very threatening to silent because the burns would stop the discard infinite. Sounds believable. I can't say that I remember that, but it sounds believable. On-screen text is still talking with Surge. I'm in mourning! I'm in mourning and you come to me. Demanding that I change? Can't believe it. Canal, dig, canal. One of the problems with doing this is it's given me all of these other things that I want to do on stream. Like, my goal was, I think it would be fun to play lots of Spire. I think it would be fun to chat with my friends while I did it. But then chatting with my friends made me want to do a bunch of other stuff, like build canals in Civ. You know, this Infinite wasn't that slow, actually. That was actually kind of legit. Canals would be good here. I don't think I even knew that Search played Civ. I suppose everyone plays Civ a little bit, right? You've never played Civ? I don't... Yeah. I don't believe... Hurricane. Now my claws will really be good. Last played Civ Feb 2021. Surge? When did I last play Civ? I have also streamed Civ at some point in my life. We take Clockwork Souvenir for a biased cog. I am able to core surge it, but I don't like have a Seek to help with that or anything. I bet I feel happy because I've been exercising. For fuck's sake. It's so frustrating how consistently exercise makes me feel better as someone who just would rather sit in a chair and play video games all day. How should I value the efficient upgrade? Very little. It's like fine. The thing that it usually solves isn't usually a problem at this point in the game, though. Cards drawn and energy gained are much more important things than orbs evoked. The exception is when I have a plasma orb regularly, at which point it's actually giving me energy that I wouldn't get otherwise. You get to exercise, and JORBS gets to sit in his chair and play video games. Nice. Is that what it is? Blood circulation? Sounds terrifying. It doesn't sound safe, that's for sure. Ooh, a shuriken and a kunai. I don't think either of those do anything. It's kind of... Oh, okay, well, I'll stop complaining. I'm gonna use both of these cultist potions against Time Eater, I think. It seems right to me. I do get the turn 1 biased cog. That's nice. Okay, not bad. What about a saddle chair? Is it like a chair that makes you work out while you sit on it? I have one of those. I hate it. I don't use it ever. I guess finesse benefits from kunai. It's not nothing. Do I play fishing? Probably. I think this deck might be able to win. I think so too. There were some iffy moments in Act 2, but I think we successfully turned the corner. I forgot I was gaining 2 strength per turn. That's certainly a decision that I made. You got 2 hours left at work. You just want to go home. I imagine a lot of work this week is just like doing nothing. What does one even do at work? Took me 2 potions to mimic the power of a single claw. Yeah, but I did mimic the power of a single claw. Hey Nenko, how are you? Fancy seeing you here. I think the most important lesson from this experience has been that Claw is broken. What a powerful card. I wonder if at higher difficulty you have to like go all the way into the infinite more often. I think this might actually be an okay spot for a efficient upgrade, actually. I could see it. It's Fission or Cool-Headed. Pretty sure. I already have a Cool-Headed Plus, actually. Yeah, okay, it's just Fission then. You're chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool, but I am not shooting some b-ball outside of school. Yeah, after last time they wouldn't want that. Ascension 20 is only about claw and rebound. You know, I would not have guessed that. $29 block. I have Tori, so I only take one. I guess if I don't hit skim, this entire line was kind of silly. Maybe it's impossible not to hit skim, though. The deck is performing. That turn was like so indicative of what the Fission upgrade is, though. Like I got an extra 30 AoE damage out of it, and then I took no damage because I wasn't ever going to take damage because I drew an extra 3 cards and had an extra 3 energy that turn. So how could I possibly take damage? So generally, I would rather have an upgrade that is, you know, making me not take damage when I would have taken damage, instead of having an upgrade which like does a little bit of extra stuff on a turn where I was completely fine anyway. Are there any underwhelming carbs I'd like if they would be better, just because they are interesting? I think a lot of the underwhelming cards are interesting because they're bad. So no, none of them stand out as like, I would like this to be stronger than it is, really. Your favorite part of the fight was when I yelled, "It's Jorbin time," and then jorbed all over them until they politely conceded a defeat. I remember that. That was just now, right? Yeah, that was pretty fun for me, too. You want Ritual Dagger to be better? I feel like Ritual Dagger's already pretty good. I think it's, like, fine. I want Core Surge to block Vulnerable or block Dex down. I think I don't have much Dex. Oh, I have Finesse. Okay. This ManyJorbs gone solo. You can find him streaming at twitch.tv/xqc now. I'd kind of like to make a new draw pile before I have 5 statuses on my deck. Like so. Alright, that should be fine. While it would be an adequate incentive from an event that would cause you to lose 1 max HP every floor from that point onward. It seems similar to how much HP you lose from the Apparitions event. So, something like that. Although it's backloaded, which makes it a bit stronger. The Efficient upgrade pretty much won the fight. Which fight? The Efficient upgrade has not won any fights. It dealt 30 AoE damage to the elites, and then had 0 output against the heart. That's what the Efficient upgrade has done so far. Look at all these delicious copies of Bullheaded. Wow. Wait, where is Skim? What? What? Is the heart a 4-chambered heart? I don't know. I don't know that much about the anatomy of building hearts. Cycle is not playing very nice. This is winning the fight. What I would say, and I think everyone would agree, is that Claw won the fight. Has Claw ever not won a fight? Seems unlikely to me. The count is not max Ascension. You have to do 80 runs minimum to reach max Ascension. That is a lot of runs of Slay the Spire. Especially if you win all or most of them, because it takes longer when you win. Remember when you removed a claw from your chat draft deck? Well, don't you feel silly now? Honestly, I don't. I feel pretty comfortable with my decision. Don't feel bad about it at all. I ordered food at 7:30 and it didn't quite arrive before the stream started, and I was like, no problem. I will just grab it when it arrives. And then I didn't think about it again for 4 hours and just thought about it now. How do you think smoothies and crepes hold up after 4 hours in like 45-degree weather? The smoothie should be fine, right? The crepe doesn't have any like wheat in it. I think it's fine. It's not. I don't think crepes are meant to be served after sitting in semi-refrigerated conditions for 4 hours. That's not really putting their best foot forward in the world, but it's still edible. The filling is Nutella, strawberry, banana. I think it's fine. Yeah, I was like, why am I so hungry? I had breakfast. I remember ordering it. And then I was like, oh, my breakfast. Hmm. We get to enjoy a new sort of Jorbs soon. Food poisoning Jorbs. I really think it's fine. I'm pretty sure that isn't how germs work. I'm pretty sure you can refrigerate food and it's okay. What temperature is it in Seattle? It's 53 now. Okay, so it's closer to 50 than 40. Is food safe if left at 50 degrees Fahrenheit? Yep, Google says I'm gonna die. Acidic and sugary foods slow growth. I regularly let my chili sit on the counter for 2 days or so and munch on it at room temperature. On the 3rd day, it sometimes tastes off, but I haven't gotten sick yet. Oh my god. I want to click on this person's Reddit account to see if they're still alive. Are you still posting on Reddit? This was 9 years ago. How are you now? Good grief. Do you think it's too late to tell them not to do that? Look, if they're fine, I think I'll be okay. Hold on, are they fine though? They stopped posting 7 years ago. They seemed like they were still in sound mind, though. They liked the Battle of the Bastards a lot in Game of Thrones. Oh, that means if they died, they didn't see the series collapse. Like, good for them. I'm really kind of invested in this person's life now. Not posting on Reddit means you're fine. If you die, they just hook you up to a keyboard and tell you to keep posting on Reddit. That's where all the bots come from. All right. Honestly, I don't want more of it anyway. They didn't send me a straw for the smoothie. This is one of the worst food ordering experiences. That's still fine. Yeah, it tastes great. Honestly, might just leave my smoothies outside for 4 hours more often. Isn't the entire issue with food safety temperature resulting from the multiplication of existing microbes in the food? If it didn't have much to begin with, it'll be fine for longer short of mold spores in the air. Yes, but all food has bacteria in it, pretty much. Mark Markar, thanks for the 13 months. Mark Markar says, canal. Now dig canal. Okay. It's just me and you for a couple of hours. Actually, I was considering taking a nap for my 2-hour break between guests today because I really didn't sleep well. I think I'll power through. I'm doing okay. The squats helped. Probably won't go super long. What's normal chili salt content, Sea Snake? Is it likely my chili has 3% salt content? I have no idea how much salted food has as a proportion. I don't imagine it's 3%. I would guess like 0.3% maybe. Salted salt has 110% salt content. Does salt content tend to do well on like YouTube? I feel like it does. Nine, 12, and 14. Across, thanks to 26 months. Appreciate it. The oceans are 3% salinity. So you are telling me I can just drink salt water and it won't be bad for me? Twitch chat does medical advice. Hi, it's me, Twitch. Hi, Dr. Twitch chat. Oh, apparently I needed to play 2 defense that turn. My bad. Would I rather be at 61 or 72? I find that when you phrase the event in that way, it becomes a much easier event to make a decision for. Well, Papa J, thanks for 2 months. Appreciate it. Let's go shop. Huh? Oh god, Bottled Miracle is terrible on this site. Whoops. I think I might just take 16. I think 16 from Gremlinob is a time-honored tradition. This game sucks. I guess I'll use a potion. What a terrible game, though. Tarot game, terrible relic. Incense burner on 0. Doesn't do a lot. I would argue not the most impactful possible relic I could have gotten. At least I would argue that for the next 5 turns. I don't have to play Cut Through Fate there, I can be the 10 card draw pile. I thought about it, but then I did this instead. Would I rather have Incense Burner at 0 or 3 damage at Ekabeko? I don't think I know what that means. Incense Burner at 0? I guess is my answer. Ooh, a Kunai. Kunai plays okay with just Lucky. I think Fear No Evil is just a much better card, though. Who is an okay Incense Burner number? Nope, Incense Burner is terrible. What a terrible relic. Just doesn't do anything. Take a Perseverance to go with Kunai? Let's take another Cut Through Fate. Would I rather be intangible in the game or in real life? Gosh, what a great question. Spire is actually good here. What are my charcuterie feelings? I don't think I've ever, like, finished a charcuterie plate or presentation or whatever, which always makes me feel a little bit like it's wasteful. Oh my god, I'm just going to kill it again. It doesn't do anything. Again. The Stralic. It just doesn't do anything. Charcuterie is for tasting. Okay. Is it an Apo kind of spot? Might be. Also just be this thing. I do both? I can. I would like the card remove though. Card remove is very, very, very powerful on Watcher. And that's either one of these, but not both. I feel like I already have enough for Apotheosis to be good. Trying to think about how that then wins, because it's not super clear to me. Work it out. It's a chance to try to decide that on our... It did seem like the cut through fates would make it pretty easy to draw it. Does life insurance cover getting punched by a donut or a big slime? I think it depends on your policy. I guess the question is, does it? Depends if you are a wise life insurance purchaser or not. And it combos with Apotheosis, because it'll upgrade my cut-through fates to draw Apotheosis faster. That makes me feel really silly for taking Apotheosis, to be honest. I'll take Volt. Volt's fine. Are my potions good? Good enough. Perhaps taking one is not actually... Oh, Incense Burner proc. This King Relic. I could have grabbed Philostone though, because I had Incense Burner that turn. Massive misplay. I guess I should wait. Incense Burner does get better if you make any attempt whatsoever to have it be good. No. This is not Rushdown, unfortunately. There's a Master Strategy or a card remove. Let's go card remove. I think I can just block with the defense, probably. With Kunai. So I'm not as fixated on transforming the defense as usual. Although at this point, I think I'll transform one over. What the... over transforming the strikes. That was a very good transform. Okay. It was a good turn for Incense Burner, true. Is Ascension 8 Snake Plant still 21? I think so. It's kind of silly to use Vault here. It seems better to use Meditate. Avocado, right. Ice cream. Final Fantasy VIII doesn't use mana. Why does that blow your mind? This will hex me next turn, right? So I can be in Wrath. And there's not really a downside. Whoa. We're watching the Spire. Watch, 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 watch. I think I'm just gonna rest. 2 elite fights in a row. No reason to risk anything here. Alright, chat. If I end up getting food poisoning, you're not allowed to say I told you so. Because honestly, most of you didn't say so. My tummy's feeling a little like... Like, what is this at the moment? Did any of you grow up being told that drinks with carbonation were good for upset stomachs? I don't think it's food poisoning. I think it's probably honestly just that I didn't eat for a long time and I ate some weird food. Ginger ale specifically. But they have to be clear sodas? It's like soda racism. That's kind of fucked. Why no tiny chest? I might want to take Cursed Key at the end of the act. That's all. I wonder what percentage of the time that's because one of a person's parents really liked soda and wanted an excuse to keep drinking it. Would I take Tiny Chest if it was bigger? I was gonna tell this story with Surge, but I got sidetracked and never told it. But I was walking through my neighborhood a while ago, and someone was selling a tiny house, like legitimately. Like you could just buy a tiny house. It was like $15,000 or something. And it made me rethink like my evaluation of tiny house and Slay the Spire. Like, because it didn't seem like that bad a deal. There's a lot of wood in there and like a couple beds. Like most of this shit I would not pay $15,000 for ice cream, right? You kidding me? There's no way. I don't imagine you would either. I could put in an ADU in my yard right now. I don't know what an ADU is. What's an ADU? Is it an alternate dwelling unit or something? Accessory dwelling unit. Gotcha. You know, they had an okay first turn against me. Don't let that be a lesson to them. Luigi had thanks for the 7 months. A bag of preparation. I have instance burn on the wrong number. I mean... I guess. Heavily considering recall. Just gonna go recall. Oh, actually, Volt was already fixing it, so it actually was on the right number. Skip Act 3. This probably wins if we skip Act 3. How much would I pay for a bottled lightning? Oh, not that much. I'd rather have card removes. My deck has enough cards for me to really need it. Where did Inner Peace go? Oh, one of the things has it. What the hell? Oh, they have both of them. What the hell? Did I see the Lizzie McAlpine Tiny Dust video from a year ago? It is very comfy. I did not. I do not know who that is. Were we just listening to them? I bet we were. Would Recycle be good in Watcher or just kinda unnecessary? Recycle would be beyond broken. It would be obscenely broken. I guess I should have upgraded then if I was gonna take Fusion Hammer. My bad. Hard to imagine taking damage, huh? I have 5 apparitions and an incense burner. And a Volt. And 2 cut-through fates. And an Auracalcum. I didn't have to play the defend. I have an Auracalcum. It's very hard to take damage. I did not realize quite how hard it was to take damage. Travel is my next relic. Nice. That's good to know. Is that in the shop? Do I have to pay money for it? Five apparitions was always like known to be way too strong. But when it got nerfed to 3 apparitions at High Ascension, I was like, wow, I guess you never take that event anymore. And then it turned out that it was still really strong at 3, actually. Which really puts into context how obscene it is to get 5 of them. The sneezing is food poisoning? I didn't know that was one of the symptoms. That's really concerning. How long will it be before I turn into a were person? I think a secret technique to get apotheosis. But also just make sure I get also make sure I get an apparition. Which does kind of matter. The time meter? No. I don't really need the indignation then. Next full moon. When's that? I don't know anything about the moon. I am a modern human being. I know predominantly about the price of Catgirl NFTs. "26 days? Yeah, that's plenty of time. I'll be fine." Can't believe they defiled Catgirls with NFTs. Is nothing sacred? I forgot that I have Arcalcum. Thought I was taking damage. I was not taking damage, it turns out. I have until the 25th of January to find a cure for lycanthropy. Someone else will do it. One of my adoring fans will be like, "Oh no, a life without JORBS content. I could never." And then they will invent a cure for lycanthropy for me. Have it all worked out. Who do I think I am? The hero of Kvatch? I thought nobody liked him. Is the Dovahkiin liked? I could use a VTuber for my wolf days. There you go. Not really much of a problem at all when you put it like that. Maybe Mystic. It's going well. How are you? Hey now. No one gets to make fun of Twitch chat except for me. We have rules in this channel. Got a great heart. Just got a fire 7 great kill after watching a couple of your how to win videos, live your videos and streams. Well done, let's play. Good job. I don't know what fire 7 means, but you have said that that means heart kill, so I'm just going to trust you. Threat. Oh, Ascension 7. Oh, it has a fire. Oh, I get it now. That does make a lot of sense now that I see that it has a fire. Do I invest in stocks? I invested in a house? This really... It's hard to call what's happening right now, Slay the Spire. I can actually just play the apparitions as I draw them, and it will leave before it gets to attack me. Would this run be significantly different on Ascension 20? No, not really. Wait, I have one turn of intangible left. Oh. I had another one from this. I don't know that another rushdown really does anything. I could see Tranquility doing something. Not really. I think I'm good. Makes me draw Rushdown sooner, but it makes me draw Apotheosis later. So... Wang Zig Sent. Thanks to the $20 donation to support Free2Luv. I'm pretty sure that this is a run where drawing Apparition is the thing that wins the fight. It does move me closer to collector's bonus on Rushdown, that is true. That means 20 cents. And donated $20. Outstanding. On a flasher steal? I don't think so. I'm worried about my damage. Probably not. I should have gone meditate. Should meditate? Maybe? I don't know. I don't imagine this matters. We want a recycle. Was there a prismatic shard? I think we'll be okay. It does seem like a decent prismatic shard, to be honest. Because like finding a burning pack would be pretty good. Holy shit. Oh. I slept from like 9 PM until 1 AM. And then I was awake. And I laid in bed being like, it'd be really nice to go back to sleep now. And then I had a little mental conversation with myself about that for about 4 hours. And then I gave up and got up. Anyway, a good time. We're already at the boss. I feel like the time would have gone faster if I had like a shuriken instead of a kunai. Shuriken would probably be the best possible relic for this run on account of it making the run end faster. I can't watch JORBS to fall asleep. I watched a chess tournament to fall asleep. And it was too exciting. I just stayed awake. Honestly, I did not find it very exciting, but I also did not start sleeping, so... Did Magnus Carlsen win? I know the answer to that. I didn't watch it long enough to actually see it, though. So I feel like I'm just spoiling the results of a thing without even sharing something that was relevant to my own experience of life, if I tell you. You've also fallen asleep to CSGO. I get it. CSGO's like fine, but yeah. It's a decent amount of downtime. I kinda wanna take Diva form. I have 5 apparitions and a secret technique and volt, so I feel like it's fine. My potions don't really help if I get a bad hand though. Alright, Deva form. It takes arguably until after the fight is over already for Deva form to do anything beneficial. That's okay. It's trying its best. Ooh, a strawberry. That's lovely. You're welcome, goddess of social distancing. Happy to be here. Ow! I took damage. Yeah. Is it over? Guess I'll just die then. Was that the most pity Deva form I've ever taken? I just wanted to have more energy. Oh. Maybe it's because I'm feeling tired. I forgot to do this when I played Apotheosis to get more energy. That's okay. What is going on with these super weird chatters this week? It is the school holidays. Makes sense, they do all sound like 13-year-olds with no life. How much of a life do you really get to have at age 13? I think sometimes I went to the mall and played Magic the Gathering when I was 13. That was kind of fun. But yeah, I think in general, I didn't do that. Or anything else. The mall doesn't exist anymore? Really? Is that true? I like the mall still exists. I could believe that kids don't go to it though. How much of a life do you get to have at 30? You can have, like, a lot of life at 30 if you want. You really have a lot of agency over the answer to that question. $49.40. I think my last watch around was 48 minutes. The difference being last time I had Shuriken. Next unban request stream sooner than expected. I did do one of those. It was a hit. Several people enjoyed it. Is that my first score over 2,000? It might be. Q, Annie, X. Thanks for the months. Appreciate it. Is this game fun for someone who has never played a deck builder? I think to some extent it was the first deck builder. I mean, it wasn't. But it also kind of was. I think most people who came to this game had never really played a deck builder before. And we all seem to have liked it. There were a few others before this. Arguably, like, Limited and Magic is a deck builder, but not really in the same way. Dominion feels like it's a deck builder in a very similar way, although it's not a video game, it's a card game. Physical card game. I think there were a couple of video games that were like this, but they didn't get quite as much traction. There's a Steam version of Dominion. They have had multiple web page clients. I didn't know they had a Steam version. I played a lot of Dominion once upon a time. I do not have Dominion over it, but I have enjoyed playing it. You're welcome, Salt Shaker. I'm glad. Cool that people are still discovering this game. Google believes it was StarCraft the board game, which was the first deck builder game ever. We don't believe Google when it says things anymore, right? Are we all agreed on that? Google is just making stuff up now. 2 weeks until Mean Girls the Musical, the movie, comes out. That's exciting. That's pretty exciting. Oof. Yeah. I think I'm gonna sleep better tonight. I think we should do exercise on stream every day, chat. I think it'll help me sleep. I read someone who said that your body burns basically the same amount of calories every day, but if you don't exercise, it burns them on other things like stress and inflammation. And I was like, gee, maybe I should exercise based on this random person who has claimed something on Twitter. Which honestly, I feel like it's kind of fine to read random people saying stuff on the internet if your takeaway is you should exercise more. It's kind of a harmless takeaway to have. You can get there however you'd like, really. Google said I might have network connectivity issues, says Mark Markar in an online chat room. First knew of me from my Filthy Robot Civ 5 collabs. Those were a good time. Why wouldn't those people fucking make Colossus? I don't fucking understand. We don't want them to know we're settled on the coast. Oh no! It's a fucking 3v3. They know exactly where we are. Still not over it. Still not over it. You've recently been thinking about the concept of believing things because they are useful rather than because they are true. There are definitely some things which, like ethics. Well, I don't know if we believe ethics because they're useful. But there are things that we have to believe in the world that don't have a truth value. They are just our beliefs. So it definitely can be useful to believe something even if it isn't objectively true. You spend 5 days a week on the bike machine doing Slay the Spire runs and now you feel great. I really want to get a bike machine. I have been craving a bike machine. That's what I was going to ask for. My mother had this idea that she was going to buy me a vacuum cleaner for Christmas, but she hasn't yet. I want a bike machine. Mother. Just a second. I'm sending an email to my mother. Do y'all want to say hi or anything? I would like a bike machine I could hook my bike up to ride inside. Also, Twitch chat says hi. I should show the bike machine. Bike machine for indoor setup. I don't want like a whatchamacallit with the like online trainer and all that shit. I think they're called indoor bike trainers. I think that's what I want. I want one of those. But I don't want like an indoor cycling bike. I want something that I can hook my bike up to. Yeah, it's called an indoor cycling trainer. Peloton. Yeah, I don't want a Peloton. I just want to, like, I really like my bike, but I don't like going outside as much. Sam has one? Hell yeah. Sam's gonna be here soon, right? Are you going to be here soon, May? I don't know where I am, really. This says I didn't update the spreadsheet. We're in a fucking coyote time. We've had May on stream before. She's a pretty good stream guest. You're planning 45 minutes? That's also when I was planning. Perfect. Enough time to lose another Ironclad run. Peloton bikes seem like dangerous machines. The most dangerous machine in your house right now is your Roomba. Do you know where your Roomba is right now? It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your Roomba is? When my Roomba vacuums my house, it will stop for a second to take a photo of the interior of my dwelling and send it to an online server, and then it will start going again. And it thinks it's being sneaky. But it's not fucking sneaky. I know exactly what it's doing. It's unreal. Oh shit. I just remembered a song I haven't listened to for a really long time. I wonder if it's because it's like horribly sexist or something. It might be. Let's find out. This is Swingerhead. I have not listened to Swingerhead in probably 10 years. Bow wow, bow wow. Anyway, this is how I feel about my Roomba. Bow wow. Bum, bum, bottom. She could be a spy. We should listen to more Swingerhead on this channel. Is there a swingers channel on Discord? I'm in a different Discord for that kind of stuff. They definitely have Discords for swingers, though. Waiting for some kind of sign. Oh shit, the trombone's back. Is that like an alto trombone? That is very high for a trombone. I made the wrong play last turn. I should have hit the other one with Blood for Blood. Cost myself 3 health. You think that was just a jazz tenor? Fuck, I could never sound like that on a jazz tenor. Swinger Head album. Spotify. What? There's a Swinger Head Christmas? Is it too late? Oh my god, it sells for $184.75 on Amazon. Good lord. Good lord. It isn't even discontinued by the manufacturer, apparently. Apparently you can just get this from the manufacturer or pay $184.75 on Amazon. These are your two options. Choose widely. Widely? Wisely. Wisely. There you go. This is a good one. Oh, this is on Apple Music. Where's Spotify? What is this garbage? I am entering my excellent streamer stage. My monitor just turned off and on again. That's fun. Spotify doesn't have a swinger head. I need to use Apple Music? This is honestly just a bit too much work. I guess I'll use Apple Music. I guess they didn't take off. All right. Try for free. Sign in. Two-factor authentication. Don't tell this code to anyone, Twitch chat. 065. Remember this for me. And 457. Oh. Da da da. Darling, won't you dance like the dance? She said, darling, I can't dance, but I'll follow. Your brother heard it? Jesus, chat. It's okay. I got in touch with my lawyer. Oh, I played Dropkick. Shit. You can guess what steps they both want to do, darling. I'm not replaying Ascension 8 Ironclad. Ironclad fucking died. Ironclad is dead. But lives again. But was dead for a while. Like this. Ba-da-dum. Most people are too cowardly to put marimba in music. Honestly, it's embarrassing. That's vibraphone. Yeah, I think you're right. Ba ba ba. Ba-dum-dum. Ba-da-dum, yeah, dum. Ba-dum-dum. Ba-da-dum, yeah, dum. Ba-dum-dum. Ba-da-dum, yeah, dum. Ba-dum-dum. Ba-dum-dum. Ba-ba-ba-da-dum, yeah, dum. Ba-dum. That was one of the better snack oils I have ever had in my life. It was a very good snack oil. You're not wrong. And she said, darling, I can't dance but Hey, thanks for the prime sub! Like this. Cha-cha-cha. Boom, 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 ba-da. So, Twitch chat, back before you all were born, this is what me and my friends used to jam to. The song does not show from Apple Music. I know. Do you want me to change that? I can change it. I think we're going to be here for a bit. Seems to be back-to-back-to-back bangers. Oh, we already listened to that one? Hey, it's a DM slide. This is a DM slide from before they had DMs. Incredible. And before maybe we knew that they were bad. We're literally the same age. What do you want me to say? Oh. I know you're home. You just played it from your record? I couldn't afford a record player as a kid, so I just had the vinyls and I just looked at the ridges and sort of imagined what it would sound like. There's a guy who could do that by feel. Was he named Beethoven? Is playing a Flame Bearer against multi-attacks the most satisfying thing in the game? I think it is slightly less satisfying than dying as Watcher. Pick up the phone. I know you're home. Pick up the phone, say some sweet to me. I feel like Exhume isn't very good here. Which is bizarre, because Exhume is usually very, very, very good. I could just take it and assume it becomes good, which is likely. Or I could take a Reaper, which is like mediocre, but okay. I'm just gonna take a Reaper. It's like fine. Is this a Snecko run? This is actually an okay Snecko. I was gonna Astrolabe, I think. Not a movie star, she's a lady with the big cigar. I'm gonna go Snecko, actually. Oh, this promotes smoking. I don't think we do that anymore. Don't know about that. What things about my stream will age poorly? Rhythm guitar, she's a lady with a big cigar. Yep. Lady with a big cigar. Fingerhead is on Spotify. That seems very believable. Well, I didn't see them when I looked, so oh well. It's a 3-month free trial to Apple Music. That's just good value. I'm gonna take Entrench so I can take Barricade. Lady with the big cigar. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going to Card Awards. I guess we could hunt for apparitions, but it feels unsporting. I don't know what people do when they go out to like clubs now. Because I don't do that, so I don't know what the modern day equivalent would be. Oh shit, I could have played Body Slam. My bad. Yeah. This is now a stream where I just listen to music and click on buttons and slay the Spire, and you can all watch me. Is that what streaming's usually like, actually? That might just be what it always is. Guess I didn't consider that. Always has been? Yeah. They swing. I want to take a Berserk Plus. I would like a barricade and a calipers and the hot dog. Uh-oh. Not sure this is a good berserk. Could I berserk and then dropkick myself? Doesn't look like it. Starts playing, boat starts swaying, and it really swings. It didn't die? I guess it's 32. Okay, my bad. But I like fries with that. Sure. Works for me. Did I ever get into Electro Swing or the Revivals? I don't believe so. Does not sound familiar. You already listened to this one? Yeah. Oh shit. It's really unfortunate that they had to make trumpets illegal after Dancing Plague. Tell me honestly, would you still like this band if I wasn't singing along? Like, I know my singing enhances the song greatly. No? Yeah, okay. Place to sit. The singer is a convicted scat man. Is this the scat man that I've been hearing about? Down at the strip. The music sounds great. Just me singing. I'm not sure I know what that means, but I agree. And a Slay the Spire mod that randomizes, generates cards, images each time you draw them. Like it has a list of pieces of art and then assigns one at random. I don't know of such a thing existing. You're watching this on the YouTube upload, so you only hear me singing. Makes sense? I remember when she put ketchup on spaghetti, threw it on the floor, and then she asked for more. I feel this is a very positive portrayal of a relationship. This is about a literal child, right? That's why the person being sung about puts ketchup on spaghetti, throws it on the floor, and then yells for more. I don't think I ever understood that when I listened to this music as a kid. It all makes so much more sense now. I have learned something today about my childhood. Baby. I'm in love. It's been a while since the last time I upgraded a flame barrier in Act 1. I used to do this not like every time or anything, but with some amount of regularity, I feel like. Hey, my snack away isn't terrible for the first time in my life. No wonder I'm enjoying myself. Actually, all the cards cost 2, never mind. Oh. Shit, Feel No Pain's real good here. I have a Juggernaut. Feel No Pain's always better with a Juggernaut. Eh. I take song requests for $6.90 charity donations, or is it $69 for charity? I'm currently listening to this thing. I am otherwise disposed, listening to a swinger ahead. Baby, let's go. Second wind would have been good with Feel No Pain. Take it anyway. Oh. I mean, you got a raid. Full omelet. Seems right to me. You might be wondering, how is it legal to play trumpet like this? It isn't. It isn't legal. You're listening to crime right now. American music has blood on its hands. Was placed in trumpet jail. They certainly were. I take a Sentinel Plus and assume that at some point that interacts favorably with something. The trumpet is the coward's trombone. That sounds right. That's not a measurement of time. Disappointing. Doesn't mean I can stay. Oh my god, what if this takes Juggernaut too? That would be too upsetting. Also impossible, fortunately. I was already at full health. Disaster. The Milky Way. I can stay. I don't know how I'm killing that. I should probably not make myself vulnerable this turn. Should I panic? Slight panic. This one deals another... Does it? I think that deals another 7 damage per turn. Nope, not that one. Featuring such bands as Squirrel Nut Zippers. Squirrel Nut Zippers I was a fan of, but then weren't we all? Why? Yes! Thank you. I think I just take Demon Form. Like, I'm trying to make Juggernaut good and everything, sure, but Demon Form is just better here. Is it an okay choker? Choker is a good relic, but the only thing you can do with it is choke your runs. You should just play better. Memory of I think I killed that. It's okay. Feed. Feed. Unlucky. Can I just take another demon form? It's probably fine. This is a situation where Choker is completely fine. It is optimistic to think I will ever play more than 6 cards in a turn, and I just don't need to anyway. I guess Whirlwind was fine. I don't know, I want to eat. So Whirlwind was not fine. Okay. Oh no, Dark Embrace. No, Dark Embrace, don't make it so I can play more than 6 cards a turn. Anything but that. Presumably I take it. Feels like I would take it. Alright, one does not mess around with the JORBS. These ones have to die. Oh my god, I forgot about this song. You know, Swinger Head had range. Maybe that's the right way to think about some of their songs being horrifically offensive. The singer was an inglorious bastard. Huh. No. No, make more daggers. This run appears to be about dying to Reptimancer. It seems to be what this run is about. Holy shit, you have to stop Reptimancer? Reptimancer, please, I want to live. Another Juggernaut. I think we've moved away from Juggernaut now. I don't think Juggernaut's our thing anymore. Wait, is this the death to Guardian? No. Almost, though. I forgot to use regen potion. Hey, happy flower. Whatever it's called. Was it a weekend one? No. Oh wait. I didn't use regen potion in case I got magic flower. Gigantic brain. And then I died. You accidentally boss swapped into Philostone. I think Philostone's fine. I don't think you can click the boss swap button happily if you're going to be upset if you get a Philostone. We do it? Nope. This isn't Swinger Head. We do not grant you the title of Swinger Head. But we will allow you to be a Jedi, or what? I don't remember. What do they say in that scene? It's something like that. This is a sort of deck that would just be too slow and die a decent amount of the time at Ascension 20. It's missing, like, an Impervious or something, I don't know. Get Red Bull. May, come talk to me. You can just do it here? You can just do it here.
Steven.
Oh god, my internal voice.
Now I can only hear you singing and I can't hear the music, so I'm getting...
Is it better or
real...
worse?
You know, it's different. And that's all. How are you today?
I'm really tired. How are you?
Okay. I got pretty okay sleep last night.
Nice. I'm really happy
Yeah.
for you, May.
Well, I'm just trying to brag. As the only person on the planet who slept okay last night, I think. Anywho, I'm Jin Fizzes. I'm your disaster mod. The one who's always doing things wrong.
Today you offered to donate to the channel for me to do squats with my butt facing the camera.
I didn't offer to donate to the channel. I said that that should be a donation incentive. It's different. You did then call me out and I did donate to the channel. So that.
So it is different but functionally the same.
Yes. Listen. I'm a lawyer. I have to specify.
I do think that that's going to be lost on the jury, May.
Well, we'll have to see. I'll see you in court. Anyway, I'm May or Jin Fizzes. I am a mod for JORBS and a stained glass maker and sometimes a lawyer and sometimes an admin, and I do all kinds of stuff. I sound AI.
I don't know what that means.
Can we have text for May, please? Oh, on the screen.
We can do that, sure.
I'm just reading chat out loud. I haven't quite gotten to the point of streaming where I can read it in my head.
I'm so fucking proud of you, May.
Maybe someday. Lazar wants to know if I know Pataru Pataru. Well, It's been spammed pretty nonstop for like a couple years now. So I'd say I'm familiar.
Twitch chat is nothing if not creative. And by that I mean they create one thing every 2 years.
What is my stance on cat girls? That's complicated. So here's how I feel.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Everyone get your paper and notebooks out. I respect the cat girl voting block, and I respect the love of cat girls. I don't get it, but I respect it. Also, sometimes I'm wearing cat ears in my profile picture. So maybe I am a cat girl.
Oh, you are today as well.
I am today.
I could capture that. You would become a Swift fan. Or fan favorite? Yeah, there you go, fan favorite. That was a very politic answer. Have you considered politics?
I wanted to be the president when I was 8 years old, and my history teacher told me that I was too opinionated and I should reconsider.
I think the main issue is youth there. They don't let you run until you're 45.
Well, I did read, what was it called? It was about being the president as a 10-year-old. It was a youth novel. I forget now.
Bush v. Gore, I think.
Oh, good, yes. No, not mentally 8. Actually 8. Someone asked me a question. Who is the best Jorbs? Steven is the best Jorbs.
Aww.
No Jorbs at all. Oh. What kind of lawyer? A retired bad lawyer. Thank you for asking.
What does bad lawyer mean? That you were bad at your job or that you used your job for evil?
No, I was bad at my job. I wasn't good enough at it to use it for any evil, but a lot of evil got done because I was bad at it.
Oh.
So I quit.
Yeah, that doesn't sound great.
No, it was a pretty bad setup. You really need to be able to stand people yelling at you if you want to be a lawyer.
That doesn't sound fun.
Mm-mm. Hi, Albion.
Did your legal career leave you with, like, respect for people who continue being lawyers?
No, I think all lawyers are bad people.
Okay.
Sorry, all lawyers listening. Here's my official theory. If your parents are too rich for you to become a cop, but you would have become a cop, you become a lawyer.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We've stopped being politic with our answers, I see.
Yeah. There are some things that I cannot reserve my opinion about.
Well, we lasted, 2 minutes or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good. Can I ask you questions since you've been asking everybody else questions?
Please do.
Did your dad ever take you fishing?
No.
What is your, memorable parental bonding activity?
Taking my dog for walks.
Oh, is that like when you had deep chats?
I don't know if my dad and I have ever had deep chats.
Oh. Yeah, my parents have a similar relationship with me. I think they were always just too confused by me to, do the parenting. How did I become a Jorbs mod? I yelled at people a lot unofficially for a long time. And eventually Jorbs just modded me. That's my best guess of why I got a mod or a badge.
Honestly, that's distant past for me to a point where I couldn't tell you if you were right or wrong.
All
Sounds
right, well
believable.
then we'll just go with it.
Yeah.
Let's see. What other things? What's your favorite food to cook?
Either pasta or potato.
But what kind?
I look at what's in the fridge, and it is that kind.
Oh, I see. But don't you think about it when you go shopping? Do you just buy random food?
Oh, have you ever seen me think about anything in your life?
Yeah, I've seen you think about Slay the Spire decisions for like 30 times longer than I possibly could.
Yeah. And then I'm done with thinking for the day. And the
Mm.
rest of the time I'm just
Grocery
kind of
store is just pure vibes.
I'm just kind of a continuous car crash for the rest of my life, is I guess what I would say. You know this about me.
I don't. We don't like hang out in person. So like I don't know what your house is like or like how often you clean your litter box. Like I don't know those gauges of how much of an adult are you.
Not an adult.
Oh, that's too bad. Me either, but you know, maybe one day.
Just use a toilet.
For the cats or for yourself?
Oh, you mean the cat's litter box? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That was just
that's
confusing
fair.
to me.
I think peeing in a litter box would actually be kind of nice, but I'd never do it. I think that's why people pee in the ocean, right? It's nice to have your toes in the sand.
Gosh. I don't think it would be great at all.
You know?
No, I would be worried about the stepping in the pee afterwards. In the ocean, the pee is
That's what
kind
the
of
litter
removed
is
for you.
It's not removed, it's just around you.
Yeah, but like it's removed enough. Yeah, you've gone rapidly from I don't get cat girls to I would enjoy peeing in a litter box. So.
And if you wanted to give me a collar, I wouldn't say no.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't help myself.
It's fine.
I wish I could sometimes. Let's see. What's the best thing you ate this year?
Had a lot of good meals.
Mm-hmm.
What was the best one? Really nice steak and a bottle of salty wine.
Salty wine? What kind of wine was it?
It was from Mount Etna. It was white wine. I don't
Ooh,
remember
that sounds delicious.
the grape type or whatever.
Mhm.
Just remember those two things about it. But
That's
yes, it was
interesting.
volcanic soil and you could taste the salt.
Hmm. I want to Google it so bad, but I'm not going to.
You can Google it.
Well, you'll hear all my typing and stuff. That's probably annoying.
Do you not think
Can
it
I
would be
ask
annoying?
Jorbs if he likes chili and how often he eats it?
Is
I...
Potato here? The Albion has stepped in for K-Tip Potato? That's a question
Oh.
from the distant past. It
I
might be from
see.
before your time. There was someone who
Yeah, it
always
is.
asked me if I liked chili and how often I ate it. That's really the entire story. You're up to speed now.
Jorbs channel lore. Always enlightening.
Yeah, it does sometimes say a lot.
If you just repeat the same question often enough in chat, you really do become a fixture. I call that the Blas model.
Uh-huh. What other ways would you identify of becoming an excellent chatter in Twitch chat?
Forcibly saying hi to everyone.
Okay.
You just gotta tag everyone in a separate message, clog it all up. You really want to do that.
Okay.
Let's see. My favorite way to become a chat institution is to just know the answer to things. So, like, always be counting how many cards you played or remembering how much damage you did. People who can do that are remarkable to me. That's like a kind of neurodivergent that I am not.
Okay.
The wine
Is
is called
there-
Caricante.
Why?
That's a type of chatter. Just knowing things. Did the Googling for me.
Oh, there you go. That was like, in fact, your exact example. Why would somebody need to know how many cards I have put?
I don't know if like you have what's the one where if you play fewer than 4 cards, you get extra cards?
Oh, pocket watch.
Pocket watch.
That'd be a good reason. Fair enough. All right, I'm on board.
Yeah, I came up with an example.
Well done.
Thank you. Thinking on my feet. I had to remind myself like 4 times not to take an edible today after work, so it's all worth it.
I don't know if it would have been a problem.
I don't think it would have been a problem, but it's very unpredictable what an edible will do to my ability to talk. Like, either I become mute or I become so talkative, but nothing I say makes any sense.
Okay.
It's a little complex.
Would it offend you if I told you that I largely cannot tell whether you have taken an edible or not when we hang out?
It would not offend me. It would relax me significantly because I have a lot of social anxiety.
Okay.
Someone asked how I got my username. It is my burlesque name from back when I did burlesque. I wanted a name that was evocative of vintage cocktails, so I went with a gin fizz. Also, gin fizzes are delicious. That's all.
Oh no, I've made a mistake. That's fine.
Surely you won't be punished.
Did you check Twitch TOS before coming on stream?
No.
Alright, that's fine.
That kind of seems like your business.
Yeah, it'll probably be okay, right? Like,
I mean,
can't be
they
I'm
can
their
only be
golden
mad at me.
child.
It's true.
They love me at twitch.tv.
I would never order a gin fizz at a bar unless it were like a very fancy bar, because that's an insane thing to do to someone. My go-to cocktail is a gin and tonic because I have to be an ideal patron.
What is a gin fizz?
A gin fizz is gin and lemon juice and soda water, and then a shaken, and then I think there's some simple syrup in there, and then a shaken egg white to make this like thick foam on top. It's delicious, but it you have to manually shake the egg in a cocktail shaker for quite a while.
Does sound like it would be work.
It is a lot of work.
I can understand you feeling like you were being an inconvenience doing that and not wanting to.
Mm-hmm.
That's scams.
Yeah. I did dance professionally, sort of. I never really made more than I've spent on costumes. I was very into costuming.
I don't know if you were here when I said this was the kind of duck that often died because it was too slow. I have a lizard tail. Oh, never mind. I'm completely fine.
You get to
That's
die
okay.
at least once.
Yeah, and I have magic flowers, so when I die, I'll just be at full health again.
Mm-hmm.
Are there burlesque performers who make more than they spend on costuming?
Oh, yes. Especially in Chicago and New York. There are performers in Chicago who make their entire income doing burlesque. You just have to charge a lot and perform a lot more than I ever did.
You did it.
You did it! I'm so proud of you. Everyone said you couldn't do it. And here you are, proving them wrong.
Is that your head narrative?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. don't think many people in my chat say that.
Where can people buy my stained glass? You can follow me on Twitter.
May
and
is
in-
way too fancy for you to be able to buy her stained glass. Like,
Yeah.
unless you got in a year ago, like you can maybe see that in a museum. But
I might start taking commissions again in February.
you can buy it at Sotheby's.
Yeah. Imagine a Sotheby's announcer. Nope, stop. Twitch terms of service.
You're fine. You're fine. As long as you don't put it on screen. I think we could put stained glass Goatsy on screen.
Okay.
Probably.
Well, don't Google Goatsy if you don't know what it is. Unless
that
you're...
link is not safe for work. It might be against Twitch terms of service to put that link in my chat.
Maybe we should direct people to the Discord.
Yeah, maybe.
You can Google it if you know what it is, or if it's just your thing. Yeah. I have to ship out a Goatsy to someone who... Sorry, I've killed Jorbs. Oh no. I finally did it.
Or if it's just your thing.
You know what you're into. Like, someone posted that because it's what they were into. Like, I don't know. I have a lot of stories about...
Is that why they posted it? Do you know that for sure?
Yes.
My friend and I discovered Goatsy when we were perhaps 14 and 15 maybe. And his dad lived in San Diego, and he would go spend summer with his dad. And I would go down and hang out for like a week or two. We were pretty good friends. And so when we were in San Diego in summer together, he asked his dad if his dad had seen Goatsy, and his dad was like, "No, what is Goatsy?" And so he sent his dad to the site, and me and my friend were like in the corner, like looking away, like this horrible thing that we didn't want to stay in our eyes with anymore. And his dad was just like really like almost medically interested, like he was like trying to maybe diagnose some sort of condition. Really fixated on it. If anything, zooming in.
That's so valid. And that was kind of my response. I discovered it at like, I want to say 10 or 12. I was pretty young. And when I saw it, it was like, it was sent to me as like an ew, gross out thing. And my first response was kind of like, oh, gross, what am I looking at? And my second response was like, wow, people are into so many different things than I am.
I still cannot get over that your immediate thought was just like, this is somebody's thing. Because that had never crossed my mind, and still hasn't, even as you're trying to insist to me that it is
true. The maker of the image, his Goatsy was stolen from like a Usenet forum. The maker of the image posts a ton of like, and used to until 2014, post a ton of just his own pornographic content of him doing stuff. And then he got doxxed by an article and stopped posting, which is really tragic. But the whole story is kind of a bummer. He is still alive.
I didn't know any of this.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I guess
You're
you have
welcome.
to research the things you make art of.
I really do. I'm like not that passionate about that many things, so if I'm making art of it, I have strong feelings. Sorry, I'll be on.
Yeah, I think we are now a 40 plus, not 14, 40, 40 plus year old stream. I'm just basing that on me feeling a little uncomfortable, so. And I'm 36, I think.
Me too.
I'm sorry. How's your back?
It's so bad, actually.
I've been trying to convert all of my friends to massages.
Yeah, my problem is like a lower back problem that happens when I'm walking, so I think I actually just need to do crunches, but am I going to?
Here's the thing.
Who knows?
If you go get a massage. It'll
Mhm.
help it. And you'll still need to do crunches to actually fix the problem, but it won't be as painful while you don't do crunches and continue to not fix the problem.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's what I do. Actually, like, my shoulder is not easily fixable, but my hips are very fixable, and I get hip issues, and all I need to do is stretch. It's just from sitting way too much, pretty much.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, but then I
I
don't
sit
stretch.
cross-legged all the time, which is apparently just terrible for you.
Huh. My hips are tight enough that I can barely sit cross-legged.
Hmm. Okay, you can ask me questions now. It's your turn.
Oh, okay. The thing is, I already know so much about you, but chat doesn't know so much about you.
It's true.
So it's
I'll
weird
act like
to,
you
like,
don't know.
What's the coolest experience that you had this year making stained glass?
Oh, so do you know who Jamie Loftus is? Chat doesn't,
Sorry,
so I'll
am I
tell
meant
them.
to pretend or... Okay, I'm just
You have to.
confused about
I
what
think
my
you're
role
supposed
is
to
here.
pretend.
I do, because of a story I heard from a friend of mine.
So
Actually,
Jamie
Loftus has come up on dates for me, actually. And then I get to be like, well, have you heard of May?
I want to come up on dates for Jamie Loftus.
Maybe
So
you
Jamie
do. You might.
Oh, I might. That's true. Fingers crossed. Jamie Loftus is a writer and podcaster and multi-hyphenate type person who wrote a book called Raw Dog about hot dogs this year, which is excellent and everyone should read it. And I made a stained glass hot dog that went pretty viral, and every person tagged Jamie Loftus in it until she finally was like, "Hello, may I please buy one of these?" And then I got to make her a stained glass hot dog. And it's still hanging in her house, and sometimes she takes pictures with it, and it's really cool.
It is pretty cool. Has it generally been exciting to be making stained glass and having people get excited about it? Like, a lot of people have craft hobbies, and a lot of people dream of, like, something like, ooh, Jamie Loftus bought the thing that I made.
Oh, I guess I don't think about it that way much, but it is really cool. My favorite thing about it as a hobby is that people think that it's like magic. They have no idea how stained glass is made, but it's actually a relatively simple product. And it's like really a craft, and that's super learnable without spending any money. And I just think it's very cool to like wow people with this like physical object that is art, and they think it's been crafted by fairies or something, and that I've just developed it from nowhere, but it's a really simple process for making it.
You find it relaxing to work with stained glass?
I do. Parts of it are more relaxing than others, and all of it is pretty hard on my body, but I think cutting glass and snapping it apart is like the most satisfying feeling in the world. I recommend everybody try it.
My Apple Music stopped playing.
Oh no. How will you live without your swinger head?
I'll play Squirrel Nut Zippers instead.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, let me show you the stained glass that May has sent me. There are 2. Be right back.
3, but one of them broke because I wasn't very good when I made it. All right, chat, it's just us. He left us alone. What should we do? You're right.
I was wrong. There are 3.
Welcome back. We weren't getting up to anything.
Wait, what were you doing?
Nothing.
May, I trusted
I'm offended that you would even ask.
I trusted you, May.
Why are people telling me that I have their vote? What do they think I'm running for?
This is JORBS Parasocial in stained glass. That's pretty cool, yeah?
I love that piece. I'm very proud of it.
And this is Loeb. Can you explain the story of Loeb while I go get the other one?
Yeah, Loeb or Loab.
This will help people understand why there's a creepy face in my background. Bonsi,
Yeah.
thanks for a $250 donation to support Free2Luv. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Bonsi. Loeb or Loab is an AI creation from when AI generation was normal. She is the first AI cryptid, and basically, anytime you searched for words that were far away from like comfort and happiness, she would appear. And she was often surrounded by pictures of violence and crying children and other upsetting things. Very spooky. I recommend Googling Loab and reading LOAB, I think. If you want to read all the spooky stories. I think Super Composite was the original maker, who was a big fan of the stained glass when it came out. Jorbs has really left us. He's getting the broken one. I made this so early in my stained glass career. It is such a mess.
This is Jorbs Podge. Yes, this is one of your early works.
Yeah, one of the very first things I ever made. It is a disaster, but I love it.
It's great.
Doesn't have a straight line on it.
I was sitting at home one day and it fell off my wall because the hanging thing was not fastened to it well.
Yeah, because I wasn't good at soldering yet. The past.
Why do we fall, May?
Bad balance?
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe.
That's just my guess.
It's back to front. I think the camera is mirrored.
Oh, okay, God. I was so confused. Oh, so we can get back up. That's what you were trying to say. Right?
That's the quote, yeah, but
okay,
I liked your answer more.
Very clever. Amazing. Do you want to know my favorite thing about stained glass as a community?
Sure.
You've been asking everyone that about games, but
yeah,
the only gaming community I'm in is this one, so...
What about Dome Keeper?
I'm not really part of the community.
Oh.
I just, like, hang out in your chat and play games alone. Oh, sorry.
I respect it.
Yeah. So what I love about the stained glass community is very little is gatekept behind a price tag. Like, there are a lot of crafts that you can't get into unless you take a bunch of professional classes, like jewelry making especially. Especially like higher level jewelry making where you're casting and stuff like that. But I learned everything I needed to know about stained glass from YouTube videos. And if you are... I'm in some Facebook groups, which is a little cringe, but here we are, where people will come up with new techniques and share them with each other, which I think is really cool and nice. It's a very generous community.
That's cool.
But my second favorite thing is that people make such ugly art, and they're so proud of it. And I'm not even being sarcastic. I genuinely love it.
Are you being mean?
No,
No?
I'm not
Okay.
being mean.
Okay.
Like, the thing I love about it...
Would the people you're
mean.
talking about agree that it's ugly?
I don't think so, but sometimes yes.
Okay. Okay.
The thing I love is that other people will take their fancy, expensive... Stained glass is so expensive to make. They're expensive art supplies, and they will just turn them into trash. And they will be, like, really proud, and they will love it. And it's this reminder to me that, like,
That
I
you're
shouldn't
doing that
be...
too, or...
well, sometimes, but that I shouldn't not be doing that. Like, I should be using my fancy supplies, and I should be making worse art more often just to, like, have the experience of enjoying it. Art doesn't have to be good to be fun to make. Yeah, I don't know. I really think that, like, embracing in your heart that making ugly art is a good thing it's a lot like trying to be okay with losing at Slay the Spire.
Sure. I have made an ugly thing or two in my life.
Yeah, like what? Tell me about your artistic endeavors.
You want to see my Warhammer figurines?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm so sure.
Some of them are actually pretty good, though.
Yeah.
Don't really want to stand up very much.
That's okay. I won't make you run around. I believe you, but they're cool.
Never very, I didn't take to visual arts easily as a kid. So in art class, I was decent at color theory. Like, I could use contrasting colors for things. But in terms of, like, actual manual dexterity for molding stuff into a shape of some sort, just, like, very, very, very far beyond me.
Yeah, it takes a long time to build up that fine motor control.
I feel like you're making fun of me.
No, I'm being serious. It's
Okay.
really hard.
Okay, good.
Now I'm making fun of you because you just click scrap ooze to 12 health, but anyway.
It's okay, I have meat on the bone, don't worry. I'm the Slay the Spire guru here.
It's true.
I've got it all under... I might be dead. We're good. You want to see my Warhammer figurines as your opener at the bar? It is a little cringe. You can't, like...
It would work on me.
I'm not Henry Cavill. So for me, I generally feel like I need to, like, know someone at least a little while before I get into that stuff.
Really?
I think Henry Cavill can lean with it.
I mean, Henry Cavill can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Exactly.
To me and anyone else, I'm sure. The thing that I think... I don't know, I just think, like, why are you going on dates if you're not enthusiastic about the people you're meeting? It's such it's so depressing.
Oh, I'm
to me
just
when
not enthusiastic about Warhammer that much.
Oh,
you're misunderstanding the deficiency here.
I thought you were hiding it because you thought you would be made fun of or something.
No. It's just a thing that is more for me than for other people, I think. Is more what it is.
That makes sense. I definitely have sketchbooks that I don't want people to look at because they are just little bad, terrible doodles.
Not where I thought we were going with that, but okay.
Oh, sorry. For one time I'm not horny and you don't know what to do with me.
Yeah. Confused. You are perhaps the most aggressively sex-positive person I know.
Oh, thanks. I'll take that aggressive part as a good thing.
It's a good thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just like another flavor of the human experience, and it's really good to try to let go of the massive amount of shame that we are taught in relation to sex, and that means talking about it and being enthusiastic about it.
Sounds sensible to me.
Just what I'm trying to do with my life.
Yo.
You've had to take the bell. Dark days.
I didn't even have to. I was excited to, but then I
were
wasn't
you?
excited to anymore. I could have just taken the +1 energy. Would have been fine.
Yeah.
I figured I have Toxic Egg though, so I'm going to generate energy by finding skills. So I didn't need a 4th energy all that much. But then I like thought that, you know, the thing I was clicking on would do something. And it mostly just took away an Omamori charge. Question card's okay.
Yeah, question card does something.
Saw a picture of Henry Cavill and realized you're probably at least a bit bi.
Yeah.
I had an experience like that with a Christian Bale thing. I had a thing in my life where I wanted to understand why my friends who were women found certain men attractive. I was very frustrated when Twilight was a thing, because I do not understand why that guy is hot. And still to this day, I just don't get it.
Robert Pattinson?
Yes. I understand that I don't have to get it. It's like, it is no longer frustrating to me, but there was a time in my life where I was frustrated by it. And so I tried to understand which men were hot and like what was making them hot. And
Oh, that's a fool's errand.
I know. But then like Christian Bale was like, oh, I get why this guy's hot. So I don't know what that says exactly. It is what it is.
I'm sure Freud would have something to say about it.
I think he's dead.
True. Best to double check.
Calculating hotness with my beakers and bubbling compounds. Yeah, basically.
More hotness potions.
When are the two of us getting married? Just because
Whoa.
a man and woman are friends with each other doesn't mean that they have to get married.
That's a lot of commitment, y'all. Calm down. I already have too many boyfriends as it is.
May and I both already have partners who aren't each other.
Mm-hmm.
Also, May, I'm not sure you're my type.
That's so valid. I'm pretty sure you're my type, but that's not relevant. I don't know what you're supposed to say to that, honestly.
Good work, May. You've diffused the rumors.
Thanks.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just trying to be funny, chat. I think it's working. No, we're not flirting. That's a common misconception of me talking to anybody at any time. I'm just like this. Capital L, capital T.
This is an entire conversation that we are not going to be able to have completely today. And also it's the wrong day for it. But
Yeah.
people just do not understand that men and women can be friendly with each other without it being flirting.
That's true.
Some
It would be
people-
less awkward, Albion. You're right. I'm not going to sing a Padoru song. I don't even know the Padoru song.
You seriously not know that? I thought you moderated my channel.
I do moderate your channel, but very poorly.
Evidently.
Yeah.
I don't know how to play this game.
I feel that way at my job a lot too.
How is your job going? Would you like to talk about your job at all? We are meant to talk about positive things that have happened this year, but I'm not sure that your job qualifies.
My job is fine. I'm an admin at a nonprofit. It is a lot of bureaucracy. I do very little work and get paid very little money, and that's enough for me. Especially because of the very little work part.
It was honestly the most positively I've ever heard you speak about your job.
Well, you told me to be positive, so
Yeah, well done.
I did it. Oh, chat is a mess right now, huh? Let's just look away.
Yeah. One time I got catcalled.
Oh?
Well, actually 2 times. 2 times I have been catcalled. One of them was flattering. It was on Ventura, I think, in LA. And someone in a bright orange sport car, like, slowed down to check me out.
Nice.
Uh-huh. Kind of flattering.
Did they say anything or honk or anything?
No.
That's not a catcall. But I'm happy for you. You got checked out real good.
It was a bit of a catcall. There was like eye contact made. It was the other time I was walking with another woman who I was friends with, who was not you. And somebody yelled out the window of their car, "Your boyfriend's gay," at her. We were not dating.
Huh.
But yeah. This is a thing that is through the world over. That men and women cannot just be friends without people making it weird.
That's true. I'm not a fan of being catcalled, so I just don't go outside in summer in Chicago. That's my policy.
Believable. Believe you. Happy for you.
I remember that time that you didn't realize you got checked out by the girl at the glasses shop. Do you remember that?
I had forgotten about that.
Oh, you should remember. Put that in your happy bank for when you're feeling low self-esteem.
I still don't know if she was checking me out. That is your read on the situation. We can ask chat.
Yes, please relay the story.
So I went to the eye doctor and did the eye check and everything, got a prescription, and then went out front to get a new set of glasses. And the eyeglasses technician was fitting me for stuff, and then she just kind of was looking into my eyes and just didn't stop looking into my eyes for an uncomfortably large amount of time. And then I was like, hello? And then she did a kind of startle and went back to giving me glasses. I just think she was probably asleep.
And then she said, "You just look really nice."
No, she didn't say that. You just made that up.
That's what you told me.
No, I did not say that.
Okay, well, this is a point of contention for history. So I started a poll. Please feel free to vote.
You are just completely making history up.
No, I remember. I could look through our DMs, I bet, but
Please
I won't.
do.
Oh my god, okay, let me
Was
search.
my eyeglass technician Mitch McConnell? I can't rule it out, but I don't think so.
I can't find it. I see myself saying, "Remember that time the girl at the glasses shop got flustered by your cuteness? That is the energy you deserve." Which is true.
You've been living high on the story for apparently several years while misremembering everything about it.
How dare you? How dare you not simply take a compliment?
What's the result of the poll?
Yes, 69% nice. So congratulations, you got checked out.
Wonderful. Marwan, thanks for the $5 donation to support Free2Luv. I appreciate it. Very kind. This week, I am leveling up this account to as close to Ascension 20 as I can get it. Hey, I'm almost at Ascension 10. Like halfway.
Yes.
And we are raising money for Free2Luv, which is a program that funds art programs for kids. For the 69 bits Kobold, I think it is an awesome cause. I think that teaching kids to make bad art, as May was just saying, is important, but also just teaching kids to express themselves, feel comfortable with who they are, and connect with others, something that is very important to do in today's world. So that's why I'm supporting this charity, and I'm glad you all are hanging out. And I hope we can raise lots of money for them. We already have.
Yeah, keep donating money so it seems like I did a good job being here, chat. Just a little self-serving act, you know.
You get checked out whenever you go shopping. How else are you gonna pay? Oh, they have things which will just know who you are now. You don't have to do that anymore. The corporations just have like robots which are like, oh, you again. Would you like the same things as last time?
That's the best part about online shopping, is when you buy a backpack and then it advertises nothing but backpacks to you for 2 years.
How many backpacks have you bought? Is it working?
1 backpack.
So not working.
Not working. I don't mind being advertised to. I like buying things, so if they could do a good job of advertising to me, that would actually be kind of helpful. But no, they think that I want lifetime purchase products over and over and over again.
I think Amazon is kind of just... I think it just kind of doesn't work very well.
Yeah, it's not just Amazon, it's also like AdSense and the whole internet. Pablo squared. I'm just gonna... Let's just delete that.
The internal monologue of a moderator.
Yeah.
Now you all know exactly the response that you're getting when you make us ashamed of you.
It's just an exasperated sigh. Like, come on. Don't make me. Don't make me get my mouse and have to click something. That's exhausting.
What about gaming accomplishments this year, May?
Gaming accomplishments.
Do you like to pretend that you're bad at Domekeeper, and then whenever I watch you play Domekeeper, you're in the top 50 in the world?
Yeah, but like top 50, there's this huge skill gap, right? Between like players who actually know the meta and casual players who just happen to be relatively okay at it. And I'm like a casual player who doesn't know the meta. So like I can get a top 100 score pretty frequently, sometimes top 50 depending on where we're at in the season. But I'm not actually like, I don't try hard enough at it to consider myself particularly good. That's a lot of feet you got there.
I do have a lot of feet.
I always thought that the art for footwork was someone kicking a roll of toilet paper. It took me a long time to figure out what was going on in that image.
Footwork is going on.
It's true. Yeah, so I guess gaming-wise, I unlocked my second boss cell in Dead Cells pretty recently.
Okay.
That game is like perfect as far as games go. I don't even like I don't even like fighting games at all, but like Dead Cells just feels great to play. I got some high scores in Domekeeper that I can't beat anymore. I won a game in Super Auto Pets. That was pretty cool. I got to maximum Crucible in Peglin.
Crucible.
Crucible. They don't have Ascension, they have Crucible.
Okay.
So I'm pretty good at Peglin now, which is not a good skill. it's not transferable, as it turns out.
Do you desire your gaming skills to be transferable?
It would be
Seems
nice.
Seems like more than it's worth.
I feel like getting good at Slay the Spire made me better at games generally, in a way that getting good at Peglin did not make me better at games generally.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Thanks, Blue Milker. Yeah, but that's like most of what I've accomplished in games. Gaming is something I do to turn my brain off, not necessarily as like a gauntlet I put myself through. So, Oh, I was really good at was Storybook Brawl this year, or was that another year? Time is broken.
Storybook Brawl ended early this year. They came out with a new one.
Yeah, I saw that there's like a fan-made clone.
Are you gonna check it out? Run it back?
I'll probably wait until they've swapped out the AI art.
And
then give it a look.
That.
Yeah, they're using AI art allegedly as placeholders.
But there is just placeholder art. You can just use placeholder art.
That's my feeling. You could just write the word placeholder on a screen instead of using art that is stealing other artists' work. I'm not like 100% against AI art, but I do have very complicated feelings on it.
Shall we unpack your feelings?
Yeah, so...
I think tomorrow morning I'm talking with Sharon Martin, or it might be the day after tomorrow. But they have been working on an AI tool that recommends ways to finish your sentences as you're typing in the voice of a person that you choose from the freedom of common domain, free domain, what's it called?
Creative Commons?
Probably. I feel like it's domain though.
Public domain?
Public domain, there you go. From the public domain. And it's like kind of cool, but also kind of creepy. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to talk to them about that.
That's gonna be interesting. I look forward to hearing about it.
I am looking forward to talking to them about it for what it's worth. I made that sound like a
like you're gonna have a
when it really
gonna give
isn't.
them a sit down.
Yeah, that's not what I was actually trying to communicate.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, so AI art is complicated because there are a lot of things people say about AI art. They say it is theft. They say it is not real art. And I think like one of those things is true and the other isn't. I think every medium is a valid form of expression, and that AI art is real art, and learning how to create art through AI is its own skill. But that AI art is created from models that are fed images without, like, they're not just from the public domain. They're also private work that they didn't have permission to train AI models on. And that creates a lot of problems. And so I think the discourse just gets really flattened into like shitting on people who make AI art instead of talking about like how we can create legal protections for artists that are a little bit more robust. And I don't know. I feel strongly that it is bad to shit on the people who are using the medium. Like, we both like Super Composite, who created Loab or Loeb. And she's they're an AI artist. I actually don't know their pronouns.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that is a reasonable take.
Thanks. It's just like more than a tweet worth of ideas.
Yeah, we don't really do that anymore in the world, so...
Yeah.
I'll make a 30-minute video on it for you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Can you have at least one spreadsheet?
Yeah.
Good.
Honestly, I wouldn't know what to do if I didn't.
My boyfriend loves to make fun of you when you make PowerPoint presentations.
I'm glad your boyfriend has some joy in his life.
He does. He just finds it very silly, and I think it's sweet. Am I also spreadsheets? I am not a spreadsheet wizard, but I believe in a spreadsheet. I know that they're useful. I just am not as good at using them as perhaps a JORBS is. I never took a statistics class, for instance.
I don't know if I would recommend it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you think you would enjoy learning witchcraft?
Yes.
Maybe you should go for it then.
Hell yeah. I'm about it. Oh, I don't know the spreadsheet clips. Asrabalier is always sending clips to me, and I don't know how to tell him that I just don't watch videos. Like, I just will not click a video.
I think you just did, May. Well done.
Thanks. You're welcome, Asrabalier. Oh no. We're just demolishing each other today.
Sorry, what did I have to do with that? It was...
You didn't have to call attention to it.
Don't think I was the one who did.
Okay. I thought that there was something about you taking responsibility. Didn't we have that conversation in another one of these streams?
Yeah, so after you say something out loud to over 1,000 people...
Oh man, I didn't even look at the viewer number.
That's
I
really
probably
not...
should not be talking so much.
You're fine. You're fine. But, it doesn't really go back in the bottle, May.
Oops. I'll have to live with my choices. What is May the month? I am May. That's me. And I am a mod for this channel. And also one of Steven's friends. And other things too, probably.
I've always thought media training just seemed like such a dumb idea. Like, why would you
you're
have
about to make fun of me. Okay. Let me just... 1 second. Let me put my seatbelt on.
No, I'm done. That's fine. Your punchline was better.
Yeah, I don't talk to large audiences with very much frequency, but I don't experience stage fright, which is a bad combination, actually.
No, it's fine. You give other people too much credit, I think.
For what?
Well, you compare yourself to other people while giving them too much credit. It's a vicious combo.
Yeah, perhaps.
JORBS uses too many mods in this game. So Maya's not a Slay the Spire mod. She is a mod of the channel.
I am a Slay the Spire mod, actually.
He does things... Oh my god.
I've been programmed into the interface.
Imagine like if an AI voice could be added to your Slay the Spire game client to talk to you and tell you that it was your friend. I think they have a movie about that.
Mithrigan?
I was gonna say her.
Oh, yeah. We've done it a few times. What's the best movie you've seen recently?
Oppenheimer. I thought Oppenheimer was really good.
Wait, you saw Barbie and Oppenheimer and you went with Oppenheimer?
Uh-huh. By miles. But Oppenheimer
Wow, I
was
didn't know you were a
much
misogynist, Jorbs.
better.
You can just say that you hate women, I guess.
I'm not sure how you missed it all this time.
It's so true.
Yeah.
Oh god, I have so many DMs. Oh no. Jorbs does have Kenergy.
No, I really enjoyed the panache involved in making a movie about the A-bomb and having the A-bomb not be the main focus of the film. I think that I just have a lot of respect for what must have gone into that decision.
What was the main focus?
It's about Oppenheimer's life. It's about
Oh.
legacy and greatness, and
Oh, so I already saw Hamilton. I'm good.
it is comparable to Hamilton, but it's like if Hamilton were good instead of Hamilton. Yeah.
I mean, just because that's a valid take now. That's cool. I saw Poor Things recently, which was very good, and I would recommend. It earns its R rating. It really earns it, though.
I'm stunlocked by the idea that Hamilton not being very good wasn't an okay take before. It
There was
feels
a while
like
in which there was genuine enthusiasm for Hamilton, and then everyone was like, oh wait, this is really corny, isn't it?
also the other stuff. But it feels like a great misapprehension of what it means for something to be bad.
How do you mean?
Oh, I don't know. Stone Calendar is gonna kill Giant Head. Look at that. Boom.
Thanks, Stone Calendar. Wait, it didn't do it. Oh, there you are. Your audio is desynced from the video for me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm proud of Stone Calendar.
Me too.
I think it did a good job.
Oppenheimer also had better dance numbers, has been claimed. Well, I didn't think the first and second half of Oppenheimer were that different from each other. It's interesting that you say that. That was not a vibe that I really got.
Sorry, that what in Oppenheimer were that different from each other?
So in the first half of the movie, they are developing the bomb, and then they drop it. And then the second half of the movie, there are a lot of trials and politics around the bomb, and are they going to keep making more bombs for the Cold War, or should they stop? Etc., etc., etc.
Spoiler alert, they make
Lots of
more.
stuff about communism.
Mm-hmm.
They do make more, yeah. But Oppenheimer doesn't necessarily like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know. To me, it didn't feel like the two halves were that different in like what they were interested in was Oppenheimer and the way that he fit into the scientific community and the military arm of the US, and it was just a retelling of that story, I thought, in a way that was really interesting and well done.
I see. I didn't see it because I hear it was very, very loud. And I am a delicate baby who cannot withstand loud noises.
Okay. It is now available for home viewing, so
Maybe I'll catch it sometime when I feel like being bummed out. It's been known to happen.
I didn't feel bummed out watching it, and now I'm wondering if I'm a terrible person.
Yeah, it's a real question.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Hmm.
How does one really know?
I think you ask me. I am the ultimate arbiter.
Okay.
I think you're okay.
You're like the like oracle who gets visited halfway through the hero's journey.
Yeah. That's me. It's like its own type of manic pixie dream girl. But I don't have to keep up with dyeing my hair, which is great.
Would you like to provide verdicts on members of chat?
Yes.
I think we open it up.
All right. They have to volunteer themselves. I'm not
Who would
just
like
going
to be judged?
Whether or not you're a good person. Durell. Durell is adorable and is good. Old Man Biff, I don't know who you are. Carados. You bring terrible vibes sometimes, but overall a very good person. Smash You, don't know who you are. The Thorgot, you're wonderful. Only if the answer is good. Alright, W. Peebs, I will keep my mouth shut. I don't know who you are. The Albion, I think you are Chaos Incarnate. You are like the perfect foil to Blaz in the strangest of ways.
I'm learning
Lobster.
so much about my community right now.
Yeah. Lobster, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. Portertron, I'm not familiar enough with you. Maybe Mystic, are you a good person? If you're worried about it, you're probably doing okay. Mooman, I think you're alright.
Do you think that's true?
On average, yeah, I think...
Good people worry about being good people? I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, I think some amount of self-awareness helps you be a good person. Although, Sam, who will be on later, is like the least self-aware person I know, and he's also one of the best people I know, so maybe my metrics are bad.
Sam feels self-aware to me.
Really?
Maybe my
He's
metrics
not.
are bad. Okay. Well, we'll ask him. We'll get
He's
his
just like
opinion on this.
vibing through life, not feeling insecure about anything. It's so incredible. I can't imagine
think-
what it's like to be him.
I think you're conflating confidence with not being self-aware. Maybe.
I think self-consciousness is kind of the opposite of confidence. I don't like change. You want me to notice you. I have noticed you. Hello. I don't know what all these people want from me. Apparently to be judged on whether or not they're a good person.
Yeah. I think this is a better way of doing it than like social media.
Yeah, that's true. We want to be judged. Everyone just wants a little bit of attention paid to them at all times.
That sounds true.
That's why we come to Twitch, so that sometimes the streamer notices us.
Is that why we come to Twitch?
I think so.
I come to Twitch mostly because I am feeling like a potato. Wonder if it's different as a streamer. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so, because when I stream, it's because I want to do something social that doesn't actually require me to be social. Like very low expectations on my own terms, hanging out with people.
I meant going to other people's chats.
Oh, yeah. It's probably a very different experience.
Sometimes I get recognized. It's very awkward. I've thought about just getting a different account to watch Twitch on.
It's
I don't
hard
really
to
want
be so
that shit.
famous.
That's why I don't have my check mark on my name. I don't want people to know. But then at some point people started like knowing a lot of the time anyway.
I'm sorry that you're so popular. It's gotta be really hard.
We all carry our own crosses.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think having a second account is probably a healthy way to deal with that. If you really don't want to be noticed. You could call it like...
Stressed me out to like log into a different account. I guess you could just have a different browser window that's logged in a different way, right? Okay, what should my next account name be?
Ooh, everything I'm thinking would get you banned from Twitch. How about just Goatsy?
So that's where you landed then. No, that would get you banned. 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 Oh, Goatsy. What about Goatsy?
Goats are popular. They're very cute.
Okay.
You could be Sword Guy 69.
Sword Guy 69. I feel like that would probably be fun. Do you think you're allowed 69 in your username? Are you allowed to make usernames with 69 in them, chat?
Hey chat. Everyone add a 69 to your username real quick.
Yes. It would be discriminatory toward people who were born in 1969 to not allow that, right?
Yeah.
It's not just
because
a sex thing.
or Twitch cares about being discriminatory toward anyone.
Well,
no offense, Twitch. A little offense.
You have to keep in mind that in 1969, when they were born, it wasn't even a sex thing yet.
It's true.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't know that that's true.
No.
Now I have to look up the history of 69 being a sex thing.
Prior to 1969, there was only blowjobs and masticating box, but never in concert.
Oh man, I have the grossest story to tell you later. History of 69 as a sex number. The term is found in 1790 French work, The Whore's Catechisms. Ah. I love that. Thank you, I am Erk, for gifting a sub to Sword Guy 69.
Thank you, I am Erk.
Sex was not invented until the 80s. That's lucky. I got here just in time.
It seems believable to you. It explains a lot.
Have you ever read about the Vatican's pornography collection?
No. I've
It's
been
worth
to
a
the
read.
Vatican. I didn't see it on display.
You missed out. Oh yeah, it's very private.
What is there to know about the Vatican's pornography collection, May?
Oh, let me quickly Google it and refresh my memory. Because I know it's interesting, but I don't remember why. It's on Snopes. Does the Vatican have... Well, it doesn't have the world's largest pornography collection. I already knew that. Oh, Boyle has not been able to find any evidence of pornographic antiquities that were rumored to have been stored at the Vatican. Okay, well, I was misled by the TV show QI. So I think we should blame Stephen Fry for my wasting everyone's time here.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen Fry, what the fuck?
What the fuck are you up to, Stephen Fry?
What is Stephen Fry up to these days? Can you do like documentaries or something?
I think just like having a ton of money. He was just in something. Let me check his IMDb. None of this. Oh, he was just in Heartstopper as the principal. Did you watch Heartstopper? It's very cute.
Does principal mean lead actor?
No. Principal. It's a school. It's a high school
Okay.
drama, like a
Okay.
queer high school drama.
I could have gone either way.
Yeah, that's so valid.
No, I did not watch that.
Oh, it's cute.
The
sometime.
latest like high school teen thing that I watched was Sex Education. That was like fine.
Yeah, I didn't see that one. It was recommended to me so many times that, like, on principle, I can't watch it.
I understand.
There's another use of the word principle.
Yeah. Well done.
Even Fry's being a turf nowadays? No! I had such a soft place in my heart for him. What a
Not
shame.
anymore.
Kill your heroes, y'all.
If you could move to another planet to get away from your heroes, which planet would you move to?
Ooh, that's complicated because not a lot of them can support life. So I guess where would I like to die the most? I think Jupiter is very pretty.
Do you think you're going to get to enjoy that a lot?
Maybe on the way there a little bit.
Oh, okay.
And then they'll sort of drop me out and there will be no air. What's it called when air creates sort of a border around a planet?
Atmosphere.
Atmosphere. That's the one.
Also a rapper.
Yes. Very good one. Who, yep. I haven't listened to Atmosphere in forever.
Did you also reflexively look to see if Carados was sharing something from Atmosphere's Wikipedia right then?
Yeah, I really was.
Yeah,
I
me too.
honestly
Yep.
was in the middle of saying who I hope is not a turf.
Yep. It is what it is.
Can't say anybody's name in public without having to be a little bit worried. Although I did learn the very important skill of typing in famous person's name problematic into Google, just to check and see where the Tumblr discourse is at on any particular person.
What's your hit rate like on that?
It's you know, no news is good news, and I find a lot of news.
Oh no.
Yeah. It's okay, Moomin. You didn't ruin Stephen Fry. Stephen Fry ruined Stephen Fry. Oh no, Chicane, you're gonna get banned.
Stephen Fry says chew out the dehumanizing discourse when arguing and gets called a turf. What is Stephen Fry saying? Stephen Fry. Turf.
Problematic. Oh, Stephen Fry urges calm and debate over J.K. Rowling. No, I will not be calm.
You would like to see both sides stop fighting because there is no winner. Wow, that's kind of a bit out of touch.
Yeah. I mean, it's very easy to say that on your pile of money from narrating all of the Harry Potter books.
Two sides are very sore and anxious about their enemies. Yeah, I wonder if both of those are legitimate fears.
There's actually no difference between
Steven.
good and bad things.
Steven. He has the same name as me. I'll have to change my name.
Yeah, it's been ruined. It's tarnished.
It's okay. Masticating Box 69 is my new identity.
It's a good username. I really think that that one's gonna stick. You could do like an XX on either side. Make it a little edgier.
I assumed that was just kind of a given.
Yeah. Good idea.
I just got very bored with banning people at some point. I've increasingly found myself thinking like they'll work it out or they will leave.
They have to, like,
I don't really know if that's
annoy-
true. Yeah.
You have to be, like, deliberately problematic a few times before I'm going to ban you. But luckily we have, like, S. Rabelier here, who's a little quicker on the gun.
Yes. Very few people reach the point where I would ban them. They are already gone.
Mm-hmm.
We miss each other like ships in the night.
Yeah. You've been asking everyone what their best gaming moments were of the year.
Yes. I asked
Mine
you
is-
that.
Did you? Oh, you asked about my achievements, which is different.
Okay, fair enough.
This is not an achievement. It's just a nice moment.
Alright, what was your best moment?
My boyfriend and I, every day we do the New York Times connections puzzle and the spelling bee together.
Okay.
And it's a very cute, cozy time that we spend together. And, like, I think one of the ways that games can be a source of connection was mine when I played mini golf. Can I ban I don't like change for continuously dunking on me for being bad at mini golf? Because I'm about to be pretty bad at Scrabble on this channel, so...
Apparently Priya has been practicing, which is like... She still has so much faith in me as a human being.
That's really sweet. I love that. Priya is so great.
Yeah, she's pretty cool.
I am pretty bad at Scrabble, so I'm just gonna be bad at it.
That was what I invited you here to do, May.
Yeah, somebody has to lose. And that's what I'm here for.
And the rest of us.
Mm-hmm. The word game played on stream a few days ago is hard. What word game did you play?
The mantle.
Semantle is really hard. I love it.
We did a Semantle together.
How many did it take you?
100 or something.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
about right.
It was in the hundreds somewhere.
Nice. I know that there's some, like, basic Scrabble strategy other than just going for the multiplying spaces, but I don't know what it is.
I feel like that's kind of doubtful. I think you just go for the multiples. I'm sure you'll be fine.
I mean, I don't think I'm going to be injured one way or another. It should be fun. Are you still hoping to get a lot of art for your birthday next year?
Did I say I wanted that?
You did on Twitter. You've forgotten about it already.
When did I say that?
You said something along the lines of your birthday is in April, and if you just receive a bunch of art from all your friends, you'll be happy.
Oh. I mean, that's very true. Both of those things are true. I do not remember saying that.
I have this memory for when people say things about presents.
Uh-huh.
It just sticks in my head because
that.
of my obsession with good gift giving.
I believe that 100%. Is that a Midwest thing, or is it a type of personality thing?
I'm not originally from the Midwest. I think it's just it's like a people pleaser kind of thing.
Okay.
Which people pleaser is the new empath, which makes me very annoying.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What was the old empath? I think I missed this conversation somehow. I have never cared much about pleasing people.
That's something to put in your dating bio for sure.
Not a people pleaser.
Mm-hmm.
All caps. Stars around not.
Yeah, pretty great. I love it. Okay, it's time for me to give you a break before we hang out again.
Thank you, May.
Thanks. I appreciate you having me.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we probably got some good clips from that one. It's hard to make me feel uncomfortable on stream these days. May is so nice. May is lovely. May is a good friend of mine. I am going to run to the bathroom. The way that May became my friend was she organized a D&D game for me. She was like, you say that you want to play in a D&D game. And I was like, yeah, I do. And she was like, oh, I know somebody who DMs D&D games. I could set it up. And I was like, sure, I guess. And it was really nice. Everybody was really nice. And we became friends. It's a good deal. I am friends with May and several men she has dated or is currently dating as well. Which is fascinating. Favorite part was blowjobs and masticating box. Understandable. I need to go to the bathroom. I am meant to be hanging out with friends in 30 minutes, and we're going to play Scrabble. I'm going to take a break from Spire for an hour or two. So that'll be fun. I am going to do it on stream. This is my gaming group that I usually play games with offline, but I am introducing people to the stream this week. Been a lot of fun. But because I am going to do that in 30 minutes, I don't really have enough time for another Slay the Spire run. So maybe we'll just hang out and chat and do another Semantle or something. I don't know. I'll work it out. I'm going to carry my kettlebells back upstairs too. I'll be right back. Oh god, they're heavy. Twitch chat. Hello. How's it going? What is the best beverage I have consumed in the last 23 days? It was not that smoothie. I had eggnog at a Christmas party, and there was cognac, which I've never had. There were 3 different spirits you could put in the eggnog, one of which was cognac. And I had never had cognac, so I was like, I guess I'll try the cognac, see what it's like. And my friend was like, it's a little bit less heavy alcohol than the other ones. So I was like, oh, okay, so I put in like a bit more than I would have of the other ones. And cognac is 40% alcohol. And I got a significant buzz. I have not had a lot to drink this month, and part of it was that drink. I would not have poured that much cognac into it if I realized it was 40%. He was like, it's like if you make wine out of wine. And I was like, oh, wine's like 10%, so probably like 20% since you do it twice? I don't know. Nope. Nope, just 40. Maybe those were higher percents? It might have been slightly, I don't know. I am not sure. It's closer to whiskey out of wine than wine out of wine. Yeah, that seems more accurate. How do we feel? Oh, I did this thing where it crashes when I go to run history again. It's okay. We can restart the game and then go to run history and it will all be fine. How do we feel about the runs so far? People who have been actually watching and paying attention to the runs, some of them have been pretty fun. I feel like my decks are less scattered than Ascension 20 decks. They're more about strong combinations of cards and focused strong combinations of cards, and less about like lots of okay value cards and interactions with relics and stuff like that. Which I think comes from not having to make something as strong and being able to favor a bit more consistency over it. I don't know when this is going to start capturing. It should be capturing already. Hello? Hello? Hello, game? Game. Maybe I'll just never capture again. Maybe I just can't stream play the Spire anymore. That'd be too bad. Oh, there it is. That was kind of random. I don't know why I did it then. I'm having more fun playing with random stuff. For an Ascension 20, I seem stuck with a set grouping of molds that will work. I don't know if I've felt that way. The runs have definitely gotten longer as I've leveled up. And the scores have gotten higher. 2 offerings and a choker? That deck looks miserable. Why did I do that? I got Iron Wave from the Hole in the Wall event, which I have not seen again. It's kind of funny. Oh, I did see it again, I guess. And got a Defend, which upgraded somehow. What a journey this Defend went on. I've been trying more establishment stuff on Watcher. To like, good-ish effect. It seems like a good way to play with Toxic Egg on Watcher, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea what this is. I think it has 4 starting strength and 2 limit breaks. Another thing is I've been playing a lot of runs per day. Usually I can remember all of my runs, but I feel like I'm playing enough runs that I just actually don't remember them sometimes. Like when I fall asleep at night, if I'd played Spire that day, I will usually think about the runs I played. But now I'm falling asleep at night and like I can't even remember all of the runs I've played. Score is the true measure of skill in Slay the Spire. One of the reasons that runs are having more cards is that I am getting more upgraded cards offered to me. That leads to having more cards. I don't think many of my runs have been at 50. But I think in the 30s is like pretty reasonable at these difficulties. Oh, the silent Snecko I run. This is kind of miserable. It remembers, look at that. It kept on, the difference between 0 energy and 3 energy just kept on going up at a linear rate for the entire run. It's at 36 now. It was at 10, and then it was at 20, and then it was at 30. An in-depth analysis of the Prismatic Shard run. Prismatic Shard run was pretty fun. I have a bottled Dark Embrace. The Dark Embrace wasn't actually bottled. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is just standard Slay the Spire, I would say. I don't even know what commentary there is. If you haven't ever built this deck before, what are you even doing? I love that there's a Tranquility Plus. And no other stats card. That's kind of funny. The reason that it's there is that I have 3 Dark Embraces and 2 Feel No Pains, so it's actually just a good card. What's my energy here? 3 Seeing Rods. And a Concentrate. And a Sentinel. And a Recycle. You could make a lot of energy with cards in this game. Artivore? No, Artivore wasn't getting to proc because this deck kills on turn 1. Act 4, Elite Fight. Field and Spear. 0 damage. 1 turns. Literal. Boss, Donu and Deka. 0 damage. 1 turns. Literal. Yeah, this was kind of a strong deck. I love that it has 5 apparitions and kills on turn 1. How can we apply this knowledge in Ascension 20 runs? I think this is just an extension of how obscene Dark Embrace is. I think that is mostly what this is. In general, it is an example of how you can draw cards and make energy using your cards. And if you dedicate enough of your cards to drawing more cards and making more energy, you just never stop playing cards. Which is something that I don't think is immediately apparent to somebody who comes to the game as a newer player. It's not something you can do in that many situations in other card games. Well, sometimes you can. I don't know. Mostly, though, it doesn't work very well if you fill your deck with other cards. So you simultaneously have to know how to press the skip button on lots of stuff, but also have to take the right things as often as you see them, kind of. I've also started using upgrades to reduce energy cost of cards, like with incredible consistency. I feel like I used to upgrade for like an extra 3 damage on something pretty regularly, and now it's just like, nope. Energy upgrade, 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 over and over again. Sometimes I'll upgrade powers, I guess. When you started Slay the Spire, your read on Sentinel was how often does that happen? It depends how often you make it happen, really. There are decks you can build where it will not happen that you exhaust Sentinel, but if you try to make a deck which can exhaust it, you will usually succeed in doing that. Many card games try and subdue the idea of infinite combos as much as possible. Yes, the Spire is pretty good at making them fun, I think. Was this today? Yesterday? It's the 28th. I think I had the same deck today. Did you get max HP reduced more than I already have at some point? Watcher has felt a lot smoother than usual. It's probably the extra potion slot, and I think you do get extra max HP and no Ascender's Bane. Because the struggle with a deck like what I've been building Watcher to do, I don't know if this is a great example actually, but like, I mean putting more cards in my Watcher decks and stuff. The struggle I've usually had at Ascension 20 is trying to work out how to survive turn 1, 2, and 3. And like, yeah, this Ascension is significantly easier for that still. This is the run I lost. I took colorless rare card and took Metamorphosis over Transmutation, Magnetism, and Skip. Maybe I should have just skipped. I think you're allowed to skip. A pretty heavy whiff on rare colorless card. And I decided I could try Metamorphosis one time since it was Ascension 7 and I would never usually take it. And I reminded myself why I would never usually take it. So that was that. GG that run. It's not like I'm upset about it. Is it called my house where I dislike having hats on at all times? I currently have a hood up. I think that's as much observation as is necessary. Don't know that that says terribly much about my extending and continuing personality or the temperature of the room I'm in. So very comfortable, especially when you have headphones pressing into your ears like 9 hours in a row, multiple days in a row. Establishment's such a weird card because it's rare and it's so run changing. I don't know, you can also just think of it as an energy generation card and not really think about it as an engine. At which point it lessens your reliance on Calm a bit. Or at least on exiting Calm. Sundial being common is an interesting choice. You did not miss the entire stream. I'm gonna play some games with friends for like an hour. Hoods are topologically the hot dogs of Headwing. I guess they are. Maybe. I have felt like Feed is not that great with how I've been playing for some reason. I wonder why Feed hasn't been feeling good. Just not getting that much max HP out of it. 125 is quite a lot. Maybe I'm expecting too much. Maybe it's just that other things feel ludicrously good on account of Ascension 8. We're making progress though. My next silent run is on Ascension 10. Start each run cursed. Cool stuff.